Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. I'm back. Here we go for another stream. Sunday night, open panel. This is what I do. So there we are. I checked the news. Nothing new on the news. Nothing new on Twitter. They're still doing that 24-hour flow stream. Who is the settlement? They have little satans running around. Sunday church services. That's interesting. Anyway, we can make our own thing here. Tommy is streaming. So that's the Panoverse tonight. What's up? Hey, Jess. How are you? What's going on? Just hanging out. Hey, Shady Spot. Jess. I guess the people are showing up. Let's see. Kane. Wow. Okay. I don't when I go live spontaneously like this, I don't know what kind of notification or advance warning people get. I try to stick it on social media and then hit go. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing. I got my my day wrapped up. We got a couple of survivors in, and I think I can devote the rest of the evening to holding a stream open. Anything else going on today? I've been looking at the January 6th, some of the footage, particularly Trump's speech, and it's very hard to find footage of the entire speech, the one he gave in the Rose Garden. I think CBS has a copy of it. But Vice News had a breakdown specifically of supposedly how the speech led to the violence at the Capitol. And first of all, it's the it's kind of the kind of stuff that trials are supposed to help us determine to begin with. So I'm more impressed by trial by lawyers and judges than trial by journalism. But it was very thin. It was phrases like this. It was a lot. It was like rhetorical criticism, I guess. And it was phrases like, it was things like this one phrase he said here could suggest blah blah blah, or this here could be a dog whistle to some people, or the thing he said here, it could be argued that. Well, those are all what is it, like judicial oratory, rhetoric. That's all that sounds like to me. There, you still have to show that it is that thing, and so a lot of people are making their case like they've convinced themselves, or they are convinced of their own narrative, but it's based on little more than just that. And here's the problem I have with J6, and it kind of started with his initial election. I believe that Trump honestly believes that the election was stolen in his mind. Like, he's just people have the right to their beliefs. If that's what he believes, he has the right to express it. I don't think the election was stolen. And I think any actions you take as a result of that belief is based on a false belief, whether you believe it or not. So the minute Trump convinced himself of this false narrative and put it out there and attempted to convince others of this false narrative, he shifted from truth to narrative. And he used that as justification and rationalization for breaking democratic norms, or attempting to. But then the left turns around and does the same thing. Because they've convinced themselves that because Trump convinced himself of a false narrative and broke norms with it, they have now convinced themselves of the false narrative around Trump, and they're willing to break norms. So it just creates this like domino cycle of people. If you can justify breaking democratic norms with any narrative. I watched them do it with things like taking Trump off the ballot because they're convinced he was guilty of an insurrection, which is still at this point a narrative. It hasn't been definitively determined. And I remember when Trump got elected, the Russiagate thing. Like the narrative was he only got elected because there was help or interference from Russia on his side, whether that was coordinated plan or whatever. Russia tipped the scales in his favor, and but for that, he would not have won. I have since revised that belief. I think he probably would have won on the swing states, like the 4 or 5 Rust Belt states, even without Russia. So I don't think that Russian collusion or interference definitively explains why Trump won. But that was the false narrative at the time that a lot of us were running with. So it's like we have two processes in modern Western civilization. We have science, truth, the scientific method of determining truth and the standards for truth, and we have legal and political and judicial. But they're both processes. And we're so eager to save the world or save democracy or whatever we think we're doing that we're willing to relax the rigor or standards of those processes and accept conclusions without fully subjecting them to the processes that we as a society have agreed on. So we're convinced of what happened on January 6th without allowing him the due process to definitively determine that. Trump actually subjected his belief in the election fraud to due process, and it got determined. The process told him no, there was no fraud. So, and then he ran with the false narrative anyway. But it's because of the process, because the process determined that the election was safe and secure and legitimate, that I can see his narrative as false. And I think until you subject Trump to the same process, you can't use the insurrection narrative as the definitive narrative yet. Or you put yourself on no better footing than you accuse Trump of being. And I think that's the problem here that I'm seeing, is it creates a situation where everybody scrambles to protect the narrative that they think is protecting the norms that they want to protect, but everybody's willing to kind of leap over the process in the process. And that's where I see our democracy beginning to erode. I hope that was articulate. That's what I've been coming up with when I'm looking at the J6 stuff. And there's, if people want to see his speech, there's enough in that speech, and see him as a threat or dangerous or a risk, and he may not have incited an insurrection 100%, but he came close enough, and by damn it, I don't want to risk putting someone in that position again. Completely valid. All completely valid. As long as you're not convinced that you know the truth and you can assess the exact threat that Trump is based on that truth, and that you're on some chaotic quest to save democracy. There's a ton of the speech was long. It was like, I don't know, like 25 minutes long or something. You know Trump, how he gives long speeches. There's plenty in that speech that you don't even have to convince me really hard that they're dog whistles. There's plenty in that speech that could be taken as dog whistles. Was it intentional? Was he coordinating with the groups that did the violence, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? So many people are convinced they know the story, and they don't, because it hasn't been subjected to the process yet. Let me see a couple. Let's see. So, what state or states? Well, as I understand it, there were the three. It's not so much the riot thing as the conspiracy that with the slate of electors, which the first indictment that came out that I read looked pretty legit and pretty airtight. Um, and then I think they had two more related to the election conspiracy. One was in Georgia, maybe it was a state one. So I think there's three pending trials around the election fraud, and then the fourth case was the Mar-a-Lago documents, which just got dropped. Yeah, well, you mean election fraud? I, I'm I've looked into it myself. I have no reason not to think, with all of the checks and balances we have on our system, that our elections are not safe and secure. Not to mention, even if there was doubt, which there was at the time, the people whose responsibility it is to look at it, and resolve that doubt have over and over and over and over and over. And they said each time there's no fraud. It's not just one body of people. Multiple people have looked at it in each one of these cases and determined it's not. So either all of those people are corrupt and they're all coordinated together, or our system is working and it's secure. It's not just like it's not. It was crazy to me at the time that the country would elect Trump. I just could not make sense of why they would put this man in office. Looking back, it's not as crazy now that they did that. I think he was legitimately elected by the American people. Um, it's not that crazy that Joe Biden got elected after 4 years of Trump. It's not insane and unreasonable to me that the country wanted a change and elected Biden. The election is not anomalous enough to make me that suspicious. So I accept the Trump election. I accept the Biden election. I'm going to accept whatever this new election is, unless they can prove fraud. But I'm not expecting fraud. I'm not suspicious of fraud. I think our system's going to work. Let's see, if the riot happened at the Capitol. It I didn't read the Georgia indictment, and please somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but if I understand it, some of the people involved in the conspiracy, Georgia was one of the states they were trying to do something with the electors or conspiracy. I'm sure we could look it up. I may be motivated to. Just no, I don't think any of them are on inciting. I think there was a congressional, maybe, or a subcommittee, something that did an investigation, and I think they recommended to the Justice Department to pursue something, but I don't think any actual. The charges that I'm aware of are all around this conspiracy. And it's Trump and a whole bunch of other people. There's like 15 or 20 other people indicted along with Trump that were part of this behind the scenes conspiracy to get these electors swapped out. It wasn't for the unrest on January 6th. People like some members of the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers are being charged with stuff like that. But so far as what I'm aware, none of it's tied directly to Trump. Now, some of them did get charged with seditious conspiracy based on some of their text messages with each other, and it was enough to put them under the classification of seditious conspiracy, but that was among themselves. So as far as I know, that has not been tied to Trump. The ruling was a little more subtle than that. They reclarified existing immunity laws, and they gave a little more guidance on the categories. But they didn't say that Donald Trump can do whatever he wants, and whether official or unofficial, and there are no consequences whatsoever. They definitely did not say that in the ruling. That would be stupid. There were three indictments that I'm aware of. Were they all in state indict at the state level? Yeah, but if you look at our history, like almost from the start, even before the start, even we were like the Continental Congress and all that, it was kind of crazy time all the way around. I mean, America is an experiment. This is we're still running. We've been running an experiment for what, over 200 something years, and making it work because of the groundwork that we laid down at the founding. And so we're still in that experiment. It's going to be chaos, and um, I don't know that it was not a system designed to be run with clockwork precision. It was a system designed to give us the flexibility we need to create the type of country that like the vision they had for America at the time, knowing that that vision was going to evolve and change. Let's see, one count of um Wombat, do you know what happened with that indictment? And I could look all of this up, and I have before. I'm just lazy today. Hey, Plasma, are you really next to a fire? Are you out camping or doing something cool? Yeah, it did scare. I was on a Zoom when it happened. I was zooming with some friends, and the footage came in, and I said, "Hang on, y'all, something's happening." And we pulled up the footage and we started watching it together, and we were all like, "Wow!" And not only that, I don't know if y'all remember this, but that same day, at some of the state capitals, there were people going to state capitals as well and protesting. And here in Washington State, a friend of mine took his phone down to the state capitol, and there were some Proud Boys there or something, and he was live streaming it, and you could see them harass him and try to take his phone and like push him around and stuff while he's filming. And so there were things happening at individual state capitals as well. So we weren't sure at the time if it was coordinated nationally, like at the state and federal level. That that's not an accurate reading of it. This idea that it gives presidents the ability to be dictators. I did read the immunity ruling. Pending the outcome of the. Oh, so now they just have to decide if the indictment charges would fall under the immunity thing or not, and then they can figure out which ones can go forward. Yeah, that sounds like what to expect after the immunity ruling. Okay, all right, fair enough. It's an interpretation. There many people have had that interpretation. So, when I read the ruling, I didn't get. I got a different interpretation. And even Amy Coney Barrett in her dissent pointed out some of the nuances to consider in their ruling. Are there people that don't trust the independence of the Supreme Court? They don't think it's an autonomous, or they don't trust it to be an autonomous branch of government, and they think it's part of a conspiracy to coordinate with the executive to establish something other than a democracy in America. Is that some of the fear? The best way to dispel that fear, in my opinion, is to read the rulings, because they go through great pains to lay out their legal reasoning, and some of it is very elegant, very complex, very deeply thought out, and you don't get the impression that the people that are able to do that are the same people that would like these mustache twirling villains just waiting to hand America over to a dictator. Oh, did I put it up? It should be pinned. Maybe not. Let me check. I think it's pinned. Yeah, I'll put it in. Hang on. One second. Yeah, I agree. It and people have the right just even if he didn't, even if he is not responsible, he didn't coordinate, he was just Trump being Trump. The speech that he gave that day, I think that's enough. If people want to take that speech alone and say, I'm worried about this, this is scary, this is scary rhetoric to me, I don't want this in power, that's valid to me. Just that alone is valid. Okay, let's see. We have Amanda. I'm going to trust you. Welcome.
Yeah, it's me, Jeff. Hi. We've never met before. It was just so much for me to type. And I wanted to talk about what you just mentioned in terms of SCOTUS and us trusting them. Number one, they have recently proven in the last, I don't know, let's just say 2 years. I'll be generous. The improprieties that exist and unethical behavior. Let's just take Clarence Thomas, and nonpartisan, media organizations have reported on this extensively about the kickbacks that his wife has received, the kickbacks that he has received that he did not report, okay, from rich Republican donors, specifically one specific billionaire, and I can't remember his name offhand, who has given him trips to go on vacations and trips to go on his yacht. Um, that's a problem for me. Um, I don't understand where. I always trusted SCOTUS and kept them in such high regards. Growing up and going through college and everything else, and now it has just become, in my opinion, almost like an unethical organization in some respect. And we have a problem if they're getting kickbacks and not reporting them.
I saw something where they put a motion to address that. So you're talking about Clarence Thomas. They recently did some kind of investigation in Clarence Thomas, and I think there was one other justice
Yes, there
that
was one other, and I'm trying to think if it
I
was.
think it was Alito.
I
Oh,
think
so
you're
was it
right.
about the wife and the flag thing?
I know his wife had some improprieties, but the article I read, I think it was in Reuters or on Forbes, which I consider to be pretty nonpartisan. Um, Specifically talked about the things that he received from big Republican donors. And I mean, let's be honest, had Ruth Bader Ginsburg retired, there would have been another opportunity for someone from the Democratic Party or Democratic leaning, liberal leaning, to have been appointed. And so that opportunity never happened. And then Trump was afforded the opportunity to put people in place. And so now you have a majority of conservatives on the Supreme Court. I mean, there's just no ands if buts about it.
But they're not all ruling the same way.
I know they're not. But in some of their decisions, I'm trying to think of another case that I read recently. Besides, it's been a couple months ago that they're. I'll
Is the
think of it.
issue that they're conservative, or is the issue Clarence Thomas specifically because of his kickbacks and Alito specifically because it starts out with oh, there's potential corruption. Look at what happened with Clarence Thomas. But then it switches to things like now there's conservatives. They had a chance to put a liberal, but now there's conservatives. Like just being conservative alone is enough to work to be a concern over the corruption part notwithstanding. So
Right, I get
I'm
what you're
confused
saying.
of if the concern is for the corruption or just because they're conservative.
I get what you're saying because the premise is they're supposed to be nonpartisan, and the reality remains that many of them, and let's take Justice Scalia. He was a known staunch conservative. I mean, in the way that he wrote, in the way that he made decisions. Um, I mean, it was no secret, and the facts are the facts. Have had Ruth Bader Ginsburg retired when someone went to her and said, "Hey, you need to retire so we can have this seat." So I have the opportunity to appoint somebody, and that person would have been Obama. She didn't do it, and I
Well,
can respect that.
that would argue even more for the nonpartisanship because that was a very partisan thing she was being asked to do on behalf of one party, and for her to say
Exactly.
no, I'm going to persist as a justice because that's what I want to do and that's my career as an individual.
Sorry, I'm talking to my dogs. Go ahead, honey.
Okay.
I apologize. My dogs are. I have two German shepherds, and they're active. And if I get on the panel, they just go crazy. But the fact
Hey,
remains,
doggies.
yeah. Hey, the historically speaking, the fact remains is they're supposed to be nonpartisan, and I want them to have the highest regard for ethics possible, regardless of party affiliation and or who appoints them. Does their party affiliation matter to me? Of course it does. But at the end of the day, you should be making decisions from the bench based on nonpartisan values.
Do you not think that they are?
Sometimes I think they do, and then there'll be times that they'll make rulings and I read them and I'm like, really? Like, are you kidding me? But then Justice Roberts sometimes really surprises me, and on a lot of cases that I thought he would go with, Clarence Thomas and that side, he's kind of gone with the ones who happen to be more liberal leaning.
Yeah, it's I can never predict how the rulings are going to fall on any particular issue. The last few years, probably the last several years, for a
Yeah,
while
I would
now.
agree. It's when Ruth was there and then Justice Scalia, you could pretty much kind of pinpoint under, you know, how things were going to be back then. I don't know. I have a different regard for them. One of my I have a minor in constitutional law, and that doesn't mean a whole hell of a lot. But one of my former professors, taught at a law school where I went to undergrad at, and he went on to be a clerk for Justice Scalia. He went to Dartmouth as an undergrad and then went to Yale Law School. And you know as well as I do that those schools, are very deep rooted in family values and money. And so his dad had gone to those institutions and his grandfather had gone there. So it was just expected of him to do those things. And he was brilliant. And so every time I would read some of Justice Scalia's decisions, I would always think of him because I never looked at him and said, is he a Democrat or is he Republican? I just considered him to be a nonpartisan person. And apparently him and Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Justice Scalia and her were very close. Um, Here in Little Rock, I went and saw her when she came through as part of a function through the Clinton Foundation, and
Oh,
yeah, she was talking about her relationship with him and how much respect that she had for him, and she actually teared up on the stage talking about how hard it was when she lost her best friend. And she talked about how her and her husband and him and his wife, they would vacation together, have dinners together. It, I just had no idea that they were that close. And she said it was nothing for me to be writing an opinion and pick up the phone and call him and say,
Oh,
"Hey, I
you
have."
mean Scalia? She
Yes,
considered her
Scalia.
best friend.
Yes, Scalia.
That
Yes.
that actually makes more sense to me
Mm-hmm.
than the current narrative about the Supreme Court. Like that resonates more with me as something that how actual humans work. They work together over the
That's
years.
how it
They're
should.
individuals. They get to know each other as people. They don't all think the same. They make different rulings. They dissent sometimes. They agree sometimes. That makes more sense than that they're this evil cabal that are in lockstep to subvert our democracy.
Well, and this is just my perception and my opinion, and it counts for nothing. But I think the Supreme Court changed when Trump came into office. And I say this to say, if you remember, and I don't want to age you or ask your age, but when
I'm
Clarence
old.
Thomas had the impropriety in the 80s,
Anita Hill.
Anita Hill, I
I
don't know
do
if you
remember that.
remember
Yep.
that.
Hmm.
Okay. And and then when Trump appointed, oh, I can see his face and can't think of his name right now. The one that got just grilled about the
Kavanaugh.
yes, about the fraternity parties. And my mind went back to Clarence Thomas and Anita Hill the whole time I watched it because I lived through that. I remember. I mean, it was a
That
real
was like
deal.
what early '90s, late
No,
'80s.
I think it was in the 80s, if I remember correctly. I remember being young.
Effigy, you
And
come up if you want to. Uh, you might be
who?
good for this conversation.
Who?
Let me look at animated effigy. Let
Okay.
me look up Anita Hill.
And taking, I just think the tide of SCOTUS
He was
changed with Trump.
nominated in '91
Okay,
by
so
Daddy
you're right.
Bush, so that's when it started. October '91 was when the hearings. That's the hearing where she made her accusation. So I guess
Yes.
it played out '91.
And based on what I remember, and this is just going off of a long time ago, um, I graduated high school in '94. So that was 30 years ago. So you add three to that. That would be 33 years ago. I just remember that everybody was just talking about it, and they're like, and I firmly believe that it happened. I just do.
That's part of the issue is those are narratives and stories, and they may be true and they may not be, and we certainly have no way of knowing. So
Of
we have
course,
this system that
speculation.
we agree to abide by, and until the system says it happened, that's all they are. I mean, everyone can believe what they want, but
That is true.
they
That
they
is
kind of
true.
never get beyond just that status,
Right,
and yet they
and
they have the
I
power to be
agree.
so divisive at the same time.
And something I want to clarify, if Tommy is still in here, I wasn't trying to be facetious. I think that you're confounding two different ideas. The January 6th is a completely different issue in terms of the indictments that Trump got in various states. Now, January 6th was a result of what happened at the election. The election was the catalyst for January 6th. But
Right, and the conspiracy.
and the conspiracy, no
But
doubt.
what I'm not sure about. This is what I think people are being very dogmatic about, and I'm being a little more cautious. Is what events on January 6th specifically was Trump involved in responsible for, and what were other actors independent of Trump? Because Trump is getting associated with every single thing that happened on January 6th.
Right. Um,
Because I think it supports a certain narrative that people want or need to believe regardless of how true it is. Hey,
taking
animated, welcome.
Hey,
Hi.
how's it going?
Taking out all of the, removing all the conspiracies, I want to focus on something that I absolutely firmly believe happened because Mike Pence substantiated that it happened. And other people in the room that worked for Trump at the time have publicly now stated through court depositions and things that it did in fact happen. And he was absolutely serious when he said he wanted Pence rounded up and hung on the lawn of the Capitol. And he thoroughly expected Pence to go and be on the floor of the Congress to handle, the official, you know what I'm saying, how they have to count them in.
My understanding of it was Pence was gonna reject the
That's it,
actual
yes.
slate or not, but not that they were gonna hang Pence. I
Well,
don't.
well, here, let me be. I'll be a little bit
Uh,
more generous. The the
uh,
the the way it happened was is that the crowd was chanting "Hang Mike Pence." They had literally brought with them a set of
yeah.
gallows
Yeah.
to set up, and they were chanting that. A call was made to the president by someone. I can't remember. I think it was a senator, um, and they basically told him that, hey, they're putting him in danger. They're chanting this outside, and Trump's response is basically like, well, let's see if he cares about the country more than himself. So there was some
Yeah,
kind
that
of really
sounds like
like
Trump.
flippant response. There was just some really flippant
Right.
response, basically saying, well, if he does the right thing, he has nothing to worry about. And that's basically what it came down to. And uh, the reason we know that this was kind of part of the plan was because there was a twofold part to this plan. One was whether or not Mike Pence would accept the fake electors in lieu of the real electors. But the other part of the plan was if the Secret Service would have to whisk him away. They had already talked to the head of uh, whoever was running the Senate, whoever would be next in line if the vice president would have to be whisked away, and they already tried to get him to be the one to do the same thing as
The
well, so
Speaker of
that it
the House.
would. I think it's in the Senate, so I think it would. I'm not sure if it was McConnell or whoever was next in
It's the
line there.
Speaker.
Or was it
But
the
not for
Speaker?
the Senate, huh?
Well, it would
I
have
was,
been Johnson then, right?
yes.
Or whoever it was at that time. Um,
Pelosi.
but that was the
What?
second part of it, is if there was a definite, and the whole reason that you
So
would
they
even
didn't just go to
include.
Mike; they went to the person after him as well
Right,
to
because
see if
and
they
see
wanted
this
to
is
be
this is
part
like
of
a
it.
really important point to me, because it shows that they were intending for things to get rowdy enough that the vice president might have to be whisked away. If you're
That
planning
you're
for him to,
inferring intent, but you have to demonstrate it.
well, if you're saying to the next in line that you might have to run the thing because of something that might happen that day, like what could it be?
But
Like
but I
there,
don't know. Do you know that's exactly what was said to this next in line? That's what I'm saying. It's the detail. Like it's a narrative with, but
I
I
know
don't know
I need
the
to go
details
back
behind
and
it.
rewatch the commission. I remember seeing them talk about this during the January 6th commission during someone's testimony. Um,
And exactly stuff like this was what I was hoping that these trials would get into, because I think there are details
but
still to
but
be
we
uncovered.
but we just had, like, and I'm not saying that it's conclusive, but if you want evidence, we just had the January 6th commission like a year ago, right? Like, and it was official, on the record, under oath testimony from people who were in his administration. So at the very least, there is a glut of information that we can pull from that is as close to
Hmm.
what, or as close as we can get to who was in that room, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, and thank you for clarifying because I couldn't get it out. I have chemo brain, so I apologize, but I
Oh.
knew I had read it in a transcript somewhere. And I do watch those congressional hearings, and that's exactly where I heard it. And all of those people, that worked on behalf of him that were in and around him that day. I mean, this is my opinion and it counts for nothing. Taking away my own political beliefs and trying to look at this as neutral as possible, the rhetoric that he has displayed throughout his presidency and continues to display, in my opinion, led to the events that occurred that day and events that continue to occur. Now, I'm not saying that the guy that tried to assassinate him is right in any form or fashion. Let me state that for the record, because I don't believe that violence has any place in any of our in our country like that. I don't like Trump, but I certainly don't want him to have been harmed, and that's the truth. Um, I think, given the situation, had it been Biden up there, the guy would have done the exact same thing. I mean, because, it didn't matter to this guy apparently. So, and I don't want to get off in the weeds with that. I'm just saying that words matter. And the things that you say about people, there are people that I know in my state that care more about Donald Trump than they do about the person that they worship, okay? Or the entity that they worship. And that's just the truth. And,
I mean, look, I'm no religious person by any stretch of the imagination, but when you start selling Bibles with your name on it, like
thank you.
even as an atheist, I can be like, wow, that's kind of blasphemous. Jeez.
Yeah, that's a stretch, isn't it? And,
And I'm completely non-religious.
and I have a lot of friends who, are in fact, agnostic and atheist.
Capitalism.
I happen to be a Christian. I'm not here to preach to anybody. I do believe in the First Amendment. I believe in your right to choose. Um, we've gone, when I was raised, and correct me how, guys may look at this differently. The office of the president was the most respected position in this country. Um,
Uh, in theory, yeah, it
in
was,
theory, yes.
and usually
And
in practice.
in practice, of course. And I'm not saying that Obama didn't make mistakes. We know Bill Clinton made mistakes, honey. Okay. I, as much as I love the Clintons, I'm not going to sit here and say that Bill didn't make a whole lot of problems when he was in Arkansas as governor and when he went to D.C. Okay. But anyway, they didn't use that kind of rhetoric that Trump has used. Nobody has up until this point. And when you sell false information to people in the form of misinformation, and I'm not saying that his campaign was not the only one. We know now that foreign entities, such as Russia, in the form of Putin, put out false information. I'm on my phone, or I would pull up an article that I have saved.
To be
Regard
completely fair, they're doing that for like literally anything that can split Americans apart.
Right,
Like literally
exactly, and
anything.
the FBI
Yeah, because
caught a
there's so
guy.
much that can nowadays,
Right, they caught a guy.
and
The
that's on
FBI
us.
has.
We're letting ourselves be split apart.
Right, and I'll just tell you guys, everybody that knows me, that I chat with here, knows that I am a registered Democrat and I'm proud of it. But I happen to live with a registered Republican who loves Trump, and so it is always a battleground state in my house. And
Yeah, you know what the funniest thing is, though, and I think this might surprise Jeff a little bit. Since I turned 18, I have been a registered independent. So my entire adult life, I've been an independent. I am actually not a registered Democrat.
Oh, do y'all have party registration down there? You register by party?
The only times, yeah, but
Because
and that
they have
determines
the
where you
jungle
when you can
primary
vote.
down
Well, yeah,
there.
you can only vote for the primary of which you register. So the only times I've
Oh,
ever
okay.
actually registered for a party was when I wanted to vote in a primary, and then I'd switch back to independent.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
see, and I can, when I go to the polling place, I can say, regardless of how I'm registered for the primary, I can ask for a Republican ballot if I wanted it, and they would give it to me.
Oh,
Um,
they have like separate ballots for Democrats and Republicans.
yes, here in Arkansas, we still use paper ballots in a lot of places, because let's be honest, we're still stuck 50 years behind here. Um, and there's other places like in downtown Little Rock, in the more, you know, downtown area, that have the machines. And so where I'm at in a suburb of Little Rock, I go and I say, "Hey, I'm here," and I give them my ID because you have to show ID here now. And they said, "What ballot would you like?" And I proudly always say in a room of Republicans, "I'd like a Democratic ballot, please."
What if you
And
want to mix, like vote some Republican, some Democrat,
you
like I do?
can't. You
What?
can't.
No, they can't. They have to let you vote for
I promise
the
you, honey.
candidates, right? Someone weigh in. This
But
doesn't
are you
sound
talking about a
right.
primary or just or like a general election?
Oh,
I'm
primary
talking,
maybe.
well, let me go back to the primary and let me clarify, okay, now that I'm thinking about it. In the primary, let me go back and think because I did recently vote for Biden. Okay, let me clarify that. They were on there. So at that time, I did not have to announce whether I wanted Republican, Democrat. But when I go in November, I'm going to have to request which one I want.
All right, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, that seems like a breach of your voter privacy in a way.
I agree because I vote in an area my entire state is heavily Republican. So
Well, maybe
imagine,
I mean,
maybe our elections are
I
not
can't even
fair.
remember like when I go vote. Like there's at no point where it asks me in any way what my affiliation is. Like
I
it's
mean,
just
you're going to laugh when I tell you guys this too. Our polling people are normally retired older people,
sure, yeah, that's everywhere.
Like Walmart
which is
greeters.
totally cool. Exactly. But most of our election places are held in churches in Arkansas.
Like inside the church or like a little
Yes.
church hall off
In
to
a
the
church
side?
hall inside the church. Like, I go to the Episcopal church. My friend goes to the Catholic church. My other friend goes to the Baptist. I'm not even joking. It's
I
just
get. I
crazy.
want to say maybe that's normal for religious communities. I don't know. We always voted in schools or sometimes like the library or the courthouse, like some government building. Because we had
Um,
the polls where you go and you pull the curtain and
yes,
you
I
work the
remember those
lever.
days.
That's how they did it in the Louisiana cities I was in.
Yes, absolutely. I remember that being a little girl going with my mama. I grew up 2 hours away from Louisiana in South Arkansas, and um, I remember those days. And
Well,
I
we
thought
just
it
got a
was the
bunch of
neatest thing.
Southern people in here, aren't we?
I
Oh yeah, it's
know.
the southern southern crowd. Yeah,
Just hillbilly.
I
I
love my
tell everybody
southerners.
I'm just a hillbilly. I'm just a redneck with an education, honey. Okay.
Yep,
Just like came from the swamp.
just from the
Absolutely.
swamp shack.
And that's okay. There's a lot of people here that are hillbillies, but there's hillbillies everywhere. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I love hillbillies. It's back, Chuck. Are you out there? Hi.
Hey, one of my neighbors is a hillbilly, and I tell you what, he's one of the best men I've ever met in my life, and would get
Yeah,
the shirt off his back to help anybody.
I've
And
never understood this bias against rural people or working class people.
I mean,
Most biases like that are based in the idea of the other. Like a person in the country never goes to the city, so the idea of a city person is like a foreign person to them. It's the other. You can hear things about them and believe them because you're never going to like readily be around them, right? It's the same thing that happens between like people who aren't around other races, right?
Or
Someone who
political parties.
or political parties. If you're not around the other people a lot, it's really easy to just believe things you hear because you have no actual reality to bounce it off of.
Hmm.
and that is so true because I grew up in a town with 1,500 people at the time, and I can promise you that I know people right now that have never left that town ever. They may come to Little Rock for whatever, if they need to go see a specialty doctor or something. But like, they were born there, they were raised there, they're raising their children there,
Hmm.
and they know nothing any different. So,
That's fine. That's completely normal.
I
There's
mean,
people in New Orleans, like the city of New Orleans, people, entire generations that have
that's
never
true.
left New Orleans or even their neighborhood. When Katrina happened, they were thrown out into the world outside of New Orleans for the first time in their entire life.
I know I got a lot of those Katrina kiddos in my classrooms because,
Yeah, that was not
you
a good
know,
time.
yeah,
Were you there? Were you part of it? Were you there for it?
I helped in the evacuation. I actually went into New Orleans afterward, helped people get out of the outskirts.
Oh
I've got
wow!
some heavy opinions about that time.
it was horrifying to watch.
Thank you so much. Wow.
Yeah, thank you, and thank God for the Cajun Army, the Cajun
The
Navy
Cajun Navy. Yep.
Yeah, that was the
that
birth of the Cajun Navy. Yeah, that's
That's
right.
right, dude.
that formed as a result of that, honey.
No, like that's one of those things where it's like, I know what the end of the world looks like now. I've seen it.
Oh,
Don't ever want to
that.
see that again.
I mean, I'll never forget even watching from here, and watching a body float by, or people living on their roofs, or
Hmm.
like the students that I got from New Orleans were so traumatized. And even growing up and as adults, they still are. And all I could do was just try to make sure that they understood that it was a safe place and that they were going to be okay. So I know that's easier said than done, but I can say, for at least for me, I witnessed communities here take care of people that came.
Yeah, I think it's still such a raw memory, mostly because there's a everyone. If you talk to someone from around here and you're like pre Katrina New Orleans, they know what you're talking about, because there
Yeah.
is a pre and a post Katrina New Orleans. The city was just completely different. Um,
It actually came back better to me when I.
but it was coming back really hard. The whole state was going really well, as far as like bouncing back from that in certain ways. The thing that was helping New Orleans, to tell you the truth, the most, I thought, was the film tax credit.
Yeah, the movie. The movie. Yep.
And then on his way out, after he had basically burned down our budget and left us in a black hole of
Jindal.
unfathomable proportions, Bobby Jindal, in his infinite wisdom, I attest to this day, because he was scared that New Orleans was becoming a liberal bastion because it was starting to attract Hollywood celebrities and the like. He completely ended that tax credit over that
But
change.
he ended. I didn't know he ended it.
Oh yeah,
I,
oh yeah.
so they don't have it anymore.
No, we haven't had it since the end of Jindal's administration. That's why the film industry died here and went to Georgia. That's why Marvel movies
What?
are made in Georgia and not Louisiana.
I had when I was living there. I had friends in the family. I saw what it was doing for the city. That's how he. Wait, I I didn't know that was. Was it just because it was all of Louisiana, right? There were a lot of companies coming in and making movies in Louisiana in general. Is it
Yeah, and but
statewide?
that's kind of the double edged sword about these film tax credits, though, is that you're getting a lot of money getting poured into your state, but all of it is never, like, it's never planting roots there. It's never opening a business that's going to be there when things are done. They're there just to
Yeah.
do work and leave. That's exactly what they did in that tax credit when they knocked it down to where it was below Georgia's tax
Oh
credit.
my! I
Everything
had
moved over
no
to Georgia.
idea that they
Oh
did.
yeah,
I
everything for the
assumed
past
that was
like
still going on.
yeah, everything for the past like 10 years has been made in Georgia because of that. All
I
the
didn't
Marvel
know.
movies were made in Georgia.
Yeah, I've
Wow.
never heard of this. I didn't know that.
Yeah, New Orleans was becoming like a new Hollywood. There were so many movies and TV shows being made there because of this tax credit.
Yeah,
Well,
we had a full movie studio built in
wow.
Baton Rouge and called Celtic Studios, and they were filming shit, and that thing's barely used now.
I
It's
love
just
Baton
still
Rouge.
still
I
still
love
a,
it.
It still gets used every now and then. Like I think the last movie that I remember, because I work in that industry and around here, and the last movie I remember being made on there was that Disney movie Crater, about it was like the Goonies on the moon, basically.
never
Oh,
heard of it, but I love the Goonies. Let
It
me look
like
it
it
up.
was on Disney Plus for like a few months, and then it just disappeared. But it was funny because I was building a set for some stuff, and I got a tip from one of my friends who was working in there, and he was like, "Hey, we've got an enormous amount of industrial styrofoam blocks because they were building this enormous set for the moon." And he was like, "And we're throwing it away. We're giving it away for free. So if you need an enormous amount of styrofoam, which we use to build sets and stuff like that," I was like, "Yeah, get the truck, let's go." And when we went there, I got to actually walk onto the set and imagine like those enormous warehouses that have movie sets in them.
Oh wow.
The entire thing was the surface of the moon. It's like the biggest thing I've ever stood in, as far as like built.
Wow. This is the one in Baton Rouge.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
It was a really cool experience. I was like, this is amazing.
What
I
did y'all
like.
end up doing with the foam?
I
Do
used
you
that
still
foam
live there?
to make Gollum's Cave for a production of The Hobbit.
Oh, oh, like a theater production.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Do you still live in Baton Rouge?
Yeah.
I,
Not to dox myself, but
no, no,
not
I'm
too many
not going to
people
come
hear it here.
find you. I promise. I was just going to say I had the pleasure once of going with a friend who had taken, gotten an appointment and was taking her animal down to the veterinary clinic. And um, first time I had ever been to the LSU campus. So,
Yeah, I love LSU.
oh yeah, yeah, and no, I'm not a Razorback fan. So, um, I'm an Alabama fan. Roll Tide. Okay, so
Go to
um,
hell.
I know, right? But I
I
will say
suppose.
Speaking of
this:
irrational hatreds,
it's fighting words around these
Did you
parts.
do a lot of tailgating, effigy?
did in the past tense. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay. Because
Those people we throw
my
down,
family
LSU,
y'all.
does all that. They have like the
LSU is in
season.
my blood, man. Like
Yeah,
that is part of my heart. I love that place.
my
You
family is
know,
big
I've always
tailgaters.
wanted to go to a football game there, and I've never gone.
Oh, yes. If you
It's
love football at all and you want to go to a stadium, go to Death Valley, yeah, and watch an SEC game, specifically an SEC game.
Oh well, it's all about
Daniel Price
you,
says no.
right?
Oh, Daniel, we were so close, and now we're just miles away.
What did Daniel say? Let me look. I don't know Daniel, but I appreciate
He
him.
said, "Boo SEC."
Oh, he's probably a Big Ten person or something.
Yeah, why would you cheer for the Pee Wee leagues?
Exactly. Come over to the real side. And now that Texas is here, let me tell you,
Hook 'em
it's
horns.
gonna be interesting. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. So, my undergrad degree is from an SEC school, Division One. I won't say which one, but it is. I'm like you. We just breathe football down here. I was just telling a friend of mine the other day. I was like, I am so ready for the fall in football. And she was like, "Girl, who are you telling? This heat is killing me."
Man, I used to when I was in college, and then a few years after college, I lived right on Nicholson down the road from Tiger Stadium, and it was just great. Even when you didn't go to the game, it's because it's one of those stadiums that can, like, if it gets rowdy, it can cause very minor earthquakes. So you
That is
could like
true.
feel the rumble of the stadium, and I was just like, yeah,
Oh wow, that energy. God.
It's kind of like
it's
Ole
it's
Miss.
about as close as like to the Roman Colosseum as you can get. Like,
What is that called outside of Old Miss, where they have all the tailgates of it? It's where all the trees are.
oh, what is that?
Gosh, I can't think of it, but I can tell.
I had a friend that went to Ole Miss. I don't know though.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Like you don't even have to go in the
I have
stadium.
a
No,
secret for you, Mr. B. Louisiana has some of the worst roads in the U.S. because we
oh
gave up
yeah.
our highway money because we didn't want to raise our drinking age. We were the last state in the union to hold out and keep it at 18, and our roads show.
I mean, let's be honest. Nobody has worse roads than New Orleans.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, that's
it's
true.
the
I
roads are
mean,
bad.
their
In fact,
potholes
Louisiana
encompass
set
entire
my
roads.
standard for roads. When I went to other states, I'm like, wow, y'all have amazing roads.
I don't know. Just going from the Louisiana to the Texas border is like a crazy experience.
Yeah. Good night, Shady. Good. Thank you for stopping by. See you.
And ironically, Mississippi has better roads than Arkansas. Who would have thought?
I love Mississippi.
Um,
Like
yeah,
I could see myself retiring out there in the country. It's just some of the most beautiful country.
they don't. They keep their like in Arkansas. You drive through, there's just garbage on the side of the highways. Nobody cleans them. But in
What?
Mississippi, it's clean. It's absolutely clean. And notice it the next time you drive through there.
Yeah, we used to hike and canoe in Mississippi a lot. It's a beautiful state.
Yeah, my introduction to that was driving back and forth to Scuba, Mississippi, where my son went to East Mississippi Community College for a while, and there's just a lot of open areas, kind of like here,
Hmm.
rural farmland. Well, it has been a pleasure. Thank you so much for letting me up. I'm going to jump down. I have thoroughly enjoyed our conversation, and um, it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
Yes, it will. I'm,
Um,
I'm prepared for the worst, for my version of the worst. I'm not really worried about violence and unrest, though. I just, for some reason, I think the country is ready to move on from that.
I hope so, but I will tell you that in reading all 900 and whatever pages it was of Project 2025, it scares me on so many levels. And, um, you know, I know, I know of a gay couple right now that are literally selling their home and they are going to move to a European country. And I'm not even joking because they're so fearful. I'm like, guys, don't do that just yet. You don't know what's
Yeah, I
going to
think
happen.
a lot of this is fear. It started when he got elected. I remember it, and I think a lot of people still have it.
They're afraid their marriage is going to be absolved, is why.
Oh, are they gay? Gay marriage?
Yes, it's a gay marriage, yes. And so,
We just like what 50, almost 60 Republicans helped pass the Respect for Marriage Act. In the younger generation, the support rates are even higher. They're like about what they were in my generation on the Democrat side.
yeah, I get it completely, and I've tried to convey that to them, and but I do appreciate. I mean, I don't know what it is to live in fear that I live in,
Yeah,
um,
I don't either, honestly.
and why it's scary to them. Um, but
Some of it's the imagination. You play out scenarios in your imagination of what could happen, but it's kind of like doing some reality testing and figuring out how realistic those scenarios are and how much to invest the anxiety and worry in them.
right, and one of them's been really wanting to leave the U.S. anyway, just because of other situations in terms of
Well, do you
political.
agree it's not like completely unwarranted, right?
Go ahead, hun. What'd you say again?
No, I'm asking Jeff.
Oh,
Do you agree that it's not completely unwarranted for people to worry,
What's
right? Like
what's
as soon as we got a conservative Supreme Court, like women lost their right to choose. Like
well,
after all of
not
them.
the instant. I mean, it had to make its way, but they've been saying that for a while about
I know,
Roe
but as soon
versus
as they have
Wade,
this,
and it.
but they had test case. All of these cases were cases that were put forward by groups who were using them as cases to get to the Supreme Court. None of this is ever. It seems like no case ever anymore is just like, oh, it happened and it made its way to the Supreme Court. It's
No,
always like
I don't
it seems
assume
like it's
they're
always brought
organic.
by someone, even on like on every single one. It seems.
Yeah, I don't assume they're organic. I'm
But every
sure
single one of
there's
the judges
political.
who struck it down said in their interviews when they were getting nominated to the Supreme Court that it was a precedent. So it's everything's up in the air at this point. So I don't think, and we've already heard Clarence Thomas say that he wanted to revisit was it a
Yeah,
Obergefell or
that's
whatever it's called,
one
and
justice. That's Clarence Thomas. I have to decide how seriously to take that one justice as a threat, and Alito even addressed that in his ruling that it's not a worry.
I'm sick of
So I have
Alito
to
too.
factor that in too.
yeah, I don't
And
even think we have to worry about the Supreme Court case anymore because Congress actually passed a law, so they would actually have to
yeah,
have some
I
kind of
don't
history
think
against
gay
that.
marriage is a target. It doesn't have the political payoff it used
But
to.
it
It's
is
not.
because in states like mine, and I can't speak for Louisiana or Mississippi or any of the other ones, Sarah Huckabee Sanders is my governor. This woman has targeted trans people and their driver's licenses for 200 and something people for a political agenda. I mean, they're like 0.0007% of the population here. But by God, we're going to cut down on gay marriage, and it's between
But
a man and
I'm
a woman.
confused. Like, are gay people worried about their marriages because trans people are being targeted for their driver's license
No,
and
I
they're
think that
it
no, don't mix it. I think that we have to consider both because, and by the way, my friends don't live in Arkansas. They're from Oklahoma, but they live in a New England state. That's all I'll say. But um, I think you have to look at all of it because MAGA has used gay and trans issues,
I'm MAGA. I'm gay MAGA.
and that's great. That's okay.
They,
But it's been used to incite fear and use it as rhetoric for an agenda. And I can tell you beyond a shadow of a doubt that it's being used in my state. And I'm
Gay
not saying
marriage specifically, or
absolutely.
well, it's federal law, so I don't know what they.
She just passed another. What is I read in the paper yesterday? She formed a. She formed something. We have something called the Family Council here, which is like the miniature version of the Heritage Foundation, and it's all convoluted. But I mean, like we're getting a Ten Commandment statue. We have a Ten Commandment statue on our state capitol
Didn't
grounds.
the Satanic Temple do something in your state?
Yes, and they attempted to put that figure. I don't know the name, but
The Baffin, this him.
yes,
Except
yes,
theirs has the little kids.
And then it got
yes,
torn down,
and
right?
no, they never allowed it. They never allowed it.
They have to by law,
I agree.
or
They
they have to
do.
not put up the Ten Commandment one,
Well, let me
which is
tell
what
you.
usually happens. They end up saying, "Fine, we won't put ours up."
Let me tell you, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, we're getting a God, an abortion. We're getting an abortion statue. No, sorry, a
It's an
pro
abortion
life.
statue.
We're getting a pro life statue on the state capitol grounds
I'm
with the
scared.
number of children who have been aborted in our state, and it's being paid by taxpayer dollars.
Is it being challenged?
Oh, I'm sure it will be. I mean, everybody sues here. You
Oh,
know the
I'm
you know
not seeing anything about it
not
yet.
yet, but just I'm telling you, it's in the works. It came out probably God within the last 6 months or more. Talking about it, and people raised hell, and of course the ACLU. What'll happen is if it gets any further, then the ACLU will just sue. So I mean that's what we usually have to
I mean,
do.
And
most
they
of this is
usually,
just
like the
sitting on.
Satanic Temple wins all the time on these separation of church and state cases.
Yeah, and let me tell you, I know what I was going to tell you. We have a former state senator named Jason Rapert, and he is about as far right as an evangelical Christian you can get. And he basically runs a Christian organization in addition to being he was a state senator. And he used it as a mechanism to funnel money into his campaigns. Fast forward, he blocked the head of the Church of Satan from his page, from his Jason Rapert for whatever page.
Lucian Greaves?
Yes. And so Luce, not the head, the one in Arkansas, the
Oh,
head,
the
not
head guy in Arkansas.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, the head guy in Arkansas. I can't think of his name. I've met him before at a homeless rally thing, but fundraiser. I won't say rally, but I can't think of his name. Anyway, long story
Insurrection.
short, he sued Jason Rapert and freaking won, which is fantastic. So Jason Rapert has to unblock all the satanic people and had to pay
Does that make you
$20.
feel better about our system and its religion's ability to encroach too far into it?
What do you mean in terms of
That the Satanic Temple won their complaint and they
as a
got the
fan
page unblocked.
of you that
Because
I
if we were in a theocracy or close to it, they would find a way to say, "Too bad, Satanists. So sorry."
right, and many people that I know have said that, but I don't feel that way because they have the same right as a Buddhist, as a Jewish person, as
Yeah, that no, that's what I'm saying. Like the fact that That Jason Rayford lost, does that not make you feel better
Oh, of
about
course it
our
does.
country?
I stood up and clapped in my living room when I read the decision. I mean, like, that's what he gets because he's such a freaking turd. Like, this guy is the true definition of he is the quintessential right wing nut who uses Christianity as a weapon. That's the best way I can describe him.
Well, some parties use DEI as a weapon too, so you
That
gotta
is,
look at
you know,
all the
I've heard that
sides.
argument. I've heard that
Um,
argument.
M Corner, that law. If you're talking about the Louisiana law, I promise you, it's gonna get shot down. It's not gonna stand. That's just Louisiana, like that. That's a stunt. That's just them
Plus, it's
doing what
already
they
backfired on him
kicking up.
because he did something right after that law was passed. I can't remember what it was, but it was God, what was it? And it ended up that it specifically ended up predominantly targeting Catholics, and then everybody was like, "Whoa, what's going on?" And then everyone realized that the Ten Commandments that he enshrined in law to be put in those classrooms was the Protestant version of the Ten Commandments. And now everybody's like,
KJV.
"Hey, what's going on?" Our state's like half Catholic, and so it's just been kind of funny to watch him kind of like melt down because he's been pandering to the northern part of the state.
I knew
Hmm.
it was a bad idea. Like when I saw that law come out, I'm like, oh, I love my
Oklahoma did
people,
the same
but
thing. Oklahoma did the
they're
same
not
thing.
gonna get away with this.
I mean, I hope the ACLU sues the crap out of the people whoever decided that in Louisiana. I'm sorry.
They will. It's not gonna stay.
I think it
Even the people that passed the law knows it's not gonna stand. When they passed it, they're like, this will probably get struck down,
so.
but
I
we're
think
doing this for religious reasons. Blah blah blah.
right. I don't try to come off like panicky about these things like, oh, this is the thing that's going to topple the republic, but like I think it's important to point out, because I think it's important to point out that these people don't have the same values as us when it comes to separating church and state, or not trying to have their religion as be supremacist
But
in
they
the
never
country.
win.
And that's cool, but I can still say, look, you don't believe in our values because you're trying to overturn them.
Yeah, you could. I say that about some of the things I see on the left, and yeah, that's. I
Absolutely,
think you can
yeah,
say that.
it's important to do that.
And
Yeah,
that's the
I
reason
think
that
telling the
separation of
Ten
church and
Commandment
state
people
exists.
that this does not represent American values is perfectly appropriate. I think that's good for them to hear.
I mean, it needs to be said. I mean, the court decisions up until this point, landmark decisions have been very clear about the separation of church and state.
Yeah,
And I'm okay with my American flag when I had a classroom and it being there. I don't have a problem with that. But I had students who were Jehovah's Witnesses. I had students who were atheists. I had students who were Buddhist and everything in between. I had a guy that was Punjabi. He was from India.
okay.
Yeah, I
Like
mean,
Sikh or something.
yes, yes. We have to respect his religion here just as much as everyone else's. And I just I think
I mean, we've
education.
been a religiously plural country for a while now.
I
I can't
disagree.
believe we're still even struggling with this.
I disagree. If you read some of the papers, like let's take James Madison, it, there's some of them that were deist. I mean, I'm going to call it what it is. So I really thank you, especially Benjamin Franklin, for God's
Hey,
sakes.
that's my man.
I
That's
love
daddy.
him. I
I
love him.
love Ben. Publica wants to know which part of the Ten Commandments you have a problem with, if
Well, let
any.
me tell you about corrosive commentary, aka Coco. Um, he is nothing but a troll.
Oh, you talking about
His
this particular
Yeah,
guy? Oh, okay.
I've been watching his stupid comments. I mean, he's been rattling off
Well,
questions.
you don't. If he's a troll, you don't have to answer him if you don't
Well,
want.
I can answer that question. For one, everyone in America is not Christian, and therefore they shouldn't have to see on the walls of the classroom that is public, that everyone in the country can go to, the specific rules from one specific religion. That's just
Yeah,
on its face. If you want to actually get into the Ten Commandments, I can go down my spiel on that one, because there's only 4 actual moral statements in the Ten Commandments, but that's a whole different thing. To
yeah.
me,
Because
the
you're getting to
basis
the
is that
parochial
you're putting
school.
if I put the pillars of Islam and mandated it on every school in the country. Like, would Christians be cool with that? Of course they wouldn't, nor should they.
Well, I had a student years ago when I was still teaching that was, from the Middle East, and we had a silent reading period for 15 minutes at the beginning of every class, and he wanted to read his Quran, and I said absolutely, because I have to afford him the same ability as a child that wants to read the Bible.
Yeah.
Sure.
Easy. If that's you in the back, can you flash your cam? All right.
And I want
I'm
to
bringing
say
you on.
something real quick, if you don't mind, if you'll just humor me for a moment. Corrosive, I had said multiple times that my son went to a Division II school. I've said that over and over and over. I shouldn't have to justify to you what
You
my
don't.
grown adult son
Don't
did
do
in
it.
college. Leave it alone, dude. I don't talk about your children.
Welcome, Easy. What's up?
How are you guys doing?
Oh, pretty good. Just chatting politics more or less today.
Yeah. I heard. I was listening in for a little bit here.
Are you panel hopping?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, welcome.
I'm being
Hello,
extra
Easy's
calm
audience.
today to make up for losing my shit yesterday.
What happened? Did you do verbal combat?
Oh, no. When I was on your stream at first.
On my stream?
Yeah, early in the day yesterday.
I don't
Oh, did
remember
you go
anything.
ham over here or what?
No, I don't. There's nothing to apologize for.
So I'm curious, Jeff, since you're a gay Republican, that's not a Nazi.
No. I'm actually an enlightened centrist. I
Okay.
consider myself a gay conservative, and I do
Okay.
vote
Duly
Republican
noted. Duly
sometimes.
noted.
What's the difference between a
Center
centrist
right.
and a
I lean
centrist?
right.
Enlightened centrist.
I believe
Radically
in
enlightened.
limits, and I'm a Democrat, so I'll give you a notch there. But what is your position on the Ten Commandments being in the classroom? Are you okay with that?
No, I think it's separation of church and state. I think it's going to get shot down. I knew the second they passed it, it's not going to hold up.
I mean, I'm just waiting for my state to adopt it, because apparently Oklahoma, Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, our governors all share the same playbook.
Yeah, but they still have to abide by our federal laws.
This is true.
So,
And the U.S., honestly, it's been
what does
pretty
that have
good
to
on
do with
separation of church and
separation of
state
state?
and free speech. Those are the two things it seems to do really well.
But what's that have to do with separation of church and state for putting up the Ten
And the
Commandments?
public schools, because public schools are
It's not saying they
non-religious.
have to go to church or anything like
You're
that.
giving preference to one religion over the other.
Yeah, you're Canadian, right? Speak easy. So,
So
go
the
back.
usual thing is that you either have to have
Every
from all
time
religions
I
or not.
talk about a topic, it's you're Canadian and what?
No,
Well,
I'm just
that's a
saying,
cross
You're
you'll
a
have to
woman.
bear. We
And
know it's
you're a
not your
woman.
fault.
And what?
we have
You're
a
a
court
woman.
precedent.
Yeah, you're a
No.
woman. So that means you should wait for all the men to speak. How about that?
How about you
Yeah,
sit
you like
down and
that?
shut up, okay?
You like that?
Because
No,
you
then
can
don't
take
just like
your
jump to the
little
he's Canadian thing. It's just
misogyny
whack,
back
man.
over to your panel,
You,
okay?
all you Americans do that. You can't compete with if you're so much better than a Canadian, then just don't worry about where I'm from. Talk
Why
about
don't
the
you try to
ideas.
learn the laws here before you speak on them?
Excuse me, what?
Why don't you learn the laws here before you speak on them like a moron?
Yeah, I do know the laws in America.
Okay,
Yeah.
then tell me some of the landmark decisions that led to the separation of church and state. I'll wait.
Sorry, say that again.
Tell me some of the landmark decisions that led to the separation of church and state. I'll wait.
You want me to name the decisions that led to the separation of church and
Yes, give
state?
me a brief.
I thought you said I have to know the laws. Now you want me to know the
That
process
is the law.
led to
Okay,
the
wait,
laws?
real quick. We have
Do I
Esso
get the quiz?
Hopeful
Do
in
you
the
want
back. Does
American laws
anybody
after
know
this?
him?
I just want to make sure.
No, I don't know that.
We're doing a pop quiz.
Yeah,
Does
why don't
anybody
you
know?
tell me
Hang
about
on. Hey,
that?
hey, excuse me. Hey, I need to control my panel here. Does anybody know Esso Hopeful? Somebody's in the back wanting
I
to
do
come
not. I do not.
in. Esso.
They
I'm
were
not.
just in my chat not long ago. I think they're from Night Ish's panel, if I'm not
I
mistaken.
just want to make sure they're not going to troll or porn bomb. They're camming up, so they're a real person. I just need.
Oh,
All right, I
okay.
tell you what we're going to do, Esso. I'm going to bring you on under solo, and see. Welcome.
Yeah, I can't say that. So, I apologize.
Appreciate you. Thanks for letting me on.
What's up?
No, I was gonna let her finish, and then I was gonna chime into
Okay.
the conversation if that's cool with you.
No, I'm
Yeah,
just
no
simply
no
asking
problem.
him to tell me about what he contends. I mean, we have court precedent in this country that we abide by based on the amendments.
So it,
That
it might be a specifically American thing, easy as to
we have
our
27
Ten Commandment issues.
No, it's not even like so. All I simply asked was the question, and she asked me the process. What was the process to the decision of separating church and state? Like
I
I
asked you for the
don't know.
court precedent. Tell me specific cases. Since you're questioning what we do,
Specific cases now.
Well, I'm curious myself.
The
I'm not
founders
sure what.
believed that separating the church and state was the best way to protect Americans' religious liberties. Is
that's
this a
what I
good enough
believe.
definition for you of why you guys have these laws? Is that good
Hey,
enough?
I'm
Or do
not
you
the
want me
one
to like
arguing for
name
the
these
Ten
certain
Commandments
cases
in
you're
the
talking
school.
about?
I'm not arguing for the Ten Commandments to be posted in the school. I'm the liberal here.
Well, that's cool. I was simply asking you what you have against it, and just went off on fucking
Because
this
you're
whole
here to
tangent
troll,
here.
because I know you, Easy.
No, I don't think Easy's here to troll. I mean,
Are you
Easy has a pretty good reputation with me.
okay, well, are you by chance restreaming this to your panel, Easy?
Yes. And what does that matter?
Yeah, but
It's a
we assume that anytime Easy's anywhere, though.
Yeah, Easy. I don't
let
have a
me
problem with
tell you
that.
something, Amanda.
I have my StreamYard set where anyone's welcome to restream. That's not an issue.
Okay,
and
well, if you're
also
okay with that,
he's
Sheriff,
also on a platform called YouTube where I literally wouldn't even have to be here and I could stream every one of his streams. You understand that, right? This is the stupidest thing you're complaining about right
No,
now.
so
no,
yeah,
Instead of
you're
real
really
real
not.
quick.
with the
I'm
argument,
complaining about the
this is
fact
what
that
you're
you
doing. You
don't need to
attack that
sit
I'm
there and shut
Canadian.
up.
You call me a troll instead of
You
having
are a
any
troll.
argument.
Okay, I need to end this drama and uh Amanda, not anything personal, but you did say that you were going to take care of.
I really am behind by about like 30 minutes now, so I really did need to go 30 minutes ago. So I will digress here
I was
and
going to respond to Amanda real quick before you leave.
Okay.
sure,
So
sure.
yeah, the separation between church and state comes because there's a belief that religion is a matter which lies solely between man and his God, and that he doesn't have to account to any other man as far as for with like powers of government, um any type of, what do you call it, hindrance of anyone else's exercise of their own rights or their own, you know what I mean, what they believe in. Any law can't have anything to do with your religion. Like, there's no laws against you having your religion. The laws would be the separation would be because of whatever you think your religion is.
Right.
I don't know if I'm making any sense.
And I hear what you're saying, but I will tell you just briefly that it's deeply rooted in what you're saying, but more so in the sense that it's rooted in the fact that the government can't make one religion for any one person in our country, that it's based on what you choose to be. And so I would encourage those of you that are perhaps not from here to go out and read some of the landmark decisions, because hey, I think it's a good read. You might be interested in it. I don't
Part
know.
of it is that America itself, people came here fleeing religious persecution to begin with, so they were
Exactly.
very sensitive to establishing any kind of religious tyranny or the possibility of it.
That's why I love Ben Franklin.
Well, they were also leaving a place that state and religion were completely intertwined. So, like, Iso gave a really good theological argument for the separation of church and state.
Yeah.
I think the institutional argument, though, is that the two things corrupt each other. Government takes over religion, religion takes over government. It goes back and forth if you start intertwining them in ways.
Right, that's why we have to have that separation.
Yeah, it benefits everyone to keep them separate.
Right. And I do understand your premise, not to be disingenuous or anything. I don't know your name. Let me look. I have to make it bigger. I'm old. It's ESO. I hope I'm saying that correctly, ESO.
Yeah, that's right.
I understand your premise, and I can appreciate your perspective on it. Um, I think that religion is deeply personal if you choose to have one. So, at any rate, I'm going to jump down. Thank you so much, Jeff, for letting me up. It's been an absolute pleasure. And the guy from Baton Rouge, it's been a pleasure.
You too, Amanda, very
Yeah, it's
much.
been a
Thank
pleasure.
you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, take care.
Baton Rouge. I thought you were from Eunice.
Who's from? Oh no, he's talking about somebody else. She's talking about somebody else.
Oh,
Who's from Eunice? Down in Eunice.
That's Eunice was the big city. I'm not even from Eunice. Smaller than that.
Go down and party down by La Place.
Mm.
Hey,
We used to do Mardi Gras down there.
remember that dude who fucked up the Baphomet that was...
Oh, at the that ugly one they put up for Christmas with the disco ball face. Yes.
Well, no, that there was this Baphomet that was set up, like, and some politician like cut his head off and like...
At the White House or at the Capitol.
Yeah, I guess it was the Capitol or something.
No, I think it's someone did it to the statue during the night, and
The Satanic Temple put up a Baphomet display, and they weren't allowed to use an actual skull, so they created this disco ball-looking skull, which was hideous. I probably would have knocked it off myself, and somebody went and defaced it, vandalized it.
Shit, that's kind of funny. But he got charged though, or he had to pay his fine or some shit.
I think he did. It was vandalism.
Yeah, and it hurt his political stance or whatever. Not stance, his job.
Yeah, I think people should respect each other's religion.
Yeah.
In America, I think people should respect each other in general, but particularly their religion, their culture, ethnicity,
Except,
background, things that make us different.
I don't think I'd be very comfortable seeing a Baphomet in any building, but I definitely don't like seeing Jesus on the cross. That just really never turned me on. It made me sick.
Yeah, I don't think it turns many people on. Hopefully,
I'm not saying it in a gay way, like it never turned me on because it was just like kind of sick. It's just like, okay, we understand it's, whatever.
But part of living in a pluralistic society is you sometimes see things you don't always want to see or expect to see.
Yeah.
Easy, what's on your mind?
Oh no, I was just listening in. Actually, when I first came up, Effigy, like right before I came up, Effigy had said something about like people wouldn't like if we were to like put the Quran up or something like this. What did you say?
Was the pillars of Islam? If we were to post like the 5 pillars of Islam, like by law, and only that, would Christians be cool with it if we were putting it in their kids, kindergarten classes and stuff like that? I seriously doubt it. I think we would have whales of Sharia law and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, that's like, don't you agree though? The Sharia law is a lot different. Like they literally tell you to kill people for leaving the faith.
Oh, and if you want to argue how shitty like things in Islam are, sure, like that's an easy argument. I'm just saying.
Like, why would you want to?
I'm trying to word it in a way that somebody from a Christian perspective would understand why someone from a non-Christian, religion would say, "Hey, don't post your religious laws in everyone's classroom without anyone else's."
Do you feel the same about like pride flags that they put in elementary school?
I think that falls in the argument of how much leeway do we give teachers to express themselves, right? So I don't think like plastering your classroom with that kind of stuff is should be correct. No, but if like a teacher has like a little one on their desk or something, like if they're, I don't know. I
Could
don't
a
know what the rules
teacher
about
have a
personal
cross
effects.
or like a little Jesus statue on their desk?
So the teacher should be able to put up the 10 Commandments in his or her classroom, right?
I think there are specific rules about what can be posted on walls and things like that, as far as like educational
Yeah.
material and stuff like that. But like
Yeah,
I said,
so-
if I understood how much like a teacher could have like personal effects, if that because that would be included for me. Like your
Yeah.
religion, stuff like that doesn't belong anywhere in on all
Neither
these
does
places
your
where we've got.
sexual preferences.
Oh, I agree. Yeah, I don't think you should be posting like giant pride flags across your walls and stuff like that.
So I couldn't have my Baphomet in the classroom on my desk.
I mean, if it was allowed on your desk, like with your personal stuff.
Like, how much is personal expression versus how much is promoting? Like, a 10 Commandments poster would probably not be personal expression, but a little statue on my desk might be. And a pride flag hanging on the wall might not be personal expression, but
like a little one on
a
your
little
desk,
gay
maybe.
pin or something that I wear
Right.
might.
Yeah, and I think that is the line that's skirted a lot by teachers.
So is the only
and I think we
reason
all
that
I
you
think we
have a
all
problem
prefer
with
teachers
this
to keep their personal lives away from school more than a lot of people do.
Yeah, so
I know I did when I was teaching. I was careful to keep that boundary.
Is your only reason for this effigy is because one of the commandments are thou shalt not have any other gods before me? Is that the only one that you the reasoning
Like
for
the
it?
only one. Wait, what are you talking about? Like my reasons have nothing to do with the commandments themselves, right?
Oh,
Like my
Does
reasons
it?
for church the if you want to talk about the my problems with the 10 Commandments as a set of moral laws themselves, that's a different argument as to whether or not I want to allow a religion's code of laws themselves be put on the public, classroom walls, right? It could be any set of religious laws. Like I said, it could be the 5 pillars of Islam. It could be the tenets of Buddhism. You can't mandate that stuff without allowing all the other ones as well.
They don't do that anyway. I mean, unless it's a religious school, and I don't think they do that in public school.
Well, Louisiana just passed a law
We just
saying that
passed a law over here to do that.
Does it say they could, or does it mandate?
It mandates it.
So now they have to. Not only can they, every school has to now have the 10 Commandments.
No, I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, and I don't think it's going to stand up. I don't think it's
going to get
constitutional.
overturned, and it's going to waste our state's money once again. But
yeah, that's kind of fucked.
And that's why I try to frame it, from people from another perspective, saying, what if there was a law that said we can only put the tenets of it, the pillars of Islam up on the walls that your kids go to school to each day, and those were the only things that were allowed there. Like, not anything about the 10 Commandments, not anything at all, just those.
But I feel the same way about all the DEI posters and equity stuff they have too. I don't think that should. If the 10 Commandments can't be in there, I don't think that other stuff should be in there either. Just put reading, math, science stuff. Leave the political stuff out.
well, yeah, you're right. Okay, so I get what you say when you're saying like the Bible, the commandments, they represent a religion, right? But don't you think that we could also argue that it represents history? 73 books written over 1,500 years, 3 different continents, all different generations, some of them.
Do you mean it itself is history, or it has historical
they all
value?
wrote about the same Jesus that we're taught about in the Bible. This seems like it's a history that should be taught. Yeah.
Well, see, now you're moving on to a whole different subject, the historicity.
No. I'm staying right here, bro. Because you guys said it was a separation of religion, church and state issue, right? So now what I'm doing is showing you that no, it's a history lesson.
But the Bible is not a historical text. It's not history. It's
Yeah, it is
legend,
history.
saga, myth, chronicle,
history.
narrative, but
I mean, it's
it's
history
not.
in the fact that it's a book that exists. Yeah, the same way
You
that
have
like
the same- you have
Shakespeare
the
are
same
plays that
proof,
were written.
You have the same proof, if not more, actually, of the things written in the Bible than you do of Genghis Khan. But you guys would all accept Genghis Khan as an actual person.
Well, I don't necessarily reject Jesus as an actual person either. I'm willing to accept that he had a historical
Right, so
existence.
why
Not
not
that
let's
he's
That's-
divine or
that's
immortal.
that's a backwards
Why not
comparison.
teach about the man that?
Well,
Well, you're trying,
Right,
you're trying
easy.
to get me back into the historical Jesus argument that you heard me make.
This is public school, and
But
so
as
I'm
far as
trying to
the-
figure out where the history of Israel would even fit into that. Like, there might be one unit in world geography where in the United States that would be a topic that would warrant that kind of attention. But outside of that, like the history of the ancient history of the Middle East is just not part of the U.S. school curriculum in general.
So the history of the world shouldn't be taught.
They teach world history, but not in the level of detail that I think
that's what Kim Jong Un only teaches in his country the history from when he was born. They don't even let you teach past from when he was born.
Yeah, well, we don't do it like that here.
Yeah, but like this is what I mean. Like, why would you want to like condense the amount of history taught?
Because you only have a limited.
Only want to learn about America's history.
Because you do that at like the college and graduate level, but in the public school system, I'm trying to think how that extensive of a history of the ancient Near East would even be required. Maybe geography, maybe world history. If I don't even know if I took a world history class.
Yeah, no, I understand this. Lots of things aren't required in school.
Jack Dark.
And so if that were required, if you were required to teach like
things in the Bible, but not all of the Bible is historically accurate.
Right, I wouldn't use the Bible as my source text.
A lot of it is law. We've verified a lot of stuff, but like I was saying in the other day, we verified a lot of the Iron Age parts of the old Bible, of the Old Testament, but all of the Bronze Age stuff, all of the older stuff, we consider nearly all of that myth because we have no proof for it. Right now.
But we have over 500 accounts of people writing about watching Jesus rise from the dead. Like,
there's at least 8 different Jesuses in the Bible.
Sorry, say that again. You both said something.
Go ahead, Effigy.
No, he's trying to get back on the historicity of Jesus specifically. Because I was in an argument.
Everything we have on Jesus was written after his lifetime, and I'm reading the Bible right now. Look, my book. There's at least 7 or 8 Jesuses in the Bible alone. Each of the Gospels gives us a different version. Paul gives us a different version. There's a different version in Revelation. So even in the Bible, there's not a consistent version of Jesus, and that stuff was written after the death of Jesus. So I'm not sure what the historicity of Jesus has to do with the message of the gospel.
I would bring you back to Genghis Khan. I'll bring you back to Genghis Khan. All of that, we never found his body. All of that shit was written years after he passed away. So again, apparently nobody even knows how he died. This is, again, I can give you the same thing about people you accept.
I'm not sure what that has to do with my point. The point was not the historicity of Jesus.
I can do this with any history. Prove Alexander the Great lived. Show me your proof that Alexander the Great was a person. Go ahead.
Well, we have historical documents. We have
history
written at the time that Alexander was alive. That's not the case with Jesus of Nazareth. And even if it were, why do we need to teach the history of this person in public school?
Well, no. We have cities that he named himself after himself. We have Alexandrias all over the entire Southern Europe, Middle Eastern, Mediterranean border. Like they're Alexandria's in Egypt.
There was only one Alexander, eh? How do you know this wasn't done by multiple men?
They're definitely they're definitely.
You think there was more than one Alexander?
Hold on, but
history is a hard thing to actually.
I agree with you completely. I agree with you.
I will give you this, obviously.
But you agree with there's a big difference between one guy who talked to just a few people in a small place compared to these guys who ran armies and sacked cities, right? There's way more evidence for one than the other, right?
What? What's the more evidence?
Like we have evidence that the battles happened. We have evidence. There's that genetic evidence of a 10% of the Asian population having a common ancestor, a recent common ancestor, things like that. There's all kinds of evidence that point to someone who have an enormous impact on the world around them, right?
Like Jesus Christ did? Yeah.
No, I mean during their lifetime. No. So during Jesus' lifetime. Well, I'm saying size matters, right? It depends on how you're impacted in the world as far as what during your lifetime. So during his lifetime, if I go good faith on you and say that, okay, all of these accounts are true, then still this person made a small impact with a small group of people in one or a few cities in this one area, as opposed to like a warlord who was raising entire civilizations and
it was only in this one little area, but it reached all over the world.
Sure, but I'm just saying, can you understand why one of those two would have more evidence than the other? If I go burn a city down as compared to me talking to a bunch of people, in 1,000 years, there would probably be more evidence that a city got burned down than I talked to people, right?
Yeah, I think, you know what I think I would remember even better? Someone walking on water. That's probably something I would remember even better than the dude that burnt the city down. Yeah.
So what makes any of that those fantastical claims any different than any of the ones we find in, like, say, Roman or Greek mythology?
I'm not the one. Hey. I'm not the one denying history. You are. So I'm asking you why you accept one history.
No, that's a strange claim. What history am I denying? What history am I denying?
You're denying the history of Jesus Christ.
What specific
many scholars, not only Christian scholars, not only the ones that focus on the Islam's, just scholars in general actually all agree that Jesus Christ was real. Do you understand?
Yeah. I agree. Yeah.
Okay. So
yeah. I never like I said on the day that we were arguing this before, I was like, it's not my actual position. I was just being shitty that day.
Jesus Christ is a.
I know.
I understand it's completely more plausible, and this is as far as I'll grant. It's more plausible that all of that was based on a person that existed. But in my opinion, it is still possible that that person did not exist. Although I grant it is far more plausible that it is based on a person.
The person we're talking.
What you're saying. The probability is for you is Jesus was real, but there's a possibility he wasn't.
Yeah, the same as there's a possibility there was no actual Genghis Khan, and it was actually a bunch of people who we named after. And wait, say that again. It's easy. Sorry.
So you would give that same though to, like, the probability of Genghis Khan being real is high, but there's still a possibility he wasn't real.
Yeah, there's still a possibility it was like a couple of people instead of one or something like that. Yeah, until we have that actual, like, hard proof. Yeah, I'll stick by my imperialistic noose that I've got. Empirical noose that I've got. Sorry. Already a few drinks in tonight.
Yeah, I was trying to say what Publica is saying right here. That the historical person we're talking about is Jesus or Yeshua of Nazareth. Whether that's Jesus Christ, the deity, are two different questions. So, to me, whether this Yeshua guy existed is beside the point. That's not the heart of Christianity. Christianity is centered around the mythological, theological figure of Jesus the Christ, the divine being. And I don't know why they would need to know about this Yeshua guy in Nazareth in public school. I just don't know how that would fit into the curriculum at all. We did get it in catechism in Bible school, but we never learned it in public school at all.
I mean, so world history
they don't even. Religions. They said something when I read it here. It's something about by 5th grade they're going to teach about the Bible, and it doesn't even say that it's going to, like, preach the Bible or tell them they have to follow it. It says teach about the Bible.
What are you looking at?
And then the other thing is saying that they're going to have the 10 Commandments hanging in all classrooms. So I'm wondering, like,
which version?
Easy. What are you looking at? What are you getting this from?
Here, I can drop it in the back here. It's
the 10 Commandments thing. If you're talking about the United States, that's not going to fly. That's just a political stunt.
Louisiana mandate. It's what you guys were just talking about earlier.
Yeah, that's not going to hold up. That's a political stunt more than anything else.
Yeah, so what they did was...
So the law was the commandments and teach about the Bible? It was two parts to it?
The new law mandates...
I didn't know about the Bible part.
Yeah, so the new law mandates that 10 commandments can 10 commandments be displayed in all public school classrooms. And Oklahoma's top education official has ordered that the Bible, including the 10 commandments, be taught starting in the 5th grade.
In what's as part of what subject? That's what would be important.
That's crucial because they are about how you relate with divinity vertically and how you relate with your fellow human beings horizontally.
Because divinity, at least here in the U.S., there is not a place in the public school for that. That's a religious concept. But I don't have a problem with them teaching that the Bible exists. It's an important piece of literature. Maybe teach it as part of literature class or myth or something like that. But I think people need to know that the Bible exists and that it's a foundational book for Western culture. So
Sure,
that's
even
important.
Understand English literature, you have to have some kind of basic understanding of the stories in the Bible.
So I'm not saying like keep the Bible out of public school completely and pretend like don't let kids ever know that it's even out there. I think there are contexts in which it's almost impossible to teach that subject without bringing in the Bible. I just don't know if history would be one of them.
Right, coming at it where you're like holding the Bible and say like this is a historical document in the sense that the things that are inside it are true is a religious perspective.
It's also important to know how important the Bible was or how important biblical culture was to the founding of the United States, some of the people that came over here, etc. So there's historical reasons to understand the importance of the Bible to certain people and certain cultures. So for that reason, I think the more you know about the Bible, the more it would illuminate your understanding. But you can't teach it as religion.
Also, can I just say that Shiva's 10 Commandments debate was driving me nuts. There's so many better points than the murder one that he was sticking on.
Was that from Friday?
Yeah, it was the one Saturday.
Who won?
Okay,
Yes, Friday.
I was just reading about the issues here that are going to come up. I was trying to figure out where the biggest issue is going to come from. So I think because you said something about they're not all about morals, right? Effigy.
Well, that's more of an internal argument for whether or not the 10 Commandments are an actual good set of moral laws. So as far as like whether or not you can put it in a classroom, those are whole different arguments that have nothing to do with that. That's if you want to argue that the 10 Commandments are actually a good set of moral laws. I could make a pretty good argument against that because I only feel that 4 of them are actually moral statements.
So like you're talking about how the other day when they were having the 10 Commandment flaws.
Oh yeah, because
So what's
Shiva chose to just stick on the murder one. Well, my feeling is that the biggest flaw
do you agree with that murder one first off?
Well, no, yeah, that's the point that you shall not murder, commit adultery, steal, or lie are solid moral statements, right?
Okay.
All the rest of them, if I'm not a part of your religion, have almost no meaning, and some of them have situational ethic that it can be completely opposite to it. So, like, what kind of moral statement is you shall have no other gods if there's only one God?
Yeah, so that thou shalt not have no other gods before me. So that's describing your relationship to God, right? You don't honor things the way you do God.
That sounds religious to me.
The way you do God, right? That's about your relationship with God. That's what that commandment is, right? The first, I think it's like the first 5 are about your relationship with God. The next ones are about your relationship with human beings.
But only the Jewish God or the Christian God, right? So it only apply if that's the God. Well, that's not other religions don't believe that.
Okay.
Yeah,
so that's a belief, but
for
other
someone
people
who's an atheist,
have different beliefs.
Any moral principles.
So, just to be clear, you're saying the 10 Commandments are flawed because of that first one saying you should have no other gods, but there's other religions with other gods?
I'm not making the claim they're flawed. I'm
No,
saying
no, no. I'm
those would
asking
only
that.
apply to somebody that subscribed to that religion, that believed in that had a relationship to that particular deity.
Well, no.
No, I said 4 out of the 10 are
If you
moral
were
statements.
Islam, if you were a Muslim, thou shalt not have no other gods before me would be a law you should follow too, right?
Yeah, but if you're none of those things, then those would not apply to you. They'd have no relevance to your life.
Well, maybe they should.
Well,
Maybe you should bring
that's
God into your
that's just
life.
an opinion, though.
I mean, yeah,
Right now, they don't.
Maybe you
Not here
should
in
that's
the
what we
bring
call
God
United
into your
States.
life.
proselytizing. I mean,
Yeah, but like, so that's not saying there's a flaw here, right? You just
I didn't
because
say that. I'm not making the flaw argument.
I
That's effigy.
know, Jeff. I'm talking effigy when I say that.
Well, but I'm the one that asked the question.
it's also
So,
not saying it's a moral statement,
No,
though.
but he brought up the same thing you just did.
well, you were asking
Thou shalt
me
not
about
have
the
any other
question
gods.
I asked, but about what effigy brought up, and they're two different things. I'm just trying to keep them
No,
separate.
you guys are making the same point. It's just
Who's
you didn't
morally
say
harmed
it.
if I make a graven image?
Pardon?
Who's harmed? Who's morally harmed if I make a graven image?
If you make a graven image,
Yeah, if
who's morally harmed?
yeah,
Well, do you know
or
what that is?
if I misuse the name, if I say the name of God in vain, like who's morally harmed if I don't believe in your God?
Right. Just because you don't believe in it. So if you don't believe something that's true, does that mean it's not real?
For that
Like
person,
if you don't
I
believe
don't
I'm a
believe
real
that God is
person,
real.
if you don't believe I'm a real person, does that mean I'm not a real person?
And that
I
works for
guess
almost anything except for something we completely disagree on whether or not it exists.
Right,
So
but
for
like
my
again,
framework,
you're
it doesn't exist. So how am I harming anything? You know,
okay. And what
if a
harm? What harm?
Hindu came up to you and said,
I'll
"You
just
by
ask you the
saying this
opposite. What
harms
harm are
my
you
God," what
doing
would
by
you
not
say?
doing it?
Say again.
What harm are you doing by? What harm are you gonna have by not honoring other gods?
What harm am I going to do by not honoring them? I not honor them every moment of every day.
first of all, it takes time out of my day, so I harm myself by wasted time. I harm myself by compromise my integrity in something I don't believe in, instead of
Honoring
staying
another.
true to myself.
So you just honor yourself as God.
No, you asked how that would be harming somebody, so I gave two
Yeah, like
reasons I
if it
could
was
think of.
just, it would harm you to not honor other gods. It would
It
harm
would
you.
harm my self integrity to pretend to play along with something I didn't believe with. Same with the gender stuff. It would harm my fidelity to my sense of reality to just play along with somebody else just because, just to not cause harm, just to harm to them, their version of harm.
To their version of harm, and your version of harm is that you wouldn't
I don't
get to
believe
do
in any of it, so I don't believe there is harm. But they believe I'm doing some kind of harm by not following these things. So if I play along with that, I
No,
would
they
be
don't. No, no,
harming
no,
my
no,
own
no, no, no.
integrity.
So you're wrong. They don't believe you're doing some type of physical harm to someone. You're sinning.
Well, you were using the word harm in your
Doing
question,
wrong.
so I was going off of what you were saying. You were framing it as
Well,
harm.
I asked you though. What harm does it do to you not to honor
I
other gods?
gave two. It wastes my time. That harms my time. It harms the use of my time that I could allot to other things. And it harms my self-integrity, my fidelity to my own self. I would have to pretend something I don't believe in. And I think staying true to what I do believe in is superior to pretending something I don't believe in. So it would harm me that way too.
Okay, so it go against what you believe, and then the other one was time.
Yeah.
Honoring another god would take your
It would
time
waste
too.
time.
So
Yeah. That's time I could
you
use to
could
do
use
other
it for both.
things.
Yeah, I mean that's you could say that's a negative for both, though, right?
A
So
negative in what way?
it would just go against your beliefs. Okay.
Wasting time's an actual physical concrete thing. That's not even just a belief. The time it would take to honor a God, I could do something else more productive to my life.
No, that I asked you.
That's
to not
actually
honor.
quantifiable. I
Whoa,
could
whoa, whoa,
measure the
whoa! I
amount of
didn't
time it
say to
takes to
honor
honor
a
a god,
god.
and then I could apply it to something
You're
else.
changing what I'm asking you. I didn't say to honor a god, not honor other gods. You understand the difference?
To not honor other gods?
Right.
I'm
We
gonna do whatever I want. I'm
we
not gonna let
always
No,
not
some
honor other
some
gods.
rule I don't believe in tell me what to do at all. It harms my autonomy. That's what it harms. It harms my own sense of self determination and autonomy. I get
Well,
to decide who I honor, not a book.
yeah, I guess, but
Yeah, he said, yeah, okay, the debate's
no,
over.
I'm saying I guess it goes against you being your autonomy, but so do laws, right?
Yeah. And
Yeah,
in the
so
United States, honor these other guys is not one of our laws. So I honor the laws that I'm obligated to honor as a United States citizen. That's not one of them. We're not a theocracy.
So let me ask you a question, Easy. Do you think that people should be punished for thought crime, for thoughts they have in their head?
should you be punished for thoughts you have in your head?
Yeah, not actions linked to that, just thoughts.
Uh, let me think of this.
Like the maps, the
Any
pedophilia.
specific- I want to think if there's any specific thing I can think of.
The pedophilia. The maps.
Oh, so you think, yeah, if someone wants to come out and start telling you that they think of having
Like they have the desire and the thought, but they don't
children,
act on it,
what
but
you're
they
saying?
still have it in their head.
So you're saying, like, if someone comes out and say, "Yeah, I have the desire in
No,
my
they don't even
head,"
have to say. This could be a person who just has that thought. They've kept it quiet. They've never
well, that'd be
acted on it.
impossible. We can't punish people for something we don't know. So go ahead.
Are you talking about humans punishing each other?
Yeah,
Not divine punishment. Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
let's,
But would it
because
be
some of
right,
them do.
though?
Some of them are feeling more free to come out now, so they are opening up about this. So let's assume it's a person that's opening up and admitting that they have this thought.
Yeah, so if you're coming out and saying that you have desires to sleep with children, yeah, you should be put in some type of institute. Yeah.
Even if you don't act on it, just having the desire.
Yeah, just some type of institute that try to get the whatever different processes we have to try
They
and
tried that with gay people.
facilitate these people, but
It
most of
doesn't
the time
work.
it doesn't happen, doesn't work. So we should just keep them away from children at all costs.
That's
My point
one
being
position.
the commandments of well, one in one instance, two in one in a different religion, of thou shalt not covet, no matter which one it is essentially thought crime, right?
Yeah, that's God. That's way different. It's way different, right? God gives you duties. He also gives you forgiveness. So, like, what you're saying right now, these are thought crimes. It's a thought crime to me and you, right? But like, God hears your thoughts no matter what. Like, it's the same thing as talking for God. So, like, it's not a thought crime. It's you as a person.
So the act of
It's just like no
coveting.
point arguing because it's like you've got like this like Trump Yu-Gi-Oh card and you're like, nah, because it's God, nothing applies to it. Nah. Like that's all I feel like.
Well, no, I didn't say nothing.
It's still thought crime. Like you're still getting punished for having a thought. Like how is that in any way moral?
Yeah, because it's not about in any way moral. This is it's. Do you think it's immoral to have these thoughts about sleeping with children?
I think morality is more based in action and the interaction between us in the world. I don't think. I think we can classify immoral as thoughts as good or bad, but I don't.
Immoral to think about sleeping with children. Is that really the road we want to go
Well,
down?
maybe
right
coveting
is
is a good. Maybe we could take the coveting thing. Use the coveting thing as an example.
Well, do you think it's immoral to want to fuck your buddy's wife?
Do I think it's
Do you think we're in
immoral to
control
want
of our
something?
desires and our thoughts?
Do you think it's immoral to imagine fucking your buddy's wife? Maybe going and jacking off to one of her pictures, thinking about her. Think that's immoral?
No, I don't think that's immoral.
You don't think that's immoral?
No, I don't think that's immoral.
That's just That's just sexual fantasy.
That's sad, dog. That's sad,
Do
bro.
you
That
do you
this
think you're
is
in
the
control
world.
of your desires?
Well, yes, I can
You
control. I can control what I do with my hand and my dick, bro.
no, not what you do, what you
100%.
desire,
I
what
have
you
an
want to
attraction.
do.
If I had an attraction to my buddy's wife, I would make sure I go out of my way to never put myself in situations where I'm even thinking about my buddy's wife. If she was a hot fuck, if my buddy was dating Margot Robbie, sorry, bro, we're not hanging around when your wife's around, so I don't even have any thoughts about your wife. Okay,
I
that's exactly how it is.
Yeah, I
Okay?
think that's the right thing to do. That's admirable.
But me, I wouldn't go
But do
thinking
you
about
think
my body. I wouldn't
having the
go
thought
thinking about
itself is
I wouldn't go
immoral?
thinking about I wouldn't go thinking about my buddy's wife jacking off. I gave you a specific situation. You said, do you think you can
No,
control that? So yes, you can control that. You
no,
can
we're
make
talking
sure
about two different
you
things.
never go do
I'm
that.
talking about the initial desire to sleep with the wife, not what you would do as a result of that, but the initial the want to do it in the first place. Do you think you're in control of that, and do you
Guys
think
want
that
to
is
fuck
immoral?
everything. I said about thinking about doing it. I'm not talking about your emotional reaction, your
I'm talking
biological
about the
reaction to
desire to,
opposite
if we
sex.
can't break down the components of what we're talking about, there's no point in trying to have this conversation. And I know that both of us can do this because I've seen us do it before. So I don't know what the difficulty is. I'm talking about the initial urge to sleep with your buddy's wife in the first. It just comes out of no. You see her, she's hot, and this idea sparks into your mind. Do you think that is immoral and that you're in control of that?
No, I just said your biological response to the
Is
opposite
not
sex
immoral.
is not a no, right. I said
Okay.
thinking about your wife your buddy's wife and thinking about fucking her over and over. This is fucked up to do. This is immoral as fuck.
But if you have the initial flash and you squash it and you don't feed it by thinking, then that itself is not immoral.
Yeah, no, that'd be a
Okay.
very Christian thing to do. Yeah.
Okay. That clears. Okay. That clears that up. At
I mean,
least
this
for
is
me.
why I brought up earlier it's why it's easier for people to get what I'm talking about when I say, do you think imagining sleeping with children, do you think that's immoral? Right? I think everybody would be able to agree, yeah, this is fucking immoral.
I don't think they can control the initial desire.
Yeah, so I don't believe that.
I just don't think we're that in control of our sexuality. I know it from being gay. I know it from paraphilias. So and they've tried. People have tried to change people's desires and sexualities and preferences. You can do like Pavlovian conditioning in certain cases, and that's about it. But that's kind of cruel and inhumane in and of itself.
I think people walk around every day having negative thoughts and they don't act upon them.
Yeah.
Sure.
And therefore, that I judge morality more by action and less by thought. I'd say that there are thoughts that can lead to immorality, but I don't judge thoughts in that kind of way. I mean, you have limited control over them in the first place. You can't even argue really like a direct kind of harm in some senses. There, like I said, there are negative thoughts, and we can get into like intrusive things and stuff like that. But having a thought in itself, and just the fact that you can't directly control it. Now, in Easy's example, yeah, if you're having a pattern of behavior that would put you in a certain mindset, yeah, that could affect you in negative ways. But is someone doing that directly immoral? I don't know if I can say it is.
It sounds like there's a line between the part you're not in control of, and then actions you take from that point that could make it, or like exacerbate it, or make it more under your control.
Yeah, like especially as men with testosterone running through us, like the initial seeing a hot chick and being like, "Ooh, I'd fuck her," like that's a biological response in a man. It's up to you to snip this shit in the bud and be like, hey, don't be like
Yeah,
that.
and I
Don't
think
think
most men do.
that's
For
not
the
what it's
most part, I think most men would in that situation get it under control and not act on it.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, I'm with you. And if I had a friend open up about that, I would definitely encourage them to not act on it. Like, st- reduce the amount of time you spend with them, find something to distract you, whatever. I would try to encourage that person to minimize the effect it was having on them.
Yeah.
But we judge people on action, though, right?
Yeah, and our legal
Yeah.
system does too. At least so far.
Well, that's just the thing. If we judged everyone by their thoughts, we would have to judge them all by their grossest, most intrusive
Well, some
thoughts.
people are being judged by their unconscious biases, which sound like thoughts to me, unconscious thoughts.
And that's a problem, I think.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I do. I really do.
But to get back to the idea of the commandments, to me, coveting something, and while yes, it could be an idea of negatively wanting something too much, I'm not sure how that is immoral unless you try to steal it. But it can cause negative behavior. But if you can fight against those wants, what's the problem? It's just another. And I get these are kind of rules for trying to get people to be better, sure, and we can agree to those kind of things. But to say that they're deep moral truths of the universe, that it just doesn't fly. Like for me.
Well, maybe there is some wisdom there that
this is like to say
I can find wisdom in a lot of things.
Well, that want is something that you struggle with emotionally and psychologically.
This is a guideline here, right?
Or
so
they were rules that came up.
If you every time you see your buddy's wife, you get this thought in your head every time, right? This is now you can be in control of this, because first off, you don't even have to fucking look at her when you're around. If you go hang out with your buddy and she's around, don't look at her. Don't do everything in your fucking power to avoid these desires, right? You or just don't be around her at all, right? You wouldn't tell somebody who's like an ex-heroin junkie to go chill at the crack house, right? That would be stupid.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's a problem. If you're constantly,
we're all gonna do things that are wrong and against the commandments and the duties of God. This is we're born imperfect. We're not perfect beings, right? But the guidelines of all the ethics behind Christianity, nobody can seem to explain to me what is so wrong with it that it's...
Well, what ethics specifically? Because a lot of them,
there's a plenty.
I think people do support. I don't know that. I do know that there's a strong Christian influence on our current morality. I just don't know which part of it's specifically Christian and which is not.
I think people pick and choose. People pick and choose which parts of the Christian ethics they want to abide by. Because
what's one example of a specifically Christian ethic?
Their own happiness.
Turn the other cheek, is that one that's specifically Christian?
Well, this is definitely a Christian ethic. If you have to get the whole context around it, but yeah.
Because that's
turn the other cheek doesn't mean be a bitch, right? A lot of people, that's what they think, right? They think that turn the other cheek means be a little bitch, but that's not what it is, right? Remember, Jesus fucking braided whips together and beat people out the church. So, I mean, this isn't.
And I would argue these continuous reinterpretations of religious are essentially because humans' moral reasoning and moral understanding grows as we grow as a species. And so these religions that are written in a much more archaic time have to continually reinvent themselves. Otherwise, they keep people stuck in the mud, which is we can evidence by different times in a lot of religions, and right now specifically with I think with Islam. So
I thought Islam was improving itself or refining.
Islam is where we get the glut of mathematics from. Islam back in its heyday named the stars. It's where you get all like algebra from and stuff like that. So back in the day, sure, but it's become this other thing, and it's right now it seems like it's ripe for reformation as soon as
I guess that's what I was saying. I thought that the Reformation was well underway. Like there was a huge trend in Islam
if
right
by
now.
Reformation you mean they're about to have a civil war across the Middle East.
Islam collapses on its own self because in the Quran, you know, they mention how Allah says there's only going to ever be one version of the Quran and Allah will protect this from ever changing. We've had like 10 different versions of the Quran, and they say even different things. They have different messages throughout it, right? You can say all these different interpretations of the Bible, blah, 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 blah. But guess what is the same in all of them? Jesus Christ came to die for our sins. And if you accept Jesus Christ into your heart, you will be saved. Okay? That's the message in every one of them. It doesn't matter which interpretation you go look at. The main fucking message is the same. If you can take that, if you can show me a Bible without that, then I'll start having a little different conversation with you about contradictions and everything. But the Bible doesn't have these contradictions, and we can it's interpretation. Language differences is what you guys like to point out in the Bible, but the message is the same in every one of them.
What if you don't have sin?
Literally different messaging in every fucking one of them. So let's.
So do you not admit that there have been different translations of things in the Bible?
Yeah, yes, there's been different interpretations,
no, translations
because of language, stuff like this. But the main message of what happened with Jesus Christ is the same in all of them. The main message: you accept Jesus Christ into your heart, and you work towards being the best Christian you can, and you will be saved.
But what if you don't have sin? The message doesn't apply to you. You don't need saving from anything. You don't need Jesus. You're like, oh, thank you, Jesus, but I don't have a need for this. But I appreciate the offer.
Only babies before you understand it.
Well, no, sin is a Christian concept, and I'm not Christian. I don't have the concept of sin. That's your concept that you're applying to me, just like systemic racism, whatever.
So you just think you don't do anything wrong?
No, I don't have sin.
You don't have
specific concept as defined in Christianity of sin. That's not the same thing as not ever doing things wrong.
Yeah, the moral
Isn't
act.
sin a specific thing in Christianity?
Yeah, an immoral act.
But according to Christian morality.
Well, yeah, sure. According to God's morality.
And since I live in a secular country, it's not
from God.
Well, you get from God, but that's not my God, so it doesn't apply to me. That's what I'm saying. If sin is a morality you get from God, and it's not my God, then I don't have sin. Because I'm sure all these other weird gods from these weird religions have moralities too that you're violating right now. But if you don't believe in it, then it doesn't apply to you.
Do you think nobody's immoral then? I'm
just talking about me. I'm only talking about.
I understand, me. Jeff, and you think you're without sin. So if morals are just fucking subjective, right? And your morals are based off what you feel, and my morals
you're attributing things to me I didn't say. I didn't say any of that. So there's no need to continue with it because I didn't say any of that. That's not anything that I said.
I'll say it. Morals are subjective. And us as a species is basically us trying to coalesce them into some kind of objectivity, i.e. something that we all agree with. But yeah, at the heart of it, it breaks down to us individually.
Morals are just subjective, right? Morals are just subjective, right? I have mine, you have yours, Jeff has his. Then how can anybody be immoral, first off? Because it's just subjective.
Because we can all agree they are.
Wait, why are we punishing serial killers, rapists, murderers, child diddlers, all these people? Why are we punishing them if morals are just fucking subjective?
Because we all agree to.
You keep switching from three categories: sin, moral, and law. Those are all three different things.
Sin is morals. Sin is based off of morals.
Sin is a religious concept. And the U.S. is a secular. Our legal system is secular. So right there's two different categories, at least two. And then there's a difference between legal and moral as well. So you have sin, you have moral. If they're the same thing, fine. Take those out completely. You're left with legal. If they're not the same thing, you have this category called moral that some people accept. That's not necessarily religious. So sin would be something separate from that, and then you have legal. So that's at least three categories.
Right. If there are things that we can call sins that you call sins that I don't think have anything to do with morality, exactly what we were just talking about in the Ten Commandments, then whatever you call sins and them being moral, we disagree. So therefore, I don't consider sins to be just a, by definition, staple of morality.
Wait, hang on, real quick. We have Vigilante TV in the back. Anybody know them?
Yeah, Vigilante's been.
Yeah,
on
I know. Yeah, I've seen Vigilante.
They're okay.
He's cool. Yeah.
All right, welcome, Vigilante.
Hello, I do apologize if you can hear the any wind in the background. I am in my car.
Okay, no problem. You want to jump in, or Easy? You were saying something.
Actually, I was just gonna ask, what sins do you disagree that they're sins?
All of the parts of the Ten Commandments that I don't believe are actual moral statements. And that's a good place to start. Like if I had no other God before him, if I did have another God, I don't think that's immoral. If I made a graven image, I don't think that's immoral. If I use God's name in vain, I don't think that's immoral. Like you might think they're immoral, but that's because of your deontology. That's because of the rules you believe in. But I don't think that they're universal moral statements. If they were universal, they would apply to someone who doesn't believe in your God, right?
Okay, so
easily,
because you don't believe in God, right? Those are the only reasons you disagree with those other ones. Tell me any of the things that are sins that don't have to do with believing in God.
Well, no, that's what I just said. The four that we can agree on, so that we can agree what kind of moral statements we all agree on, instead of just making statements and saying, well, my God said this was moral. You know, that's kind of the whole point, right? That's the whole point of like us arguing that morality is subjective. You're over here saying that a God made morality. I'm over here saying that we made morality, and we have to agree at some point. And that's how we end up with like things like laws and rights, because we've agreed on enough to actually build a civilization on it.
So again, besides the ones that you would have to believe in God to know it's a sin, because obviously if you don't believe in God,
if my father and mother were serial killers,
you're gonna let me finish.
No, I know your question. I'm answering your question right now.
Yay!
Answer your question right now. If my father and mother were serial killing rapists, would I be sinning not to honor them? Thought crime on number 10, like I said, like we've been over all the ones that I don't think they're sins. If we're talking about sins are morality.
Yeah, so the thing you're referring to, that's in the case of your parents honoring God, which would mean they follow not being serial fucking killers, right?
So it's not a universal rule then. It already has a caveat.
Yes, it's a universal rule to follow God, right? So if your parents follow God, it's saying to follow your parents. What do you mean?
That's not universal for everyone here in the United States in 2024. Following God is not universal.
Yeah, and this falls into the big breakdown that got into that big discussion the other day. It seems like if you don't actually believe or follow their God, then it seems to be completely fine to have a completely subjective morality on what you can do to them, right?
Well, you have a subjective morality. I don't.
I mean, I agree that we all have a subjective morality.
No. You have a subjective morality. I don't. My morals stay the same no matter what situation I'm in. Yours
they could still be subjective.
Unless God changed the
morality. No, it wouldn't still be subjective.
Subjectivity and consistency are two different axes. They're not the same categories.
Based on the situation you're in.
Hang on real quick. Vigilante, you're coming in kind of muffled if you're talking. All right.
He's coming to us from the middle of a tornado.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, Jack. There. Oh, is there a tornado?
No, I was just saying it sounds.
Because they do. Like. They have that hurricane coming to Florida.
Barely a
Maybe it's
tropical
better now that
storm.
I've posted my headphones in.
Okay,
I'm
I'm
not
gonna
sure
run
which
to
of
the
them
washroom
these.
quick. I'm gonna run to the washroom quick while Vigilante gets whatever he wants.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm just gonna say what I'm saying here. The fact that your moral system will switch based on the situation that you're in. So something around you will affect how you feel about morals. That shows you have subjective morals. Me, I understand what's immoral no matter what situation I'm in. It's all the same. It's
Or you
always
think you do, because
immoral.
you can't anticipate every
Always.
single situation.
Everybody uses situational ethics. Everybody.
Hang on. What is Vigilante doing?
But yeah, I would say the form of ethics that most people use the most is probably situational ethics. So to say that it's a big slight that things change due to situations, like, well, that's every moment of every day. People are judging ethics by the situations they're in.
Is the distinction between civil law and common law relevant here? Because I know Louisiana has the civil code, and it's more like a body of laws that you reference. And common law, I think, is more like what we're talking about, where it's more situational and goes off of precedent.
Yeah, I never get the complete difference between the Napoleonic Code that we were based off here.
Yeah, I think what I think is happening is a lot of it is semantics. Subjective and objective are fuzzy categories when it comes to what we're actually talking about.
Well, they're trying to claim that there are moral facts.
But I think some morality, and this goes back to Plato, has a metaphysical basis. Like for Plato, you could not be moral unless you were in touch with the one, the transcendent, the true, the good, the beautiful. That was the basis for your morality. And Aristotle was more empirical. Morality was looking at each situation and what works in that instance. And so for Plato, you couldn't have morality without the metaphysics first to ground it in, because it involved, you only know morality through knowing the one. So I think fundamentally, philosophically, there's deep. It's just two different orientations. It's the school of Athens, with Plato pointing up and Aristotle pointing this way.
In a way, sure, yeah.
But we don't, like here in the U.S., in modern society, being secular, we don't require a metaphysical basis for our morality. It's our laws, it's the Constitution. And it could have Christian influences, but that's what everybody has to go by regardless of their religion. Christians can opt to go by other systems, but not everyone's obligated to adopt a Christian one. We have a secular one that the U.S. Constitution and the founding documents give us. But it's not metaphysical. It's constructed or emergent, but it's human.
Right, and these things are all reflective of our morals. Like we don't get our morality from that. And this is my argument of how it comes from us. It is emergent.
Yeah, it's emergent from us.
Like we start with our base moral emotions, and then we up our moral, go through our moral reasoning. It is where we hone the ideas through.
Yeah. And through intersubjectivity.
I think it's not a difficult argument to make, especially when you see reflections of that, especially in higher mammals, other higher mammals, and even some kind of like lower mammals, the very beginnings of these ideas. I mean, you can at least say that there are different recognitions that animals have that can be the groundwork where you find that, right? Not every.
Is that like Jonathan Haidt's moral foundations?
I think part of it.
Kind of an evo-psych look at morality, and there's different evolutionary impulses and values that serve different needs, that lay the foundations for our morality, and different individuals can prioritize, like they can have different instincts and intuitions around these moral foundations.
There's also a definite, I think, evolutionary argument for having advantage, especially in the way we work. That things like compassion seed cooperation, and the only reason humans are able to exist the way we are and get as far as we've gotten is through cooperation with each other, especially given that most other species, as soon as they have a kid, that child can walk, it can run, right? So we even in the way that we reproduce ourselves, we have to have a way to collectively be protective of each other.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm counting on that. I think that's why we haven't had nuclear war yet.
I don't get that one.
All right, I'm back. So, I wanted to say too earlier, when your friend there, Jeff, got mad at me because I was trying to explain. I was trying to ask her, what does it violate? Like,
Are you talking about Amanda? Oh, I don't even know her. This was her first time on the panel. But yeah, I remember the conversation.
Like
you triggered the shit out of her.
When it says, like when she said that it violates the separation of church and state, like I was trying to ask her why she thinks that, because it actually doesn't, right?
The Ten Commandments law? It does.
It definitely does.
I expect them to find that it does. To me, it's a pretty clear-cut case of doing so.
It's not. It's not that easy. So first off, I don't know if you realize this: 17 states have allowed or mandated that it puts "In God We Trust" on the classroom walls. Okay. First off, "In God We Trust" is also written on your fucking money.
But there's a reason.
Hold up. Animated. Can you let me get one fucking through one thing, motherfucker? Like, holy
but in fairness, easy, it's not always one thing. Sometimes you load a whole series in there. So
that's it is, motherfucker.
All right, I'm quick draw. My bad.
Dickhead. And the simply putting the commandments on walls actually doesn't violate nothing at all, because like teachers could literally use
you're not the judge.
Use this document. Yes, listen.
We have courts that will decide this, regardless of what you think.
Use the Declaration of Independence or the Magna Carta, just to Carta to teach the historical impact that the Ten Commandments has had on society. The hanging the Ten Commandments on walls doesn't violate fuck all. It's not saying that it's taught as a moral code. It's just saying to put it up on the wall. So it doesn't violate anything. That's what I was.
Well, that's your opinion. Since it hasn't been tried yet, we don't know the outcome. I fully expect it to be shot down. So, but thank you for telling us how you think the case is going to go. I disagree.
Well, that's the law is not that you can't hang the Ten Commandments anywhere. That's not what it's not to be taught. It's not to be put on a pedestal. So again, just having it hanging in the classroom the same way. Why don't you guys all go fight those 17 states that have "In God We Trust"? Why don't y'all go burn up all your money that says "In God
let me answer you on the "In God We Trust."
Okay.
During the 50s, "In God We Trust" was made the official motto. It replaced "E pluribus unum" from many one. During the Red Scare, because people were wanting to fucking virtue signal that we were religious over here. So they replaced the official motto of the United States with "In God We Trust" and added "Under God" to the Pledge of Allegiance. And that's why, because it is an official United States thing, that they can put that on things like our money, right? I don't like it. I don't want it, but it is the official U.S. motto. So that's why they can put it on different things.
Okay. Why don't you guys fight this though?
We try.
Some atheists have. Some atheists do. I don't fight it because I don't care enough about it. I don't care if God's on my money.
The original motto is so much better.
Yeah, I like it too. I think it's more reflective of our origins too.
"In God We Trust" is literally the American motto. I think having the 10 commandments on the fucking walls in the classroom shouldn't be too far off. Like, come
Well,
on now.
that was added
you've
in the
registered your
1950s,
opinion,
right?
but you're not the final authority. And I can
Well, I
guarantee you
know
one
that.
thing: even if the 10 Commandments get to stay, the satanic tenets are going up, the 11 laws of the Church of Satan are going up, and all kind of other religious stuff is
I
going up
doubt
too,
it.
because they absolutely cannot allow one and refuse the others.
Yeah, that's
Why they can't? Why can't they?
because that's the precedent set in the United States. That's
Yeah.
what the whole statute things in 10 Commandments
Again,
statutes have done.
they're not doing it as a moral code. They're literally just hanging it up in the classrooms. There's nothing you can do about it.
Easy, I'm sorry, you're wrong
they're
here, and you
little
simply
stick
don't know
around.
what you're talking about.
Okay, well wait a minute.
I live in the U.S. I know how our separation
Yeah,
of church and
here we
state
go.
works.
I live in
And
the U.S.
if you don't believe me, you can look up
Guess
every
what,
single case that the Satanic Temple
Guess
has
what,
filed, and every
Why
single
do
one
you
that they've
know?
won,
Why do
and
you
you
know?
can watch the same
Why do you
principle at
know?
work in every single one of these
Bird.
cases. If you don't believe me and you want to
Bird.
do your own research, that's a
Bird.
very easy way to start. Wikipedia probably has a page on just the cases that
Bird.
Satanic Temple alone has won
Still
in this
Spurgeon.
area.
Still
Hope that helps. Hope that helps. Okay, you can't come on my panel and tell me not to spurg. That's ableist and not going to happen. Don't tell me not to spurg. I am a spurg. This is what I do. We spurg. I'm autistic. So to tell an autistic person not to spurg makes you look fucking stupid, ignorant, ableist, and bigoted. You knew I was autistic when you came on my panel. So you knew there was a danger of spurging. If you have a problem with spurging, stay off of autistic people's panels. And you let spurgs on your show all the time for content. But now you have a problem with spurgs. Just when you can't make the point you want to make. Not going to have it. I respect you easy, but that crosses a line with me. Animated, you have anything you want to wrap up with?
Yeah, it's definitely going to end up in the courts. So
yeah, it's so obvious to me that this is going to get thrown out, and it's so obvious to me that other religions are going to come and want their religious thing in too.
Well,
So
even if it doesn't,
he really does not know what he's talking about. He is absolutely ignorant on this point.
It'll be just like the monuments, right? Even if it doesn't get thrown out, all of a sudden some group is going to come out like the Satanic Temple to put their tenets up, and then because no one wants those up, they'll say, okay, well, you can't put any of up if you don't put them all up, and then they'll be like, okay, well, nothing can get put up because we don't want people seeing what the Satanists say, and it'll be the same game we've played with the statue.
That happened here in Washington State. They sued for the right to do this ceremony at the state capitol, and they won. And the state said they had to let them do their right, and they went out there and they did their ritual on the Capitol grounds. And I left the Satanic Temple, but that is the one thing that they do right, is that they do still have value in, is this ability to keep that line between church and state in place.
And this is really like my big problem. Whenever I say that I'm against Christian nationalists, this is what I'm talking about. The people who try to put their religion into law, that's their kind of direct line. And then the people who push these kind of ideas down on the bottom level, like I don't know. It's kind of obvious the ones every time you come across them, because they're very much not the live and let live Christians, right? They are very much more militant than the other stripes.
That's why I'm not worried about Christian nationalism. First of all, the rates of religiosity are declining in the first place. Second of all, because I know how consistent we are on that separation of church and state, like that and free speech and a few other of our American values, we're just really consistent in our rulings and our laws around it, and that's just one of them. So I don't see how Christian nationalism is going to gain the foothold it needs. It's not going to gain the numbers, and it's not going to get the foothold in the system that it needs because of that law.
Here's how: apathy of the American voter. The lower our voter turnout is, the more a concerted minority of voters can run the system.
I thought the turnout was going up.
Yeah, and let's keep it going that way. I think one of the reasons, and this will definitely sound a lot more conspiratorial than a lot of things I say, but I think one of the reasons that the mail-in voting freaked out Republicans so bad, even though it helped them just as much as anyone, is that it showed that if a lot of people vote, it does kind of show that the electorate is a little more leaning Democrat, I think.
Oh, yeah.
And I
So
think
if they made it as easy to vote as the mail-in states do, it's not going to go in their favor.
Right. Yeah. I
Maybe more Republicans will start voting too.
I firmly think that Republicans have gone for quite a while now, bending the rules to have more power than the actual makeup of the country should have allowed.
I'm glad
due to voter apathy, most of all.
I'm glad that those little mechanisms are in there that let them do that, because I think it's a good balance. I've already seen some overreach from the left that I'm nervous about.
Virginia, I mean, you can talk about overreach, and there can be ways to balance that out. I would argue that the way to balance those kind of things out is to get everybody back on their ideological side, because we've been warped for so long.
But we're not. We're really not. I think binary of a country, though. We have the gradient. The political gradients are more subtle than just getting everybody in two buckets.
Oh no, for sure. But we always seem to, even parliamentary systems seem to coalesce around the two basic kind of like traditionalist, non-traditionalist sides, right? They form coalitions onto two basic poles.
So you think there's sides that people naturally fall into that's their correct side? Like this native orientation that they have, and they can sometimes stray from it, but we have to get people more aligned with their natural political orientation.
I think there is kind of a general, I think you can see this reflected in even ancient understandings of politics and how people think, is that there's always people who want change, and there's people who want to honor tradition and keep things the same, not specifically regressing, but to move slower. And that's what I think the necessary part of things like traditionalism and conservatism and things like that are. But when they become regressive, and I think that's the big worry. And I think one of the telltale signs of a regressive thing is always saying, weren't things so good back then?
But they only become regressive in relation to where the progress currently is, because they're conserving. They're stabilizing an existing value. They're not regressing it themselves. It only appears regressive because the progressive part is advancing further than they are, but they're actually holding it at the same point it's always been. So if it truly regresses, but that's not what I see most conservatism as. Like, they were trying to hold on to traditional marriage and prevent it from becoming gay marriage. They weren't trying to roll marriage back to where the husband owns the wife. That would be regression. So they just looked regressive because the idea of marriage progressed. But they themselves were trying to keep marriage at the same point that it's always been for them.
I mean, some people are, though, right? And I'm not saying it's even a sizable, majority or half of this bit, but there are people like that, though. You get that, right? We hear that all the time.
The fringe, more than just the Nick Fuentes
where women
fringe
should be, and that they should be subservient.
But come on, in 2024, what kind of traction do you expect them to get?
Okay, well, my basic thing is when people say things, I tend to, at the very least, believe them.
I tend to filter out. This is what my little heuristic is: how seriously who's the source, and how seriously do I need to take this? And then I kind of look at the broad picture too and references it against that. And usually I can filter out a lot of stuff just with that.
No, when they're including it in the same conversation as rolling, and not that they have the power to do it, but in the same conversation as rolling back the 19th Amendment or getting rid of no-fault divorces, and doing this bevy of things that are specifically to try and take away. But
who are these? Are these people with any chance of getting power? These incels on the internet?
I mean, I'm not sure how deep that goes. I would say anyone with deep evangelical ties probably believes this kind of crap. Anyone who it's definitely stuff that's in Project 2025, especially the rolling back no fault divorce thing is definitely on the section on marriage. And the Heritage Foundation is essentially a Christian conservative think tank. Like these things are linked, man.
Yeah, but it's just a think tank. There's plenty of think
they've
tanks
pushed
of
major
all
legislation,
political
not only
stripes.
federally, but to like most of the states. They've gotten to the point where state senators and legislatures like basically parrot bills across the country. Like somebody mentioned just a while ago, like these 10 Commandment bills are made by them, right?
The 10 Commandments. I'd be interested to know. Do you know it was made by the Heritage Foundation? But the actual law was written by a politician. Like it had to go through the little Schoolhouse Rock. I'm just a bill process. The Heritage Foundation doesn't have the power to
the Heritage
enact
Foundation
law.
hands the bill to the legislator who puts it out as though he made it.
But I'm sure like 100 other types of organizations do the same thing, and lobbyists
absolutely.
hand bills to cut.
Yeah.
Why is
And they all deserve scrutiny,
they're not
every single
doing
one of them.
anything exceptional that nobody else is doing? You just don't like the values that their policies
Absolutely.
are built around.
What's wrong with that? Like, yeah,
Nothing, as long as
they're doing things
that's
I think
just
are
to me a
horrible.
better way of framing it as what it is. Like, yes, the Heritage Foundation is doing the same thing that all the other organizations do. They're just the one that are doing the ones I don't like.
But
And
that
I have
comes
no
down
problem
to-
with that. That
comes down to
sounds like
anything, right?
politics to me.
I mean, but if all right, so if one lobbyist was lobbying for the lowering of the price of fruit and another lobbyist was lobbying to end democracy as we know it, are they doing the same thing because they're both lobbying?
I don't see any group
No, I'm just saying
putting something
it-
out
it does matter
explicitly
what
to
they're
end
saying.
democracy as we know it. So that's got to be an interpretation.
Uh,
Lowering the price of fruit is something objective,
If
and then
somebody-
it switched
if
to
somebody wants to
this.
take away the 19th Amendment, thereby disenfranchising
Somebody,
half the
the
population.
Heritage Foundation put forth a bill to take away the 19th Amendment.
Let me find what that section of Project 2025 said.
Because I don't really follow it. There might be some crazy stuff I don't know about that y'all can show me. I don't follow all of it. I just know I don't think the Heritage Foundation is this evil satanic entity. I think it's a think tank like all the other think tanks. There's nothing about it to me that sets it apart from any other think tank.
Oh no, they're not evil and satanic. They're evil and Christian.
Well, people think it like a threat to democracy, like this. They're the villain of this movie. And why this particular think tank?
Well, specifically because they're the ones who are trying to push laws across the country that implement essentially Christian nationalism. What people are
So it's the policies themselves that you don't like and that you oppose. But the
Sure.
fact that it's coming
Yeah.
from the Heritage Foundation or that it's a thing is not unusual. And I feel like that people are making that the target when the policies themselves should be the target. Like, look,
no, when I
this
say
group
Heritage
is
Foundation, it's because it's a known group that's been a lobbying group in Washington for decades. When I say Heritage Foundation, it's so that you
that gives it
immediately
even more
recognize-
credibility. Like that makes me even less suspicious of it if it has that much establishment power. It's probably not anything sinister. The friends I talked to about this think it's this conspiracy. It's a conspiracy theory. There's people coordinating behind the scenes, all these groups coordinating behind the scenes to replace our democracy. Like we talked about earlier with the Supreme Court. And I just don't believe that. I think it's still an independent branch of government, and I still think that the justices base their rulings on legal reasoning, that they
I don't think it's a conspiracy. I think it's a policy paper with basically a wish list of things that they want to pass. So it's really easy for me to pick
Right,
through it
but
and go,
what
that's
makes
crap,
it-
that's crap, that's crap, that's crap.
right. That
Like
and
but
that's not what people are doing.
It's really easy for me to pick the things that I'm against, and especially the ones that I'm vehemently against. Whereby, if you keep a lot of your crazier opinions quiet, you could probably sneak by making people think you're moderate.
that's
like
what
that.
I wish people would do, is what you're talking about now, but that's not what they're doing. They're framing as, oh my God, did this scary thing called Project 25 that's 900 pages, and if they get in office, we're not going to have a democracy anymore. They're not saying, look, this is a policy proposal put out by a think tank, like any other think tank does, and this particular one has some things in it that concern us. Here's the points that concern
Well,
us. That's not what they're doing.
it
They're
concerns people
weaving it into
because
this end of democracy narrative and this sinister shadow agenda that these organizations have.
sure, it's not hard to though when people are
But
like
it's if they're
attacking
trying
the
to
capital, right?
communicate and actually get buy-in, it's not effective. It's creating a barrier, and conversations about the actual policies are what I think is going to be ultimately more helpful. At least to me or people like me.
Yeah.
Because I'm not buying into the end of democracy thing. So then it just feels like I'm being manipulated to adopt this narrative. When looking at the policies is something that is concrete enough where we could actually benefit from it. And there probably are things in it. I know Schedule F keeps coming up. The reclassifying of the employees and that overtime thing with the National Labor Board.
Yeah, I'm big against that one. I think that one has the potential really to just gum up the works. There has to be a certain level of continuity in our government, right? The machine can't stop to a halt every time we switch people at the top, and the more people we make political appointees, the more it's going to turn into a cycle, especially at this like divisive time. The more it'll turn into, well, when I come into office, I can't trust these people, therefore I have to fire everyone that they run in place. So now our kind of continuity and the continual moving of the machine run by people who either work their way up and know the job or just got there through sheer, ability and credential, that's all out of the water. And now it becomes, what did you do for me? I'm going to appoint you to this, credentials be damned. And that's not to say that people won't necessarily point people who aren't, meant for the job. But as we've all seen, political appointees can be anything from a person who's eminently qualified to a person who's getting a favor back at them,
Well, let me ask you this, because right now they already do that with about 4,000 employees. So this is going to expand that number. Do you think it's going to expand it to 100% of employees, or is it just going to expand that 400 a certain amount, but not include all? Are we still going to have some kind of machine that's kept in place? Do you know?
I'm not sure the exact numbers,
Because
but I think
the
it
way
would be
I
enough
read
to
it, there
trickle
was a
that down,
certain.
right?
It was going to like expand that classification to include more than just the current 4,000. But I don't know if it was going to expand it totally to include all employees. So that point I'm not completely clear on.
But even by that, it would almost have the effect of reaching almost all the way to the bottom of the machine, right? Because
That's where I don't know where that line is. Because there is a point where I could see concern happening. I'm just not sure if where they're drawing that line is at the point where I would start being concerned.
See,
and
and
without knowing where that line is.
This is one of those instances where I think that the talking point is doublespeak. It's literally Orwellian doublespeak. By calling the people who basically work in the government, the nonpartisan people who have just part of the workings of the government, by calling them the deep state, and saying that they're some kind of like ideological like monster coming at you.
But hang on. I don't think that's what Schedule F says, because we looked at it doesn't use terms like deep state and ideological monster.
No. Look, I'm talking about the groundwork that has been laid for the idea that this is the people he in the government who he can't fire are the ones he calls the deep state. That's what that term has literally been talking about the whole time.
Okay, but I'm trying to pinpoint it down to what it would actually be in reality. It would be this expanding of this current classification to include. I'm looking up right now. It creates a something called a Schedule F class of employees, and it would allow them to reclassify current employees into this Schedule F thing. But I don't know if that includes every single employee or just a certain percent of them. That's what I'm trying to find out right now. I'm researching as we talk. because there is a point I would become concerned, but I'm not quite sure where that point is. So I kind of want to look at where it is now.
Yeah, it's removing civil service protections from federal workers, basically.
And then the other question is you said the criteria is going to be what have you done for me, et cetera, et cetera. If we're talking about 10,000 employees, no one's going to have the time to go do that kind of vetting on every single employee. So a lot of it is going to be just looking at resumes and who looks qualified for this position, put them in there. So I think kind of the inertia of the needs of the system itself is going
that's not
to
how
check
politics
some
works,
of that.
right? Politics is more, some of it is kind of egalitarian, but a lot of it is loyalty, right?
Right, but how do you process that much people and vet them for that kind of loyalty?
I appoint you, and you're loyal to me, so I let you appoint the next guy, right? And it becomes a chain of cronyism, right? This is how these things kind of like infect these kind of systems. Is that it's like a chain of people who are appointed.
But don't we do that now? Like people in charge appoint people beneath them, even at the county levels, the city levels, the state levels. Isn't there some ability to appoint?
Somewhat, but there's always a limit to it, right? Like,
right. I think that's
you
the
don't become
debate:
mayor
is where
and then,
should the
like,
limit be?
I depose the postman and I appoint a new postman. You know, you can appoint the head of the post office or something like that, or like the postmaster general if you're president or something like that. But
that's the debate: is where that line should be, where that point should be.
And I don't want the executive having that kind of like control. I just don't.
And that is perfectly understandable and valid. That's a valid position to have. I might even have it myself. But that's different than painting it as a conspiracy to end democracy and that kind of stuff. Just that one policy point and saying I think the classification level is fine where it is. I don't think we need to change it. I'm happy with the machine. That's cool.
I call it a wish list. That's what I think Project 2025 is.
Well, a lot of people are painting it differently, and painting it as something.
Well, here's the thing. This kind of thing happens every single time during a presidential election. Somebody puts out their policies, right?
Yeah.
Like, and this time just happens to be, post Trump's presidency and all the shit that came from that, and post COVID. So people are just amped, and
then y'all are assuming that Trump's even going to do any of it, or even be able to do any of it.
Well,
so there's the wish list itself, and then there's Trump, and then there's the intersection of the wish list and Trump, and then that's going to intersect with our system. So there's so many variables.
Yeah, it's got people freaked out. Like the Chevron decision at the Supreme Court has people freaked out.
Oh, I thought that was a good one.
The expansion of presidential immunity?
No, the Chevron one was about the agencies making policy, right? Like they had more independence and autonomy to make policy. And now
I'm sorry, the other one that was right after the Chevron.
Oh, the immunity one.
Well, the Chevron decision might not. I mean, that's basically kind of like trying to take the teeth out of federal regulation on the executive side. So I don't know if I'm for that at all either. Like, I mean, there's a reason, Reagan and I can't believe I'm defending fucking Reagan. There's a Reagan and then went for this, right? Like our country was transformed if you compare the late 70s to the late 80s, right? Like just the amount of power that we gave the Environmental Protection Agency and what they were able to do as far as cleaning up the country because of the powers. So I get it. Like they're trying to deregulate everything, but it's going to end up screwing over a whole lot of people just so some people can get profit because they don't like regulation.
Well, let me ask you this: if it does end up doing that,
in Louisiana, so
that's what rally?
Scary. Cancer Alley. We live in Cancer
Alley.
Oh yeah, in Louisiana. So it's really scary for us if they're like, well, we're not going to let those regulatory agencies have the teeth they had before. Now they can just pump out 10 times the amount of benzos. Chemicals.
That's not quite what the ruling says, but is that what you're thinking is going to happen? Is they're going to suddenly see it as a green light to deregulate and then start exceeding limits and damaging the environment?
They started lawsuits. Right. This is a mechanism. This is a machine that they have going. As soon as that ruling went through, they started lawsuits for the next round to try and push the things further. Now that
right, but how is that just not people you like maximizing the political system to their advantage. None of it seems illegal or corrupt. It's people using the system.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And so, like, your side should do the same thing.
I agree. I'm just making my point as far as like I think it's bad.
Yeah, I can see the arguments for why it would be bad. I'm still not sure. Like, I just don't know enough to know how I feel about it. But I'm not. My verdict's not in on it either. And then there was the something about the overtime, like over a certain salary.
Yeah, there's so they just had the federal mandate for overtime kick in, right? Where if you're making under a certain amount of money, it's now mandated. If you're not, I mean, if you're salaried, basically, if you were salaried and you're making under amount of money, now overtime is mandatory. Because there was this kind of like, there's this group of people in this really specific kind of income bracket who were really getting hosed by being salary by their employers, and I think that was kind of a protection.
Where they should be hourly. They'd benefit more if they were hourly.
Yeah, absolutely. But jobs kept offering salary-based things that they knew they were going to ask extra of them, and tried to give them other benefits. And yeah, the labor laws just kind of caught up to them, and so they decided to. I think it's great because one of two things happened due to that. Either people who've been working overtime are now going to get it, or people are going to get a raise so that they don't have to get overtime anymore. So either way, I think it was a bump up. And basically, it was kind of a policy to help bump wages up for a bunch of people. A really good example of how policy can actually affect things if your goal was to basically help people increase their wages.
How can you force people to work off the clock? I didn't think that's not legal at all.
I mean, if you're salaried, right, there kind of is no clock, right?
Right. But that would just be part of the salary. But if they're this idea of off, I guess clock in.
But it's a matter of like the work week is considered 40 hours in a week, and that was the difference, right? Is that they were working more than 40 hours in a week.
But a lot of salary people do.
Yeah, but a lot of salary people weren't in this bracket where they were making below a certain amount, so that if they were hourly, they would have made more. It's basically a matter of saying of making people who pay you salary pay you enough to where if you're gonna.
They were getting,
or I'll say it's punishing the people who used salary as a way to skirt by paying people what they're actually working. I thought it was a really good decision. And I personally know a lot of people that it's benefiting right now.
Yeah, it sounds like a good one. Like it corrected some actual inequities. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, Head, is because Trump thought that norms were broken, he used that to justify his breaking of norms, and then Democrats are using Trump's breaking of norms to justify their break, and it has to stop somewhere. We have to get back to our system of norms and let the process that we've agreed to invest our authority in play itself out and work and like it, and they're doing it because there's this fear that if they don't, we're going to lose our democracy. But that's the same thing Trump used to justify the election fraud claims.
Nah, I don't think. Nah, I don't know.
Nah, what? That is what's happening. I mean, I
it's what's happening. And that's what's coming out of his mouth, sure, but. I mean, we've had.
Well, now we're just in his trying to figure out what's in his head.
I mean, that's what a lot of this comes down to, right? With a lot of people, all I can point to is what was done. But we've had court cases about this, right? We've had 60 court cases about
that's
the mail-in ballots.
Yes, that was a process at work,
and we understand why that happened, though, right? Like one of the main reasons we did the mail-in ballots was not just because COVID It was because it was leaning one side of who would actually come out and vote, right? Like liberal, if you leaned liberally, you were tending to take things a lot more seriously and not think it was a conspiracy, right? So a lot of those people would not want to come around, if only to not endanger people around them. So that's why there was such a mass interest in mail-in ballots.
Are you saying like some of the states that traditionally didn't use mail-in started using them that year?
Yeah, it was. These legislatures were inundated with people needing to do these systems. That's why they went through these extraordinary measures. It wasn't like some nefarious plan. These people were demanding it because
I think
they were in the middle of lockdown.
That made people even more suspicious because it was something out of the ordinary.
Even though we've been doing mail-in ballots since the inception of the country.
Well, some states have, but in the states that weren't, it was an abrupt switch in the middle of a chaotic time to begin with. And if the party you don't trust is the one doing the shift, that's going to feed into your suspicion. But none of that matters because our system determined that there was no fraud over and over and over, consistently enough for most normal, sane, rational people to accept that there was no fraud. The election was fair. Joe Biden won. So the idea that he did not win is a false belief. It's a false narrative that they have convinced themselves of. And because of that, they feel like the country is under threat and being taken from them, or at risk of being taken from them. And so they took actions based on that belief. And because of the actions they took based on that belief, then the Democrats have convinced themselves of the same thing. And now both sides see each other as an existential threat because of these beliefs or narratives they talked themselves into based on the other person's false belief and narrative. And so they're justifying the breaking of norms as a result.
Right. But I would say the one hinge in that is that the stolen election thing was seeded in Republicans' minds far before the election happened. And we could pull up video on that one. He
deliberately, or as the possibility the elections might not be fair because of the chaos.
No, the possibility that he'd lose is what I think he did it. But it was in his speeches that they're going to do something, and then because look, everyone knew, and there's a really at this point infamous video now of Bernie Sanders the day before the election on a news channel basically saying, look, there's going to be a time tomorrow where it looks like Trump wins, and then all the mail-in ballots are going to come in the night because they have to get counted afterward. That's by law. They have to get counted after the actual, people voting on the day. So they're not going to come in until the night, and we know they're going to heavily favor Democrats, which is where this whole kind of kerfuffle comes up of him saying, oh, look, I won at the end of the night on election day, when we all knew that this glut of mail-in ballots were not going to get counted until the middle of the night. So, like, these things were talked about.
So even before he actually lost, he was preparing for the possibility that he was prepared for both realities.
Yeah, he was getting an excuse as to why he lost. I don't even have to I don't even have to add like all the governmental ending nefarious shit. I can just say that he's a sore loser, and yeah. But I mean, he was definitely saying it. He was definitely saying if he lost, it was stolen, and then when he did lose, he said it.
Yeah, I don't think he lost. He's too much of a narcissist. He would go into narcissistic.
That I can also
meltdown.
believe is that, yeah.
So I think his ego still has him in the reality where he did not lose, and they took the election from him. They stole it. He's the rightful president. I think it is mine.
But
thinks that.
Doesn't that road lead us down? Then they all thought it was stolen. Therefore, they went there on January 6th to do that intentionally.
I think some of the people that went there did think that. Whether they were connected with Trump or not is the question. But even stuff like the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, some of those trials, there were charges for seditious conspiracy.
Who set up the rally that day? On that day and at that time.
But just because they set up the rally, I mean, it's not out of the ordinary to set up a rally.
It's out of the
even
ordinary
if they
to
set up the rally, you have to
time.
tie them. You have to have text messages from Trump saying, "Hey guys, I'm setting up the rally at this time. Make sure your group is here, ready to do the violence."
I can't attribute the things that his underlings do to him anymore.
You can make inferences, but I'm asking for something more than inference, and our process gives us that at the end in a ruling or a report or something. And so that's what I'm waiting on. It's again, it's that I'm willing to have faith in our system and our process, and I'm not at the point yet where I think I need to go around it.
Right. I don't think I am either. I don't think I'm absolute doom and gloom at this point either. I do sound alarmist. I admit that. That's only
And I'll tell you
because
another
I
thing,
feel I
that
recognize something.
every person on your side is if you're not alarmist, every other person is. So you get painted with that brush, even if you're not as alarmist as they are. Just from my experiences with them, and until talking to you today, I didn't catch that you weren't. You do seem a little more sensible about it, but just because of association with that side and their alarmism, I didn't catch that at first.
No, I think the guardrails are going to hold. I really do. We'll have to see how the election
Yeah,
goes.
I don't
But
think the Supreme Court didn't even take his election fraud claim. Even the Supreme Court didn't take his
right,
fraud claim
um,
seriously. So the
I
idea
do
that the
find the
Supreme
immunity
Court is going to
ruling
enable
troubling, though.
Trump to become a dictator, I don't know where that comes from.
I don't know. That immunity ruling was
Yeah, but even the immunity ruling had guardrails, very clear guardrails. That was it Thomas
were
or
they
Alito that wrote
were they
that went
like
out of their way to like say this is
yeah.
immune.
All he
These
said
acts
is
are.
that he said all official acts are immune. All
So what's
official
your
acts.
worst case scenario? They're going to secretly classify every single charge of those indictments as official acts, and all the cases go
No,
away
the
poof.
problem
And then
was
the
is there was
Supremes
no
all get to go
definition.
cackle in the back room that they pulled it off.
No, the problem was is that he carved out an idea of presidential immunity that had never been put forward from what I can tell in American history. Uh, he then they laid out this 3-tier system where official acts can't be questioned at all. He laid out what evidence you can't even use that to try and get a criminal charge from an official act, and then doesn't even define an official act. If you want close to my reaction to the conservative justices on that one, go read Sonia Sotomayor's
Oh, I did.
dissent.
I thought it was horrible. Oh my God, I was cringing when I read that.
I kind of agree with her.
I didn't take it like you described it. The way I read it, he was giving examples and suggestions for them to use when they do their own classification. And he was specifically going out of his way to not do the classification for them, but he was showing like ways he would classify certain things if he was using the categories. But it wasn't as dogmatic as you're saying it was. It was more illustrative to
But he didn't
help
tell us what an
the
official
lower
act
courts
is.
make their decisions.
I don't know.
And I don't know where people get the idea that they could have people assassinated and kill people and they're immune and all of that.
I'm pretty sure they got that idea straight out of Sonia Sotomayor's dissent.
I think they should just go with the actual
If the
ruling.
president classifies
and
it
Amy
as an
Carey,
official act, then the Supreme Court just said it's immune.
I think that's a very disingenuous reading of their actual ruling. And see, that makes her even less credible now.
Roberts is the one who made the classifications and then didn't define them.
Do you want to read the ruling?
Sure. It's an important one. I think people are going to be coming back to it a lot in the years
because there's a lot of misinformation around it. And I think the people that seem most scared of it seem the people that have read it the least. Maybe it would be good for me to do a stream on it one day. Read the full ruling. Here we go. I'll at least put it in chat. And also be sure and read Amy Barrett's dissent too, because she makes some really. She didn't completely agree, and she makes some really good points.
I've had to eat a lot of my words on Amy Coney Barrett. I admit, I've had to eat a lot of words on her.
I'm looking over it now. The exercise of his core constitutional powers. So that's a very specific category right there. That's where the immunity is absolute. Having people
Yeah.
assassinated randomly is not a core constitutional power. So people that think they granted
if you
this
say
broad immunity, that's what I'm saying. They're not. We're not reading the same
if you're
thing.
protecting the country, that's if you consider protecting the country a core constitutional power, then you
Well,
could misconstrue that to say that, well, this person's gonna right in
right, and
democracy,
let me tell you how good the
therefore,
justices are because they anticipate that in the very next sentence. That's why they come in this category of presumptive immunity. So he's entitled to have you presume immunity, but there's a process for examining that. So that is not absolute. So the absolute part is limited to this core constitutional powers. I think I even talked to the AI when this happened, and I asked it what these core constitutional powers were. Let's see. Because this is not going to apply. People are acting like Trump's going to live forever and he's going to be the only president the U.S. ever had. This is going to apply to all the presidents we have after. So why would they make something so absolute and one-sided, knowing that it's going to apply to every president?
I mean, who knows?
Because y'all don't trust our Supreme Court. And I do believe
Well,
people
they
when they
obviously
tell me they
disagree with each
don't
other,
think it's a
right?
conspiracy, that like they're in cahoots with the executive branch, but there's still some mistrust in it. And Amanda today brought up things like the Clarence Thomas investigation they just did when he took all these gifts and stuff, and that's legitimate stuff to worry about. But is it affecting his ruling? I don't know. The Alito flag wife and the
Well, he's
flag
certainly
thing was
not pulling.
absolutely silly.
He's not recusing himself from any of the things that he should be. So he didn't recuse himself from anything involving January 6th, even though
Right.
his
So
wife was one
that's
of the
Clarence
planners.
Thomas, and
Yeah.
that's some specific situations. And I'd have to like see if that was affecting his ruling or not, because maybe he's able to separate that. But even if not,
I mean, not recusing
that is
himself is
one
affecting the ruling.
justice doing specific things. That is not the Supreme Court is corrupt and in cahoots to take our democracy. So they go from small details like that to these very large grand narratives about the future of our democracy. And
Sure.
so
Yeah.
if people's fear of the Supreme Court comes from Clarence Thomas taking bribes, it seems to me when they talk about it, it's expanded to include the entire Supreme Court for other reasons than just Clarence Thomas.
Yeah, and I myself try to stay away from gross generalizations, but and I understand why people on the left are much more sensitive about this topic, especially about the Supreme Court. There have just been like a series of like politically traumatic things that have happened to them as far as the Supreme Court is concerned. Ginsburg, not being able to get a successor, which is in a way to older liberals very much Clarence Thomas all over again, because Clarence Thomas filled what's his name's seat. Why am I spacing on his name? First black Supreme Court justice.
So identity politics, because to me none of that matters. Yeah, you're right. That's stuff that's a story they're telling themselves, and that's stuff they could talk out with their therapist.
I mean,
but the rest of society should not have to pay the price for
politics.
that.
I mean, but legacy and identity are things that people, like that they relate to, right?
Yeah, I understand that, but they're not legal categories, and they're not things that society needs to get involved in. They're important to me too. I have all of that too. I don't expect the federal government to involve itself in that.
I mean, what do you mean federal government involves? I'm just saying the way people think.
Well, you're talking about like you said something about him being the first black justice, and they felt like it was
Yeah, I was just
Clarence
talking about
Thomas all over
the things
again.
that lefties consider like politically traumatic as far as the Supreme Court.
Right, like
having
political trauma is narrative based. That's the interpretation they're making, and
Yeah,
they could
I'm
talk
not
with a
saying it's not
therapist
subjective.
and address that with a therapist. But I don't know what the rest of us that are not suffering from that particular trauma
Thurgood Marshall. Thank you, Daniel.
are not framing things in that particular narrative. I don't know what the rest of us need to, how that applies to like what we're supposed to do about any of that. I agree that it's happening. I absolutely think that there's this
I'm just
trauma
giving you an explanation
narrative
why they jump to gross generalizations on this particular subject, why they're
because of
sensitive to it.
trauma. Yeah. And I think that's what I
there's a
fight against. I think
there's a
that's
narrative
bad.
that
I
they
think
have
that's
that things are
bad.
trying to get stolen from them on purpose. That Mitch McConnell stole that seat on purpose, stuff like that, and then went back on his word in Trump's final year and installed another one, even though it's exactly what he said he couldn't do in Obama's. Things like that.
And it might have been a deft political maneuver on McConnell's part if he did do it intentionally. I don't know that he did, but it's nothing that falls outside of
No,
what's
it was
already.
obviously a political maneuver. Denying the sitting president their Supreme Court pick is nothing but political. It can't be argued.
Right, but
to
it
be
wasn't
nothing but.
illegal or a crime. And it's allowed within the parameters
I don't know. Like
of our system.
no one pushed it, but the Constitution says that the sitting president shall have his Supreme Court pick voted on by the Senate.
Voted on. It
Yeah.
doesn't guarantee confirmation.
Sure, but it never got a vote for over a year.
Yeah,
while,
Jack,
while
I
he
do.
had the pick. Like that's the problem, is that he was intentionally kept
Was
from
he the
being-
first candidate in the history of the U.S. to not get the vote?
to not have a vote at all until
Yeah,
like
you
he was
said
left office.
the Constitution said they're entitled to a vote. So was he the first person that did not
I
get the
would have
vote they
to-
were entitled to? And if
I would
so,
have to
what
look
was
that
the
up.
recourse and why wasn't it prosecuted?
I'm not even sure what you would do in that instance.
Yeah, Jack, I do. I still have it open. You can come up too if you want. Middle paragraph of page 18. Okay. I'm on page 18, middle paragraph. In dividing official from unofficial. Yeah, may not inquire into motives, correct, because they're supposed to look at acts. They're classifying acts, so that makes sense. They wouldn't even know the motives, because part of that's going to come out in the trial, like before. They may not even know the motives before the trial starts. Risk exposing even the most obvious. It's just. Indeed, it would seriously. Okay. Yeah, I kind of agree with him here. Is that what you and nor may courts deem an action unofficial merely because it allegedly violates a generally applicable law. So that's what I'm saying. If
wait,
all sounds like
what you just said. So a court cannot deem an act unofficial. So basically something that the president deems official. And we just said that official acts are immune. So you can't deem it unofficial even if it breaks a law. Because that's what he just said, right?
That's not what it said. It says, nor may courts deem an action unofficial merely because it allegedly violates a generally applicable law. There's a certain specific situation that they cannot deem an action unofficial. It doesn't say they can't name an action unofficial. So they all have to be official. That's not what it says.
Yeah, see, I interpret that as if I say that a president broke a law and I want to investigate it, if it's deemed an official act, that we can't make it unofficial to investigate it just because we want to investigate it.
Yeah, but that makes sense. Like, I wouldn't want them to be able to do that.
Even if they did something horrible?
It depends on the act, and the act is either official or unofficial. And it's just like what you said. It depends on what the act is, and if the act, they can't classify the act as unofficial just because they want to prosecute it if it was clearly an official act. But official acts are not the president doesn't do the crime is not part of the official act or the core powers of the presidency.
I
So
think
it
that
has to be.
statement just implied that it can be.
I think maybe you're inferring because I'm
No,
not.
I think that statement directly implies that it can't be, because it says that even if it's criminal, even if you think it's criminal, you can't make it an unofficial act just because you think it's criminal.
Yes.
Because you're not going to be able to find out if it's criminal, because you're not allowed to investigate it.
You're supposed to You're supposed to focus on acts. Some acts are official, some are not. Is murdering people an official act of the United States president?
It can be. Presidents authorize the military to take people out.
That's the official act. So did he do it in authorization of blah blah blah? That's the kind of reasoning they're going to have to engage in to figure this stuff out. That's why these statements are worded like they do, because they make sense when you're doing that type of reasoning.
Okay, so we already know that Obama, when during a drone strike, was able to argue that he could drone strike an American citizen who was a clear and present danger because they joined the enemy side. How much of a leap of logic is it to say that a rogue president who does not harbor the same kind of morals that we have would misuse his power to deem someone an American citizen as an enemy and order their death, and then be able to get away with it because it's an official act and we could investigate it?
It would have to be an official act.
It would be by definition, right? If you're like ordering a kill on someone due to national security.
Then it would be one of two categories. It would be one of the core powers and be absolutely immune, or it would be not one of the core powers and then be that presumptive immunity. We have Jack here. All right, Mr. Darko.
Okay, so real quick, if a president sold a pardon,
selling pardons is not part of a president's official act. That would clearly be criminal.
Pardoning is.
Right.
And you're
if
not
they
allowed
could
to
prove that he
inquire
sold it, that would probably be a different story.
How would they prove that it was?
Well, they'd have to prove it anyway. Like even under our current system,
the testimony of Rudy Giuliani saying that they're selling pardons for $2 million a pop,
and show the money trail. Like however they prove bribery.
You're not allowed to investigate it because pardoning is a
official
constitutional power of the president. So like it doesn't matter. Like you're not allowed to investigate it because that's the president's conclusive and inclusive power. Like that's the thing only a president can do is pardon people. So that's definitely an official act.
Two things. If it came out that it was criminal, I don't know that would change the picture. I mean, I don't know that would not change the picture. And second of all, even if that's the case, the ruling, Congress is still an independent branch of government. So there's legislation that can modify the ruling if there's need for that. If it comes up in the future that presidents are abusing the pardon power and using it criminally because of this immunity ruling, Congress can address it with a law. So this is not... You know how America works. None of this is like end of the world stuff. We have Haku in the back. Does anybody know?
Yeah,
Haku.
Haku. Yeah, Haku comes up on Easy Stream all the time. He's cool.
Right, they're okay. All right. Welcome, Haku.
What's up, Haku?
Hello, guys. Nice to meet you. Hello, FG. How are you doing, man?
Doing well.
Haku, do you have a channel? Are you just Haku?
I don't have a channel. I am just
okay, I'll just put you as Haku. All right, welcome.
He talks to us as he roams the English countryside.
I do indeed. Yes.
Are we your walking companions?
Exactly. When you say that, like, an official act of the president is giving orders to maybe his FBI or his military, right?
I didn't catch all of that.
Would an official act be like giving orders to the military?
Possibly. I don't know. I'd have to know that.
Right.
But this is we're going to get into all of these like what if thought experiment scenarios, and none of that's interesting to me. I like dealing with actual concrete situations. Like the ruling itself.
Well, that's the thing is you're turning them, and and we're saying, what I'm saying, I'm pointing out this, like, like this paragraph on page 18. It's like you're not allowed to inquire into the president's motives, like, for any acts that he does. So if he pardons
Right, that
someone,
makes
you are
sense.
not allowed to inquire into his. Okay, so
That
if we can't ask about why the president pardoned someone, then how do we prove that it was, like,
because you have to
that it was criminal?
classify acts.
Yeah.
Independent of motive. It's
So
the this. I don't know why this is confusing. I don't know how to explain it any more simple of a level.
Because we know
They're
presidents have done bad things before and claimed it's part of their official responsibility. Like with this new interpretation of immunity, I'm not sure Richard Nixon would have resigned. Like, I don't think he would have had to. I don't think they could have investigated him. Therefore, he would have had no fear of it. Therefore, he wouldn't have resigned.
Well, doesn't
and
the thing about presumptive immunity mean if there's reason to not presume immunity, then they're allowed to not presume it? So the absolute would only apply to those core powers.
No. So what it is for official acts, for that are preclusive, he has absolute immunity, and then anything on, like, the boundary is presumed immune. So first you have to demonstrate that it will not, like damage the integrity of the executive office by investigating, like, this thing that happened.
Pretty sure the wording was something about hindering him to act in the future with energy and vigor in any of his rulings. So if anything you investigate would by any chance hinder any of his future processes, that you can't investigate it.
Yeah,
and I
didn't
think
get it.
the
and that's what
language used
presumptive
is
immunity is.
because there's the constitutional powers official acts that are completely immune, and then there's the official acts which are, quote, within the outer perimeter of official responsibility. And he says that those at least require at least presumed immunity.
Yeah, none of that sounds weird to me. It all makes sense.
Okay,
Because they're
so
talking about
like-
acts. I know in law that's what you're charged with, acts. There's what mens acta, mens rea, and acts are a very specific thing. They're a unit of observation and communication
those are
in
the
these
same-
fields. So they make sense to me as a concept, acts.
But we can't even deem as mens rea, can we? Because we can't investigate.
Huh? Some
wouldn't even be
acts
able
you
to deem
can't.
his
Some
mens rea.
right.
because
Some
we can't
but
investigate.
I don't know if you know this, they didn't create presidential immunity. They clarified. There's
Yeah, but
always
there's
been the
ruling.
concept of
no,
presidential
they
immunity.
created it.
Yeah, but it's never been ruled in this way.
No,
And a
Jeff.
ruling by
This
a
is something
Supreme
that
Court.
Robert
this is
invented
this
out of
this
thin
is
air.
kind of like a direct
Previously,
dimension.
ever criminal immunity.
Yeah,
Say that
because
again, Jack.
because in Robert Mueller's report when he came out, the entire reason why Robert Mueller said that he wasn't going to charge Trump over the stuff he found in his investigation was because there was a Department of Justice norm that they wouldn't
Well,
break.
I'm on Wikipedia, and they're talking about Nixon versus Fitzgerald in 1982, that the president has absolute immunity from civil damages actions requiring conduct within the outer
Civil.
perimeter. So this language, they're not
Civil.
creating this; they're building on a foundation
Civil.
that's already
no,
there
no.
because that's what justices
Civil.
do.
Civil.
I'll agree with that.
Civil.
Yeah,
Civil
but it
damages.
is.
I
I
added.
think
No,
y'all are
that's
trying to
wrong.
make
You
this
shouldn't agree
reading
with that. You're
sound
wrong.
scarier than it is by reading interpretations into it that the
You-
text
you
itself
freeze
does
all
not
the-
justify. And you're sliding that the existing foundation that this ruling is already built on. It's not
Yes,
the
you-
scary thing you think it is.
You breezed
And it's
over
not going to
that
apply
ruling.
just to Trump. It's going to apply to any president after him.
Oh, I agree
Democrat,
that there's
Republican.
I agree that there's some immunity that was already existent
Do you
in the idea that of what the president
Understand the
is.
difference between
Sure.
criminal and civil immunity.
Yes.
Those are two.
He is correct. There's a big difference between civil and criminal.
I can't hear Haku at all. Plus my bars are going out. I'm getting the low bar. Can y'all
I
hear
think
me?
they were just asking about if you got the difference between civil and criminal immunity.
I'm still looking at it. Let's see, Chris. Article 2, Section 4 provides for which crimes the president shall be removed from office by impeachment. Article 1, Section 3, Clause 7 specifies that a president impeached by law is nevertheless liable and subject to indictment, trial, judgment, etc., according to the law. So that's Constitution. Amid the Watergate scandal, issued a memorandum concluding that it is unconstitutional to prosecute a sitting president, but that's their own. That was his own department that issued that. Neither memorandum has the force of law, but both are binding within the Department of Justice. So that's another precedent. Special Counsel Leon Jaworski. Oh, this is still back to Watergate. So yeah, this did come up during Watergate.
Yeah, and like all of those cases previously have always been like rulings on civil damage immunity, meaning like a citizen can't sue you for being like a shitty president, which makes sense. Yes, like obviously, that's stupid. Like the president should be immune from that. But like never, like Roberts, like this presumptive and absolute immunity in acts and unofficial acts is all stuff that Roberts made up, like for this ruling. Like that doesn't exist.
But you know the
previous
ruling
case
is like that's the highest authority now, whether you like it or not, whether you agree
Yeah.
with it or not. So really, do you believe it's sound legal reasoning, or do you believe it's corrupt, or not, because that's the authority now? So
No, I believe it's unsound legal reasoning.
okay,
because,
and
like,
many other lawyers would disagree. So this is just lawyers arguing among themselves about legal reasoning. But it
no, it's
doesn't
not
change
just
the
that,
fact
because
that it
it's
tells
changing my
something.
life and fucking
What?
up my country. No, it's fucking
Well,
up with
that's what I'm saying.
my country.
There's that trauma narrative again. I don't believe. I think that reality has a lot of
What are
subjectivity
you talking
to it.
about?
I don't think actual history and reality is going to play out the way you just described in your mind. I just don't. So I think some of that is
Okay.
is fear-based, maybe trauma-based, definitely subjective.
I mean, you can use the therapy language on me if you want. I've dated enough BPD girls. I can handle it. But yeah,
I'm
no,
not a
this is.
therapist, so it's not even really therapy language.
Oh yeah, no. You're just using like psych language, you know.
But I'm pointing out that when you're having a conversation with another person, I'm trying to separate the things we can both agree on and talk about more or less objectively from the subjective stuff. And this end of the world fucking up the country stuff has no communicative value to me in this conversation. That's just stuff in your head that you're scared might happen, is how I read it.
Oh, I mean, you can do that
But
if you
in
want,
in
but,
in
like,
actuality, I don't see it as a serious possibility.
for sure. I mean, like, why should I care like how you feel about it? I guess like I don't know. Like that's a
I'm
thought
just trying to help the
terminating
conversation
cliche.
move along. That's I was just
no, you're
doing it.
terminating
I think this gets
conversation.
also back to earlier what I was saying, that I think for a lot of people on the left, this isn't just like kind of doom and gloom stuff in their heads. I think as soon as the Supreme Court flipped, they started seeing their worst fears happen.
What do you mean flip though?
The Supreme Court is split ideologically.
Well, I know I was talking about that early on the stream. If people, first of all, they're not all ruling together at all times. If they think
Sure.
that the Supreme Court is still an independent branch, or if they're part of some larger sinister conspiracy to subvert our democracy. I still think it's the Supreme Court we've always had. It's an independent branch of government. It's hearing cases. It's writing rulings with legal reasoning in it, whether you agree with it or not. But I don't see anything more sinister than that at work yet.
I mean, just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's not there.
But
Like,
just
to
because
tell
you
the truth,
think
I
you
would-
see it doesn't mean it is there. So then how do we
Sure, that's
resolve
why-
the dilemma?
I mean, I
Sure,
think the
that's
flaws
why
of the
I'm-
Supreme Court are by the people who chose them, essentially. I don't think that the justices themselves are flawed, with exceptions of the
do
ones
you
I
trust them to that they're in there with the motives to make the best rulings they can in their
I
job
would
as
say most of
justices? Or-
them. I say most of them, yeah. Some
Okay.
of them, reading their opinions, I feel like they're just ideologues. It's really just like two.
I feel that
maybe
way
three.
about some of them too, and we probably feel that way about different ones. But that's not unusual, I imagine, for a Supreme Court.
Sure. And to tell you the truth, this is one of the reasons I would actually be in favor of, and if they could do it in a balanced way, of course, that would be best. But I would be in favor of increasing the size of the Supreme Court. I think the Supreme Court should reflect a lot more, because it's obvious now that law is not this monolith, and while we want justice to be blind, it's obvious that it almost never is. So I think the court should reflect a lot more diversity of opinion as
You
far as
don't
the
you
law is
don't
concerned.
you don't think it is blind?
I think that is our ideal. I think that's what we strive for. But I think because one of the things we're learning, because we believe things and because we're people who experience things and have our own subjective opinions about the world, I think we end up interpreting even law so radically different from each other that we kind of have to balance it out. I mean, one thing I've heard some people argue right now is that that a lot of people, maybe not around some other people, but I've heard people talk about the Supreme Court's incredibly Catholic right now.
And I know about the Opus Dei conspiracy too. Let me ask you this: what percentage do you think we get it right? What percentage are we blind? Do we hit that ideal?
Wait, what percentage of what?
What percentage is our justice blind? What percentage do we hit the ideal that we're striving for? Because you seem to think it's not frequent, that it's more of an ideal than an actuality. So I'm just trying to get an idea of the ratio.
I don't think anyone argues that justice being blind is an ideal.
No, I'm asking you. I think our system works. I think our justice is more or less blind, and you seem to think otherwise. So I'm asking you, what percentage of our system do you think does work and delivers the kind of blind justice that we strive for? I think it's the majority of our system, but you seem to think it's not the majority. So I was trying to get a sense of what portion of our system you think does deliver that ideal of justice. I guess I'm trying to see how much of an ideal it is versus reality.
Because
yeah, that's such a complicated question. I mean,
it came from your own phrase. I was only going off of your own response. I was trying to use your.
I understand, but like it's just a matter of a question that's so really complicated to answer, right? Like to give it.
Well, you're the one that said justice should be blind, or something like, but it's not. And I say, well, I pretty much think it is here in the U.S. And you were given all these reasons why it doesn't meet the ideal. So I was just trying to figure out how much of it you think does meet the ideal.
Well, when I say justice should be blind, you get the philosophical idea behind it, right? The idea that justice is equal for all people.
Yes, I do.
And the reason it's an ideal is that we're all humans, and it's almost impossible for all of us to
sometimes we get it right. We can't get it wrong 100% of the time, right? So we are delivering justice in some. What percent of the time do you think we're delivering justice?
Just to throw out, I would agree with you that we get it right the majority, definitely more than 50% right. If you just make me like throw out a random number, I'm not pessimistic about how we handle justice. I think the places that handle justice poorly have systemic problems that we don't have, right? They have like wholesale abandonment of the belief in the justice system. One might argue that we get close to that, but I definitely don't think that we're past that halfway point. Also, you can't argue that our justice system is completely pure and idealistic when we've proven many, many times in our past that we've had, judges putting people away for an exorbitant amount of times for minor infractions just because of who they are, right?
Yeah,
we've had entire laws put in place. But I'll agree that we're getting better.
Okay, I was just trying to get an idea, I guess, of how pessimistic or optimistic you were.
But there's still a lot of disparages in sentencing that could be fixed too.
Because I think for the most part it works.
Would you take more weight to one of the justices' opinion on the ruling?
Say that again.
So there's a lot of the chief justices. Three of the justices from the liberal side of the court have spoke about this ruling and what they think about it. Would you take their opinions on this?
I read the dissent. When I read the rulings, I don't have any favorites on the Supreme Court. I barely know who any of these people are. So when I read the rulings, they usually have the main guy talking first, and then maybe a dissent, a supporting thing, and then you have the dissents. So when I read the rulings, I don't even look at the names half the time. I'm reading the language in the paragraphs, and I'm thinking which ones resonate the most with me and make the most sense. And then sometimes I'll realize, oh, this is Clarence Thomas writing. Oh, this is Alito that I'm agreeing with. So I don't even always know who I'm reading when I'm reading through a ruling. I'm just focused on the actual ruling and reacting to.
The point is that, these, like Justice Sonia Sotomayor doesn't have no idea of the law, right? She's obviously educated within the law and these rulings and reading the Constitution,
Yeah.
right? Correct?
I've read some of her dissents, and I've felt a little embarrassed for her. They were cringy to me.
I didn't
Well, I
think
feel
so.
like she probably has a way better grasp of the ruling than you do, no?
I mean, it's all just
Probably,
judges
yeah.
arguing with each other.
Probably.
I would say,
I would defer to her
qualification.
grasp over mine, yes.
Yeah, right. So then when she says, like, she's outlined these hypothetical situations where the concepts of immunity can apply, like ordering the Navy SEALs Team 6 to assassinate a political rival.
Oh, you cutting out. I didn't catch the last part.
Well, she said that basically he could have Navy SEAL Team 6 assassinate a political rival and he would be immune. He could organize.
Is that what's at the root of this fear? They're going to start assassinating political rivals? That never once crossed my mind when I read that ruling.
Well, it's just a matter of what it could possibly allow, right?
Yes. This is the problem.
Do you think the justices thought through that?
No, the dissent's argument is this carves out an entire bit of immunity that never existed before. It rearranges the relationship between the three branches, which were supposed to be able to check each other. If you're saying that any one of the president's official acts that do not fall under Article 2 are now under presumed immunity, then you are taking out the possibility that not every president's a good guy and might do shitty things. Right? Like it just seems
that's the great thing about a dissent. I'm glad it's in there. And so as this plays out, people can have that to refer back to if those things start to happen and say, look, this Sotomayor said it right here.
But did you read Amy Coney Barrett's?
I did. I liked hers.
I mean, my position is closer to hers.
Yeah, mine too. Mine was too.
Well,
yeah.
You know that she said,
and I'm glad hers is in there too.
You know that she said that she thought like their opinion was overreaching like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So like,
yeah.
I'm
glad hers is in there because I honestly think over time hers is going to end up being the one that has more significance for the country.
Yeah. No shit.
Let's see.
Stare decisis is dead. Fuck it.
Yes. Well, I'll tell you what I assume that a bunch of powerful in the U.S. I can only speak for this country. Will do the right thing, is because I've seen our systems of check and balances. First of all, I learned about it in school and Schoolhouse Rock and all that, and then I watched it at work my entire life. I'm 53 years old. I'm over half a decade. I've watched the system keep what you're worried about here from happening. It happens on some areas of the system, some local, state, even federal sometimes. They just had that one congressman, Menendez, whatever. They got but on the whole, when you step out and zoom out and look at the whole picture, the foundation is not rotted from the inside out. Our house is going to be just fine. It might have a little bit of mold, water leakage here and there, but we're going to be okay.
I mean, I wish that applied to the reality that I exist in, I guess.
I know. It's like, how do you filter out that subjective? Because we're all guessing on some level. None of us know the future. We're all making guesses.
And like, why do you think he needs this ruling?
What I think? What?
Why would your president need this ruling? Why would he need it?
With Trump, I think he's trying to get stay out of jail. I think he's trying to give himself as much chance of escaping jail as he can. And I think it was his lawyer that initially made the argument about the immunity and filed the case.
That doesn't seem like a ruling that all presidents need, right? So like, why are we doing it?
Well, like I said, a lot of it was reclarifying existing. But the reason we're doing it is because his lawyer filed this case or this motion and made this argument, and the Supreme Court agreed to hear it, and this was the result of their hearing it. So that's the answer to why we're doing it, why we have it.
Again, this is a new construction. Like, these categories didn't exist before. It's not being clarified. Like, this is like Roberts invented all of these, these
No, he didn't invent it
classifications
from
himself.
whole cloth. I'm going to reject that. Because
Where did he
no,
get
he
it
did
from?
not invent it from whole cloth.
Yeah, he was like, "Oh, well, the president's civilly immune, so we should just do the same for criminal stuff too."
He said that in the ruling.
I mean, yes, like that's like
That's not
basically what
just your
that.
paraphrase of something he actually
Sorry,
said.
yeah, like that is my paraphrasing because like there is no case law that supports this because
Well,
all
that's the
previous
entire
case
thing
law
about
was
Nixon, right? Is
civil
that he
immunity.
wasn't criminally immune, like that he was trying to
Well,
argue
no,
that.
he was pardoned immediately. And all the discussions were about like civil damages, like were people allowed to sue him, not like could the
But
state
no,
like
that was his
hold him
assumption,
to a
though. Like
crime.
Nixon's assumption, because he resigned, is that I'm not criminally immune, therefore I have to jump ship. So this is a new thing that's getting.
So
passed
let me
after the
ask you
president.
this: do you think the justices did anything outside of the scope of their duties as justices?
I mean, arguably maybe.
Okay, so it's a gray area.
Well,
There's some ambiguity.
legally, no.
I mean,
Legally,
this to me
no.
feels
Legally,
like
no, maybe, sort of.
We give a lot of
That,
power
that's
to
reasonable. I'll take all of
justices.
those.
So.
That sounds okay.
yeah. I
But
mean,
I don't
think
think
it
this ruling is
consolidates.
like a good ruling for your people.
Yeah,
We'll find
it's
out.
very
Sometimes
confusing.
they're not.
It's very
Sometimes
confusing
they're
when the
very
people who
wrong.
call themselves originalists can look at our Constitution and say that, oh, I think the president should be a king, right? And I think this may not
I don't
it's
know if
definitely
the
hyperbole.
does the word
It's,
king even show
no,
up?
it's like I said, it's definitely hyperbole. But this ruling moves us
Oh, it
closer to
actually
that than
does.
we
70,
were.
74 times. Oh, it's K-I-N-G. The ending of many words. Never mind.
Right. I'm like,
Um,
Space King, maybe.
I feel like your president has more power.
The actual word king does not show up at all.
Yeah, I think this ruling consolidates a lot of power into the executive branch because like the executive branch like is the president. Like all of those offices, like they exist at the whim of the president. I mean, well, they have to be approved by Congress or whatever, but like like there is a chance that like like moving forward, Robert's opinion could be used. Like maybe Trump wins this next election and like the Sotomayor like doesn't retire in time, and then Trump gets a fourth Supreme Court pick, which would be fucking outlandish. But yeah, like like that could be extended. Like even Roberts in his opinion says that like this extends to all members of the Oval Office. Like it is the executive branch that like also like inherits these powers.
So you're saying the immunity is not just the president, but the entire executive branch? I didn't see that in the ruling either.
Sure, it's on page 41 of or well, it's listen.
Well, it would kind of have to be right because the entire branch works at behest of the president. So anything you would do, like he couldn't be immune for something.
But
he
we're
could
talking
make you
about
do,
acts. So branches don't have acts, and individuals act, and they're specifically talking about acts of the president. It's even called Trump versus United States. But you said 41, page 41.
Hang on, I think it's like 42 to 9, or
it's numbered differently than
yeah.
It is in the Google Reader, so it's hard to find the page numbers. Let's see.
Gotcha. Yeah, it also restarts page numbers like 4 times.
Yep. just notice that too.
Okay, it's on.
Do you have it open in a browser? Because
I do.
you can just give me that page number.
To tell you the truth, I'm not even sure if Trump's lawyer in this case even thought he was going to win this case, which might be the craziest thing of all.
Yeah, he may not have.
If you could just Control F Oval Office and find the second occurrence.
What phrase? Oval Office?
Yeah. Yes, the second result on like page 42 near the bottom. That immunity applies equally to all occupants of the Oval Office, regardless of politics, policy, or party.
You're not really wanting to engage in any of the hypotheticals, are you, that you could do with this ruling?
The president enjoys no immunity for his unofficial acts, and not everything the president does is official. So they acknowledge that. The president is not above the law. They acknowledge that.
I'm sorry.
The
Did you see
president
the
may
sentence
not
that
be
I sent to you?
prosecuted for exercising his core constitutional powers, and he is entitled to at least presumptive immunity for official acts. That immunity applies equally to all occupants of the Oval Office. The Oval Office in caps, I think, means the office of the president. Like the not the administration, the office, the social construct called the office. That's how I'm reading it. You think it means every single person that works in the Oval Office is immune? Like the
I think they all
janitors?
work at
The occupants, if they live there, they're immune?
no,
But
no. All of the executive offices, because again,
that's
like,
not how I
these are all-
read that sentence.
Well, yeah. It's just like how the government's structured, which, like, I mean, I don't
Well,
know.
even if it wasn't, he could just pardon anybody.
It says
that he
occupants.
deliberately- No, but he could just pardon anybody he gives an instruction to.
Yeah, we
even
already
if
tried
they
to
wasn't
pardon, and
immune-
apparently that'll just, get outed as being illegal and
Because it's
hopefully-
regardless of
can't.
politics, policy, or
No,
party.
you
So
can't.
they mean
can't even
any person
investigate
that
it.
occupies that office in the future, any future president.
No.
That's how
But
I'm reading
is,
that.
is a pardon an official act of the president?
Let's find out. It's not it's not official acts that are immune, because they clearly say official acts
I
get
think
this
a pardon might
presumptively.
be a
It's
core
core
power.
constitutional
Right?
powers.
Is it his core power then? Just
That's
answer
what
that
I'm
question.
trying to
Is it
find
his
out.
core power?
I think pardoning might be
It is.
an Article 2.
It's a core power.
Yeah, it's listed in the actual Article 2, so I'm pretty sure it's a core power, so it's immune.
Right. So then
You
criminally
can't get
investigating
prosecuted
that,
for any kind of pardon you give as president.
You can't even criminally investigate it. You can't
Yeah,
even
like-
ask.
like-
the
Well, they
question,
can already
why did
pardon
you
whoever they
pardon?
want.
Yeah, and I think it's, I don't know.
But we could criminally
I guess the
investigate
taking of the money for
pardon
it would
previously.
still be something separate, maybe. I don't know.
I think it would.
Well,
And
yeah,
I
but
think the
No.
ruling allows for that. I think the
No.
ruling allows for that interpretation.
So yeah, I'm not worried about the core constitutional stuff, because that's literally just the things that are written in Article 2. Anything that's listed in Article 2, that's the core constitutional powers. I don't think any of us have a big problem with that. To me, it's the presumed immunity stuff, whereas basically every other thing the president does that is not listed in the Constitution.
Only
has-
official acts.
But that's what official acts are, is everything that every other presidential power that's not listed in the Constitution is the official acts.
It specifically says in the ruling that not every act the president does is an official act.
correct. And
There are
three
unofficial
categories, right?
acts. So, and official acts get presumptive immunity. That means if there's reason to not presume immunity, then they allow for that. Like, and something like crime or selling parts of
No,
corruption
that's
would
not-
be one of those reasons.
That's not what that means. Or can you show me in this ruling like where it says that? Because it does not say
Right.
that.
The way I read it is that an official act is basically a use of presidential power that is not listed in the Constitution. So, like, a president, like himself, can run out, grab a knife, and murder someone, right? And that can't be considered an official act just because he's president, because it's not part of presidential powers. But if, like, to me, like, if like in Sotomayor's example, if a president through some means justified a national security threat to order Navy SEAL Team 6 to go and kill his political opponent, it seems you can really argue that that's an official act. You might have to argue
Creating a threat is not an official act.
No,
protecting the country
he's-
is, though,
He's commander in chief.
right?
What are you talking
But the
about?
act is creating a false threat. That's the act. That's the
You can't-
act
no,
that's
you
not
can't
official.
No.
You can't prove that without investigation. You can't prove
Yeah,
that without
what-
criminal investigation.
Y'all are being ridiculous. I can't believe it. People as intelligent as all of you are being this ridiculous
no,
with the
no.
ruling.
Wait,
Yeah,
what do you mean?
I don't know how
Right,
you're
no,
reading
wait,
all
wait,
of that
wait,
into
wait, wait,
this.
wait,
I really,
wait.
a president's going to create a fake threat, and
No,
no
yeah.
one's going to be able to prosecute him for it because that's an
We're reading back an
official.
example
That's a
that
core
Supreme
constitutional
Court
power.
justice
That's
said.
in Article
wait.
2. He can create fake
You-
threats.
you-
That's in Article 2.
No,
Right,
look,
right.
hey, look,
You
Jeff,
need to-
we're reading
wait,
back
wait,
to you
please,
an
Anna,
example
1 second.
that. Okay, go ahead, Haku.
Can you explain to me how you would find out it's a false threat without criminal investigation?
There's many ways you could find out something is a false threat.
Explain to me. without any investigation. You can't
You could
investigate a
falsely
man.
threaten something. First of all, it's a false threat. All you have to do is go wait for the thing not to happen to see that it was false. Second of all, other
No, no,
people
no,
could rat him out.
no.
Like there's all kind of scenarios. When your thinking is starting to narrow and get dogmatic, I already know that I'm not
No,
dealing
it's
with
not. It's not.
the
It's not
people that have
dogmatic
seen
at
the full
all.
picture.
No, hang on. Let me butt in really quick. Look, it's you can say that we're going into like a hyperbolic, kind of like fanciful land.
Right.
But
That's not.
we're
That's
literally
why are
dealing
we
with,
going there?
because we're literally dealing with the hypothetical that a Supreme Court justice provided.
But let
us.
me ask you, do you think the justices did not think through all this stuff we're talking about and have these exact conversations? That's why I asked if you thought the justices did anything that was outside of the scope of their assigned duties. You don't think the justices thought of all this? Could they even say in their ruling, we cannot make this ruling based on existing exigencies, that this is a separation of power issues with the Constitution. They said it is not about any particular president, and we're very careful to make our ruling with that in mind.
Okay, well, they said it, so it must be true.
Well, it's in the ruling, so it's the official record. Whether it's true or not, it's the authoritative official record. Fuck me for using the official record as a source. We've been going through the damn ruling all night, picking it apart, and all of a sudden, that one little part is not usable. I don't trust.
No,
this is
it's because every time we make
your
a point, we just,
intellectual
like, reel back.
credibility. I don't trust you guys. You're not being intelligent about this ruling.
You're just doing like an ad
Right.
hominem, which
So
means that
again,
we're right? Like
What
that,
I'd
right?
say is they clearly didn't agree entirely and talk about these acts before the rulings. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much dissent from the other
There's
justices.
dissents all the time. That doesn't mean they don't think through issues and have conversations just because they're dissents.
Well,
Sure, you
clearly,
understand that
Sotomayor does not think they have talked out well enough the fact that she believes
No,
the president
that's
was
not what
guilty
dissents
of
mean. That does not
assassination.
mean that they
All right.
didn't thoroughly talk out an issue.
If you let
First
me
of all,
finish
you
my
can't
sentence.
you can infinitely talk through something, so you can't ever thoroughly talk through anything. I'm just saying, do you not think the Supreme Court justices put the kind of thought that we're putting into it right now?
Do you not think?
Oh, sure. No one's saying they didn't argue over it, and you can go back and listen to their deliberations. I'm sure. I'm pretty sure there's an archive of them that you can listen to, because that stuff's all public. There aren't cameras in it, but you can definitely get the audio. I've heard the audio for these, but what we're arguing is that one side had a more drastic interpretation of things than has been for a long time, and
but isn't that every single Supreme Court ruling ever, that some justices are going to rule more than other? That's why there's a majority of dissents.
Every single decision, one side freaks out.
Is there something about this one that makes it something we should all worry about, differ from any other ruling?
Yeah, they ruled the man has immunity in a court case where he was trying to be found whether or not
we
he
don't know yet because they haven't
election.
reclassified the
That's the thing.
That was
They
the
have
next step. So
classified
you're
at
being
least-
presumptuous there. But let me ask you this again: do you think that they did anything that was outside of the scope of their powers? And I've already asked if you thought that they put the kind of thought into it that we're putting now, and you said that you did, and that you didn't think they were doing anything outside of the scope of their powers. So why should I panic over this one ruling? Because it doesn't sound any different than anything the Supreme Court normally does.
I mean, it is
All
different.
right, then we shouldn't have conversations about the Supreme Court at all, then, because literally everything they do is within the scope of their powers. Even if they totally went rogue and decided.
No, I'm talking about
if
this.
they decided,
I asked you about this specific case, and you said yes. So this is the only case we have to talk about.
I know.
I don't have to entertain the scenario of we don't have to ever talk about it again because.
I'm just saying your critique of it. Your critique of it is basically saying like. They're doing something they're made to do. Therefore, no, that's exactly what we're
I didn't say
critiquing.
made to do. I said, do you think they did anything out of their scope of their duties here? Is there anything?
I mean, you could
suspicious, out of the ordinary that I should be concerned about? That they somehow acted outside of their powers
in
here?
that case,
I'm
yes.
trying to rule out
Yes.
that. I'm trying to rule out, should I be concerned that they overstepped or overreached their constitutional powers
Yes,
here?
I would say that there are
And
many law
initially you all
professors who
said no,
argue.
so I ruled that off the
I
table,
didn't
but
say
go
that.
ahead.
I did not say
I'll
that.
go ahead and say
So, like,
yes.
Wait.
There are many law professors who argue they carve out an entirely new kind of presidential.
Okay,
immunity.
that's law professors arguing. So I guess if you want to, I guess you're adopting that argument. I don't have to adopt that argument.
Do you think you can't be worried about something if it's
But
just
but
within the
arguments for law professors don't trump the authority of the Supreme Court. So do
No,
you think
they
it was an
don't.
illegitimate ruling and you should not have
Wait,
to
wait,
abide
wait.
by it?
Simple question. Do you think it's within the scope of the given powers? You don't have to worry about
That's what
anything, just as long
that's
as
what I was asking, and I thought they said
No,
yeah,
I'm
but I'm
asking you.
finding
I
out
don't say you
now.
can't answer this question.
Yes, I do. I don't see anything about it that doesn't look like it, like normal
That's
day
not
at
what I'm
work
asking
for
you.
the Supreme Court.
Right. No. Right. You need to listen to the simple question, okay? The simple question.
Okay, well then get a better connection so I can fucking understand you.
Animated, redo this for me, okay, buddy? All right. So, do you think as long as something is within someone's scope of powers, you should never worry about it?
That's not what I said. That's not even why I
That's
was
the argument
asking
you're
the
making.
question.
You
I
keep
was
saying,
trying to
is it within-
understand.
No.
Okay,
No.
dude, no. You're not going to come on my panel and yell over me and tell me how to talk and what to do. I'm done being micromanaged tonight.
Sorry,
Try again another day.
Everybody who comes over is used to verbal combat, so they're used to more combative style. I have to crank it down when I'm over here.
Right. Yeah, same. I'm like, my partner's sleeping upstairs, and I have to not shout at 3 a.m.
I was making a sincere effort to understand the fear and panic, and should I also be having that same fear and panic? So I was going through my own logical thought process and ruling out reasons to have. That's what I was doing. I'm sorry if that wasn't clear. That's all I was doing.
Okay, so like, I guess like, what is your heuristic by which you landed at like DEI is like horrible and evil, and you're very terrified of this policy? But like this like ruling that we believe, there's like textual like evidence of like being kind of like wacky, like I don't know.
What's
did Washington State do anything outside of the scope of their powers by passing like DEI legislation?
The only
Or can you answer my question?
I'm about to answer it. Now I forgot what I was going to say.
Well, I mean,
It
it's
has
like
to, it
yes
has
or
to
no,
loop
right?
back around. You said
Okay.
something about being worried about DEI. Oh,
Yeah.
the only evidence you gave is you said there are arguments from some law professors saying that they overreached their power.
No,
That's the only actual
pointing-
evidence you made for that they did something wrong that I should be worried about.
No,
Something corrupt
that wasn't
or
me.
some
That
kind
was
of
me.
overreach.
No, I'm pointing to him being granted immunity, meaning that it is not admissible in court, like his conversations with his acting attorney general, who he asked to send like fake letters to all the states to delay the certification of the vote because they had evidence of voter fraud that they didn't have. I'm talking about his conversation. He was granted presumptive immunity for his conversations with Mike Pence, who has openly talked about like Trump asking him to like delay the vote and flip the election. Those two things are in this ruling, and they were not sent back to the lower courts for reclassification. Like there were four examples that Roberts gives of like the things, and one is a
Hang
core
on,
power.
hang on. My thing,
Yeah,
my thing froze up. I missed like that last 30 seconds of what you were saying.
for sure.
I
So
don't even know if you can hear me. I'm getting the low
I-
bar signal.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
All right, I missed about 30 seconds of what you
For
said.
sure. So in Robert's ruling, he gives 4 examples of like these new categories that he has invented, right? Like 2 of them, or one is a core power of talking to his acting attorney general. So like, the dude that he asked to send hey, say we have evidence of election fraud that we don't have to delay the certification of the vote, that's not admissible in court. He was given presumptive immunity for his conversation with Pence, who he asked to delay the vote or accept the false slate of electors. And so, those two pieces of evidence are not admissible in court.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand that the lower courts have to go and classify the acts,
Only
and then
two-
that determines what kind of a immunity he gets for which act. That the Supreme Court didn't grant him anything in that specific case at all.
Yes,
That
they
the
did.
lower courts are going to determine that.
Cool. So if you Control F, acting attorney general, Roberts granted that is a core presidential power. Is like him talking to his acting attorney general. So like any evidence involving like that conversation is not admissible in court. Like that has like absolute immunity. Like you can't prosecute him for anything involving that. He again also gave the example of Mike Pence, where he was given presumed immunity, which doesn't mean what you think it means. That's a whole other thing. But like,
Okay, well then, what does it mean? Tell me what it means.
presumed immune means that it's not admissible in court unless you can demonstrate that it will
That's
not.
what I.
Like,
That's the same exact thing I
no,
said.
I was not done with my sentence, and you just like jumped in and like.
Okay, well,
started talking over
so
me.
far the party said exactly what I said. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so do you know what I'm going to say for the second half of my sentence?
Jack, go ahead.
Yeah. So presumptive immunity. You are not allowed to prosecute acts that could have a chilling effect on the vigorousness of the executive. You have to prove that there's like a good reason why you should be able to look into this act, you know, like to see if it was criminal. And all of his conversations with Mike Pence, like, you know, like again, if we're talking about a, you know, president talking to a vice president, like he's given, you know, like that's like a type of immunity, right? Like you understand that like it's
I
not
still
like, oh, that's
still don't
just like a
understand
normal
how that's
thing.
any different from what I said, but I don't want to have a spurg out over it.
Well, no, because you're like, oh,
That's,
it's like
that's exactly what I said. Unless it's criminal.
for sure. No, not that. Not unless it's criminal. Like I that doesn't make sense. That's not a valid statement. You won't know if it's criminal until it goes through a court. Like
Yeah,
you
and
can't just keep
there are
saying that, like, well,
mechanisms
if
that
it's
stop you
criminal,
from
like
investigating
then
certain things.
yeah, like you're presuming that like that they can be taken to court like for this thing, but like that's not, you know, like you're talking about like, oh well, if he's
So
guilty, then he'll be able to be prosecuted.
I think when I boil down, my biggest problem with it is, and I think the reason why Sotomayor is still so hyperbolic in her dissent is there seems to be in Roberts and a lot of their talking about this idea that everyone who comes through as the presidency is going to be a moral worthy man, but it just seems to us that this carve out of immunity seems to allow for all kinds of potential abuses that we can't even think of.
But
I'm hoping that I'm completely wrong.
isn't that just your imagination at work when you say seems to, that you're seeing possibilities in the ruling that
Sure,
not
which is
everyone
why
may
I
be
go
seeing?
I mean,
to
again, that's DEI
experts
for
who
you.
I feel have a better grasp in these things to me, and a lot of experts say that exact thing. Like there is disagreement in this. Yes, I'll admit, but there are a lot of people who say that this is not a good thing. So
That's what I was trying to. That's the whole conversation tonight, was me trying to understand that those reasons, and that's why I was asking the questions I was doing and everything. I'm still trying to get a definitive definition of presumptive immunity.
It means like you have to prove like
I'm looking for another source other than you. I'm
of
not saying you're
presumptive
wrong. I
immunity,
would just like to read it from somewhere else so I can have a reference point.
I think presumptive immunity might mean that while there is an immunity on the act, that there is a potential that it could be undone.
That's what I thought it was too. Like immunity's presumed unless there's a reason to not presume it.
And I wouldn't be as worrisome about it if he didn't.
It seems weird that there's a law that says presidents can shield themselves if it affects their office or something. That they can skirt the law to keep their office intact. That just seems like a weird thing that Americans would come up with. Hey, fatty.
Skirt, skirt. Are you familiar with Harlan's Crow?
Clarence Thomas's sugar daddy.
I mean, I'd say outside of the scope would be accepting major amounts of cash gifts and, you know, personal gifts and vacations and, you know, stuff like that, right? That there's no ethics code when it comes to the SCOTUS, and that, you know, it's kind of fucking retarded that they don't have an ethics code. and that they've basically been bought.
I know, but Fatty, I've been asking him all night. Like, he talks about Roberts created 3 categories of immunity, and I said, "Do you think
Yeah,
that he
yeah,
overreached or did anything?" And
yeah.
some of them said no, and some of them said, "Well, some legal people make the argument that they did." But
Well, no, it
okay,
was the way
that's
you were
all. That's
wording
what
it.
you have.
You were saying in the scope of their
And it
powers.
is,
It's like
it is.
in the scope of the justices' powers, they could if they got together as a cabal of evil people, they could make a ruling that says a law does something exactly the opposite of what we want it to, right? In the scope of their powers
I
is
don't.
immensely
They don't
large.
make. They can't make law. They're not the legislative
And
branch. They don't make
They're the
law.
ones who interpret law, though.
Yeah.
Well, no.
And as we have seen
I mean, just
through
the
the
simple fact that
ideological
Mitch
split in
won.
the Supreme Court, people interpret things in wildly different ways. We're talking about a case right now that we're all interpreting in wildly different ways.
Right, but I don't think it has anything to do with ideology. I think humans interpret things in different ways, whether there was ideology or not. You would still have, what is it, nine of them, still interpreting in different ways, whether there's ideology involved or not.
Sure, but at the same time, we never used to get this information, right? And until the big C, here recently in the past few years, we haven't got, any insight. We got, paperwork once a year, paperwork twice a year, rulings, so to say. We never had any insight into their backdoor dealings, into their
what dealings?
Okay, so let's just face it, we have a
Talking about
right
Clarence
and a left.
Thomas?
Just the justices, we have a right and a left. We have a Republican appointed, we have Democrat appointed. Yes, they come together, behind their scenes, in their chambers, while they're on vacation together, whatever it is. They have conversations behind the scenes. They don't just come out and rule each individually, right? They lobby each other. They read each other's original drafts and first drafts. Sometimes the first draft is completely hated and becomes the actual opinion by the time they lobby each other, right? So there's wheeling and dealing, there's horse trading. There's
You think they're making their legal rulings through horse trading and not through applying legal reasoning? Oh, well, I'd have to see evidence of that to be convinced.
Yeah.
So you don't trust the justices. You don't think they're there for the reasons they're supposed to be there.
I absolutely do not trust a couple of them.
Okay.
I mean, I have less reason to trust ones that I know are getting tons of money from people who are connected to right-wing think tanks, right?
Well, yeah.
Even though they're not all ruling the same.
That's the whole.
So
problem,
you don't think that they're doing their job. You think they're ruling for other reasons than legal reasons.
No,
you don't trust them.
Well, I said the one that I specifically have evidence for taking a lot of money, sure.
But you think you threw in some others that had connections 100%. To.
I mean, there's multiple cases he should have recused himself from because his wife's been involved in these situations. He's got contact to. Okay, we can get into those, but in general, why is it that the Supreme Court can even accept gifts of any kind whatsoever? And when they do, doesn't that kind of inherently corrupt that system?
Do you think that they're making their rulings based on gifts they're receiving and not the legal reasoning that they spell out?
Why would they not be? It's real easy.
Why would you assume that they are when they have these entire page-long documents of why they ruled a certain way?
Because
they're just all making that up. You don't trust the justices. You think they're corrupt.
A couple of them, Jeff. A couple.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
I think Clarence Thomas is 100% corrupt. I do. Okay. There's proof to back this up. This isn't my opinion. This is my opinion. Sure. Yeah. But it's really the opinion of a fuck ton of legal scholars that have been in the game a hell of a lot more than me. And have a vested interest more than I do.
Okay.
I try not to get.
So we're still down to legal opinion.
Right, and that
we have the ruling itself, and then we have some legal opinion.
Right, and legal opinions, and they're, inherently should not be money going into the Supreme Court. How is it that politicians in general, get elected to office and become multi-millionaires.
Insider trading.
Fatty, if you want to get money out of politics, I'm with you. I think that's something the whole country should unite behind.
It's lobbying. It's the political lobby. It's Citizens United.
Yeah, I thought Citizens United was a horrible decision. I'm all for getting money out of politics. Absolutely.
Whoa. Wait, who decided that?
Did you know the week before last that the Heritage Foundation got a $1.6 billion individual donation?
No, but
biggest political campaign or biggest political
that's allowed, right? It was all legal, right?
Or wait.
Oh, sure, yeah,
Citizens
it's allowed.
United
You
is a
bet,
bad
'cause
ruling.
Citizens United and all that. Yeah.
I want to make sure Jack doesn't think that like because John Roberts made a decision, I think it's automatically good, and like so every decision he makes I like because he made it. That's not what you were thinking by asking that question.
I don't think you've
like because I agree with this immunity
portrayed
decision.
that. I don't think that you're.
Yeah. So,
and it was by the same person that all his decisions I have to agree with because they're also by that person.
I actually don't know who ruled on Citizens United, but I was going to run you down the same line of questioning that you ran us through of what do you mean it's a bad decision? Like the justices ruled, do you think they're corrupt or something?
No, I don't think they're corrupt. I think it was a bad decision. I think they made a bad ruling.
For sure. Well, I mean,
I don't think it was the end of democracy. I think it was a bad ruling. And if you think this is a bad ruling, that's fine. But y'all were portraying it as something more than just a bad ruling.
I do think Citizens United is contributing to the end of democracy because look where we are.
What was Citizens United?
But we're not. You think we're at the end of democracy? How far away from losing democracy are we? A thread. It's hanging by a thread, a single thread.
Well, I do know. All I know is that we made it 240 some odd years before someone attacked the peaceful transfer of power at that moment in Congress. So,
we had a good run. Who cares?
I'm not trying to be hyperbolic as to where we're going, but to not understand.
But even after that happened, we've had a democracy ever since.
Sure.
We still have our democracy.
I get that, but if you got shot in the arm, you didn't die, but you still got shot in the arm, right?
Is that you feel shot in the arm?
I think there's a reason that people say that democracy was attacked, and I think it's a fanciful way of saying it, but that transfer of power is one of the reasons that we're different than a lot of the world, right?
I saw a transfer of power that worked because we have a new president. We had a new president.
Sure,
but just because a coup attempt failed doesn't mean it didn't happen, right?
I mean, we can't agree that Trump sat in the Oval Office.
Right, but the fact that it happened, is that enough to have you think that we're at the end of our democracy? When to me it was a sign of our democracy working in the face of that.
Sure, right. But it's enough for me to say that we have to give a shit a little bit more now. And we have to push back against people who feel that way.
Up a little bit, tighten the reins in, and
I'm not saying we got to start lining people up against a wall or anything, but we have to start caring. We have to start actually fighting for rights and keeping them. Otherwise, they're going to start going away because there are people who are openly talking about taking away rights. It's happening. Women just lost their ability to choose in a lot of their minds. I know a lot of pro-life people think that they did a good thing, but there are people who feel that they just lost an actual right. So,
it is
right
real for a while.
Yeah.
It's
real for people.
They lost the right to go to the hospital and receive health care when there's an emergency.
Right, and now pregnant women are having to deal with whole new realities in places. These things have reverberations across.
And we have a Congress that could pass a law at any time to address it.
Oh, and
they could have at any point up to then.
We trust. They're not paid.
Well, no, it doesn't sound like you do trust government. You don't trust some of the justices.
In general, Jeff, no, I don't. I don't think that you do either. I think I trust that the system will work. Okay,
I trust it so much I don't even think about it. Like when you set your thermostat and the air just runs in the background.
The people are the problem, bro. The people. Okay, the system is good. It's a good system. We know it's working.
We're talking about a lot of people, Fatty. Congress has hundreds. You have the executive branch and all of the people that they get to appoint. There was thousands when we looked at that Schedule F thing.
And Ray Epps
and you have 9 justices.
Fucking Nazi stooge. freak. Ray Epps was a Nazi his whole life.
He's
was
is
not
he a
fucking
congressman?
Fed.
He's not even in our system. What?
Ray Epps is the fucking arguing point
Don't go
behind
down the
January
Ray Epps
6th.
rabbit hole. My God.
I know, but he's not a congressperson, right? He's not a justice, and he's not the president. So he's not
I'm remarking
one of the
to
people you have to
Freak's comment,
trust to keep our
Jeff,
government running.
I'm remarking to Freak's comment.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
I know Ray Epps is not a fucking elected official. He's a Nazi. He was a Nazi his whole fucking life. He didn't spend his whole life as a fucking skinhead Nazi sympathizer to just suddenly one day become a fucking Fed January 6th.
Okay, well, I don't know much about Ray Epps, so.
He's part of the conspiracy
It's a
theory
bullshit
that
argument
January
about
6th
it.
was some
It's
kind
a
of false
whataboutism.
flag.
Everything about it is a whataboutism. What about this? What about that? What about this? What about that? Yeah, what about?
Fatty, you okay? Do you have some
I
indica
saw a video
freak.
people
lying
Bring
saying
some
you
around?
need to
numbers,
go in,
freak.
and then they were just like let around.
You know what? I will fight for the rights of Nazis in America so that I can protest them.
There's no. How many Nazis do we
I
have
thought
in
that sentence
America?
was going.
We have Nazis.
We've already
Yeah.
talked about this, Jeff. Yes, there's Nazis in my town. There's a Nazi on my fucking city council that wears a 13.
You said they were 60 of them
He
in a
won by
U-Haul.
27
Charlottesville,
votes.
man. Yeah, there was 60 of them. Yeah, you didn't see that
Actual
when
real-life
Patriot,
Nazis,
Patriot
not
Front, man.
cosplaying internet trolls.
So
but
is
actual
If you
real-life
have a
Patriot
Nazis.
fucking
Front not
swastika on your
like
body, Jeff,
neo-Nazis?
and you sympathize and you call yourself a Nazi, I will call them a Nazi. Yes, I will call people like that Nazi because they self-identify that way.
All right, fair enough.
Ray
Yeah,
Epps
militaristic
identifies
people who are
as a
walking
Nazi.
around as white nationalists saying Jews will not replace us, yet they get called Nazis
You can't
pretty
just-
easily.
Okay, let's break this. Let's break this. Let's
Wait,
do a little
but-
quick thought experiment. Okay?
I just
Let's
know you're not
try
talking about actual Nazis, so then I have to figure out, well, what do they actually mean
I'm
when they
talking
say
about
Nazi?
neo-Nazis,
That's all. But
Jeff.
y'all can
Okay.
definitely call them Nazis. I know
Well,
what you're
it's
talking
the
about.
neo-Nazis,
They
right?
identify as Nazis,
Like
Jeff.
that's a different thing
I'm
than
honoring their
actual
wish,
like World
bro.
War
I'm
II.
Right,
honoring
Nazis.
their
yeah.
wish.
Yeah.
They have swastika tattoos. Okay, they bootstep around.
So did like half
they-
the punk bands I listened to growing up, and some
Yeah.
of my friends.
Yeah, they're neo-Nazis, new Nazis.
No,
They
none of us were neo.
Yeah,
I
but
promise you, none of us were neo.
Punk
It
in
was
the British
irony.
context is different than the American context, right? Like
Did they have
we have
anti-swastika
much worse
tattoos
like
or no
white supremacy problems.
tattoos at all?
I don't think we have a white supremacy problem. Not on a national scale. Fatty might have a little bit of a local
Because you
one.
don't want to see it, bro. Because you don't want to see it. I'm just gonna. I don't want to be rude to you, Jeff. I
I'd
don't.
say there
bro,
are
I don't.
there are
On the
fringe
scale,
I-
on
I
the
think
scale
that-
that's being claimed. I believe that there's some
think that when
people
it
that
comes down
showed
to
in a U-Haul where you are that showed up and protested and did so. I believe that.
Yeah,
I
the
don't
Frontier
believe there's a
Patriots are
national
fucking-
conspiracy to install white supremacy.
Yeah, okay, you don't have to. That's okay. Let's think back in time in our lives, right? We all know somebody somewhere, right? Whether it was an addict, whether it was just somebody that was in trouble, maybe an old schoolmate, maybe an old family member who just could not accept the fact that they'd done something wrong, that they were in a bad place in life. They couldn't admit guilt. They couldn't see the position they were actually in when they were in the position that they are. I think of more of an addict, who screams to his family, because I did this before, so I'm kind of self-relating here, that everything's okay, that the whole world is against me. Okay, everybody listen. I know you think that I'm doing bad right now, but let me tell you, the whole world is against me. Okay, there's all of these things, and all of these people are coming after me. Okay, so I'm going to fight for not just me, but for all of our rights. Okay, because the whole world is coming for me. I've never admitted guilt. Okay, I will never admit fault. I will never show weakness. Okay, but the whole world, up to this point in time, all of human existence, actually, all of human existence has been a psyop just to keep me down in this place right now.
Fatty, are you okay tonight? Seriously.
No, it's a truism that if you let Fatty talk long enough, neither you nor him will know what he's talking about.
Fatty and I have we talk for hours usually and have great conversations. This
You
is
know where I'm
I'm
going
seeing
with
a
this,
side of
though?
Fatty.
What are you talking about, Fatty?
Extreme anal analogy being portrayed.
Fatty, you
That we
high?
have. We yeah, I just smoked a huge joint.
Okay.
We have a guy,
Sativa.
who when he was fucking 8 years old, bro, okay, used to tease his little brother so fucking hard, right, that it really used to piss off his dad. Okay, his mom wasn't around too much because she was a fucking paranoid schizophrenic with multiple personalities in her late 30s. Okay, so Trump didn't get a chance to really be with his mom too much, after he was about 10 years old, let's say. His dad one night dumps a fucking whole bowl of mashed potatoes over his head. Okay, and he goes into his room and he locks himself in his room for 2 days. Okay, and when he comes out, he's a changed kid. Okay, he doesn't act up anymore, but he doesn't put up with any shit. And from that day forward, that kid has never admitted fault, never shown weakness, never been wrong. Okay, will not accept constructive criticism, will not accept any other version of the truth than what is his, and has learned, not only because he's been in the public eye his whole entire life, but through fucking military school. Okay, we have proof. We know from his
Are
classmates.
you talking about Trump?
That he cheated his way as a teenager and adolescent through.
Fatty, you talking
school.
about Trump? I thought you were talking about yourself.
Yeah, he's
I thought he was talking about his addiction. And like your parents dumping potatoes on you as a kid.
Right. Okay, it's an analogy. It's the thought experiment, right? Why would anybody?
Is it?
Why have you ever trusted a person who said to you, "The whole world is against me, Jeff"? Okay,
No.
I'm going to prove the whole world wrong.
No, but I'm trying to understand why you brought that up. What is it applying to? Is it one of us?
It's just a thought experiment of like, we all know somebody like that. We all know somebody who we want to give constructive criticism to, who won't take it because they're just so fucking wrapped up in their own paranoid.
I know hundreds of people like that. I probably know more people like that than not. They're not my business. I don't have to go give criticism to every person I meet that's living differently than I think they should live.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not going into that. It's just a matter of just like we know people like that. Would you put that person in power? Would you give that person the nuclear codes?
No. So this is about Trump. We're talking about Trump now.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's kind of obvious. Yeah.
No, well, we started on Nazis, so the Nazis and white supremacists.
I know. I said let's change the subject. Let's go into
okay. I missed that part. Right? Well, Trump's been the subject all night. Can we change it again?
Let's just try to think about just a random position in life where we know somebody. Let's say an addict, because that's just kind of the easiest way to look at this for me. What we have right now is a candy store, and the candy store is MAGA. Okay. And they've got a bunch of these barrels of Tootsie Rolls outside the MAGA store. And they know that those barrels of Tootsie Rolls are out there for people to steal from. Okay, they're not for purchase. We know that people are going to steal these Tootsie Rolls. Like, some might steal 100 Tootsie Rolls a day. Some might steal, let's say, 1,500 Tootsie Rolls a day. But every time they steal that Tootsie Roll, okay, they are stealing. And they know they're getting away with something, right?
I thought they were there to take.
A little dopamine. It's a little hit of dopamine. It's a little hit of dopamine. 150, 1,500, 15,000 times a day for some of them. Okay, right? So I relate this to a kleptomaniac, okay, who's addicted to stealing. Okay?
I'm lost,
Just
Fatty.
Stay with me.
I'm not with you. I'm too far lost. I have to catch up. I'm not with you right now, though. That's what I'm trying. I'm trying to get back with you. What is the Tootsie Rolls? What do they represent? I don't understand
They represent a hit of heroin. Okay? They represent a hit.
What's
of
the
dopamine.
MAGA? Does MAGA represent anything?
MAGA's the store. Okay, they got the store. Let's just say Trump is the owner of the MAGA store. Okay. He owns the MAGA candy store.
What's the heroin?
Okay, the heroin is the Tootsie Rolls. The barrel of Tootsie Rolls, it's out there for free. It's out there for free. Okay?
But
And
what is
does,
the heroin is it the message
it's
that
like,
MAGA's
you know,
delivering, like their
yeah,
propaganda?
sure, whatever.
Okay.
8 or 10 times a day, he comes out on the
Yeah, sure,
sidewalk with
whatever.
a big bag of Tootsie Rolls, and he rings a bell, right? And then he throws more Tootsie Rolls into the barrel. And then he
Okay.
walks back inside, right? And some
I
people
have a
actually
feeling
come
Kamala's
inside.
going to be doing that too. Like most politicians do
It's
that on their
whataboutism.
campaign.
That's okay. That's okay. We'll roll with that too. Okay, so while he's in the store selling goods to people, you know, he knows that there's people outside stealing those Tootsie Rolls, and they're there for free.
I don't. Now you lost me because I
It's
thought
kind
the
of a pump,
Tootsie
you know?
Rolls was just his
Even though there's more
messaging.
fentanyl, like,
I thought he wanted them to have the Tootsie Rolls.
yeah, it is. It is, but
So
it's not
then-
about the message, right? It's about the hit of dopamine. The message really doesn't matter, right? Because in propaganda, it's not the information that matters. It's just
So
about
he's
the
just getting MAGA riled up
Yeah.
because he knows how to get their dopamines like
yeah,
firing up,
and
going.
in essence, after 7.5 years of continued dopamine hits, he kind of knows that he has some addicts on his hands, right? That
I wonder
they
if there's
can't
like a fear version of dopamine. I wonder if the left's getting these constant little fear hits for the last 8 years.
Yeah.
Just like
Yeah.
MAGA's
No.
getting his dopamine
Starts
hits.
There's studies on this
Fear
that
porn.
conservatives are much more fear driven than
Well, I'm
left-wingers.
just going by what I see lately.
Are
I
they,
think
them,
I
and
don't think
others
anyone's
coming for
immune
your
from
job?
fear. Huh?
They, them, and the others. Are they coming for your job? They're coming
No,
for
I don't think
everybody
anybody
else's
could do
job,
my
right?
job.
I mean,
Good luck
They,
coming
them, and the
after.
others, though. They're coming for everybody's job. They're coming, for our daughters, and they're coming for all of our stuff, and they, them, and the others. We have to keep them out of our country, right? That's the talking point, right?
Well, there are some issues at the border that I think are legitimate. I think there are legitimate criticisms to be made at the border.
Yeah, no, for sure. And the Republicans blocked the bill that was going forward because they didn't want the fucking Ukraine shit involved with it, and I can understand that. But
They shut it down
just because
Trump
something doesn't
said
fix
no-
something
that
all
too.
the way, right, doesn't mean that we don't try.
We try
Right,
stuff
and
all the
that's-
time.
That's kind of the calling point, from what they didn't pass here last week, right? So, like, just looking at the border bill alone, we had bipartisan unity that we could put in, how many billions of dollars? 14, 18 billion dollars into the border. Hire a bunch of new agents, get a bunch of new drones, put out a bunch of more seismometers and shit. And why wouldn't we want to do that? Because it gives the Democrats a win, right? We don't want them to have a win, right? Because when Newt Gingrich
You're
stood on the House floor
just
years ago
you're
and called the
presuming.
other
You don't.
side evil, right? That created a false dichotomy. That created a argumentative fallacy. That created a bad faith argument in government, right? Because what we do in government is we come to the table like we do in debate, in real debate, not online debate. We come to the table with credible cited sources, right? And we present our informations, and then we decide
hope,
amongst
one
ourselves
hopes.
afterwards while we're breaking bread and having wine together, right? Because we agree to disagree that we're all working for the same good cause, right? We're all working for the same good faith argument, right? But when we stand up before the debate and we say, you're evil and I will accept none of your information as credible, we automatically lose the debate. Okay, and that's what happened when the Federalist Society and Newt Gingrich stood on the House floor in the Reagan administration and said the other side is evil. We will not give them any wins.
Fatty, that
We will
was like
fight them at
30
every
years
cause.
ago. 30
We
years
will
ago.
fight them at every cause, Jeff. We will make sure that they pass no legislation.
You're still fighting a war from Newt Gingrich from 30 years ago, and you think this is all the same people today in 2024 from Newt
It's the
Gingrich 30
Federalist
years
Society,
ago.
Jeff. Yes, it is. It's the Federalist Society
Yeah,
that was
the people in the
is
back
behind
of
all
the
this.
Reagan administration
Oh,
were running the Bush administration. Yeah, and they were the heirs ascendant until Trump knocked them out of the way. So yeah, those same people from the Reagan administration had their hands in every Republican administration until Trump.
Oh my God, y'all think?
Ross Perot called
I
this
mean,
out,
I'm not.
That
saying it
isn't that
conspiratorial.
conspiracy where there's this
No.
group that coordinates through time?
No, I'm not saying it in a conspiratorial way. I'm saying these people had jobs in these administrations. It was the same people. Like, I'm not saying that it's some kind of like I'm saying the same people who are in the lower level in
Bill
the
Clinton-
Reagan administration were running the Bush
When's
administration.
the last
Like,
time that we had a balanced budget in America, freak?
I don't
Any
know about.
idea
I
when we
don't know
were actually
anything
in
about
the
the
black
budget.
the last time? Just
I
a
don't
hint, you know. Yeah, it was during the Clinton administration that we actually balanced the fucking budget, right? Yeah, and Newt was.
I don't know. I don't pay
successful.
attention to the budget. I don't have to pay it.
Well, that's kind of the whole, you know, arguing point of all of government, Jeff.
It's an abstract thing that people argue about, but I don't
To
actually
you-
have any concrete contact with the budget at all. It's not something I even clog my brain up with. Me as an
You
individual citizen, I there's no reason for me to worry about the national budget. I'll let the politicians take care of that.
That's the point, though. The budget is a big sticking point because we haven't had a national budget in so long, because we can't get to the point where we agree on things, to the point where we negotiate enough to make a singular budget that we can vote on.
Because
Yeah,
there's no
but
negotiations.
society's
Because the
been
other side
working
is
just
evil.
fine
We
my
don't
whole life.
negotiate with evil, right? So we have a false dichotomy. We have an argumentative fallacy as our government, as our structure
Yes, but
right now.
it's been functioning, Jeff, because we're in what they refer to as not regular order, right? Everyone in the Congress will refer to this sometimes, and they're saying we wish we could return to regular order. It's basically a state of how they're getting by with budgeting the country at this point. It is not the regular means of how we're supposed to make the budget for the country.
Not even close.
How long have we been in that?
It actually, Fatty was actually right. It was right around the 90s, I think. And
It was basically
okay.
92. I mean, 96, Ross Perot called all this shit out on stage.
So then you want to go back to 91 and like do
Did
an
I say-
alternate history?
Did I say that?
well,
Well,
no,
it
I think we
sounds like if that's where all the problems started, then
no, we just want our politicians to start being able to compromise with each other again, and not treat each other as, like, you know, the absolute.
well, you could model that as a citizen with your fellow partisans from the other side.
I could.
And
Yeah, the thing
I
is,
think
definitely say-
animated. I think you do one of the better jobs of most people I talk to. I want to
I
give you
would.
credit for that.
I would just say, Jeff, if we're talking about if our metric is bipartisan legislation, there's only one side who does that. There's only one side.
What I thought the Respect for Marriage Act was bipartisan. There's like 60 something Republicans that crossed the
But
aisle. to
yeah,
help
but
pass it.
who did that pass under?
And when was that? Yeah. Okay, good example.
That
Great
makes it
example.
not bipartisan because it passed under there. It's always going to pass
no.
under one president or another. So all if
passed-
you're
no,
using the president
you're
it was
right.
passed under to determine
You're right,
whether
Jeff.
it's partisan or
You're
not, they're
right.
all going to be
It was
partisan.
very bipartisan. Yes, it was. Let's explore this, okay? When did this pass? What year was that?
I don't know, a couple of years ago, huh?
2002.
Was it 2022? 23? I think it was 22.
Right too. I'm on the Wikipedia page for it right now. It passed 61 and 36 in the Senate, and 258 to 169 in the House. So, yeah, bipartisan with, like, I don't know, a chunk of.
But also the essence of a bipartisan bill is not that you just had people that from the other side.
Right,
that
it's
voted
never
on it.
going to meet
It's-
your white glove standards. Are
No.
you not happy that
No,
some Republicans
no,
are
it's not.
like it's the purity and the cynicism. I think those are the
I'm-
two fundamental qualities from the left that alienate
this
me the
is-
most.
This is an example of
But
you
can you-
getting really
can you
emotional over
suggest-
something I wasn't trying to say. So
I do get emotional.
I was
It's
just trying to
fine.
say that the essence of a bipartisan bill is not just that we had other people vote for it with us; it's that we had to give them something to do that, right?
Concessions.
And part of
Right.
it was what Jack said before you, so it wasn't just to what you were saying either. It was coming on the tail end of Jack's comment.
Wait, what? What comment did I make?
And
I don't know.
and
He was
think-
complaining about my emotionality.
Well,
I'm
no,
saying
I
it
think
wasn't
that's-
all about his comment.
And I think that's
I mean,
one of the
I
things
have to
is
work
that
really,
that
really,
the-
really fucking hard, buddy. I gotta really, really work hard.
Wait, hang on one sec, Fatty. I want to hear. I want to hear after. I want to hear finish
and
what he
I
said.
said my argument is that only one side allows for this. If you would have noticed when Trump was in office, his first 2 years, he had both houses of Congress, but they would not concede to get Democrats on board to things because they would not concede things to them in bills, and that's how you get people on board. There's much less of an ability to allow for concessions on the right currently than there is on the left, which is why Biden has so many bills that we can consider bipartisan.
With very
Well, you're not going to
little
vote for the
majority.
Republicans anyway.
Well, yeah,
I
because
But
vote
I'd
for
still want to
Rossborough
get
every
governing
year.
done if they're in power, right? I'd still want to be able to negotiate in government the same way that we allow for them to.
I think it's both. I think you could find it on both sides. I don't think it's one
For
party
sure.
or the other.
But
Sure,
is
but
it
I was just giving you examples of
49-51?
how.
I'm suspicious of, especially if we're talking about coming together, and I'm suspicious of framings that set up one party as we're the ones trying to do everything right, and this other party is, even if you believe that to be the case, presenting it that way doesn't advance the goal of overcoming it.
No.
Sowing
but it at least
divisiveness by bringing up
presents
divisiveness.
the truthful
Right.
situation.
I'm just
right?
trying
Well, I
to
mean, I
show-
guess there's a
At
way
least
to bring up
acknowledge
devices that unites, and there's a way to bring up devices that increases the division.
And where is that line? Like,
I guess that's what we're finding tonight.
well,
Fatty, what were you going to say?
I really, really have to try really fucking hard to take my personal experiences out of my what I'm looking for information and what I'm looking, to find, let's say truth or just whatever it is that I'm looking. I have to take my personal experiences out of my information seeking process, right? And my justifications and rationalizations of why any said information could be implemented or considered to be true. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't know if you ever can, 100%. I think you're talking about like not being biased, but I don't know if you could 100%.
Right? I mean,
well, depends on your goals.
I mean, well,
Like what
sure,
what kind of
but-
truth and what your goals are. What kind
Yeah,
of truth you
I mean,
try
like,
to find and
in
why.
this situation, I mean, I'm not trying to bag on you, but you gotta take your personal experience and.
Oh, you talking about me? I
experience
thought you were talking about you.
Yeah,
Okay.
I am now. Yes, I am now. I'm turning that into Jeff. I see when animated effigy makes a point and you get a little heated. I'm not going to say triggered, but I'll say that we're all triggered and to a point.
I call it
but
being
when-
normal. Like that is my normal That's my normal emotional reactions. I don't
Yeah.
problematize
No,
it or stigmatize it in any kind of way. Triggered,
Yeah.
over
I'm
emotional,
not trying to
whatever.
stig-
That's
I'm
just
not
my
trying to
emotional
stigmatize, I'm
norm.
just trying to
It's
say,
not a big
that-
deal to me.
I know, but it is a big deal just in the essence that we have to try as hard as we fucking can at all times, especially in politics, to take our emotions out of it and just argue
No, we don't.
the information.
Politics is very emotional. I can't imagine taking emotions out of politics. It touches
Right.
our
When
core
we debate,
values.
when we really debate, like actual information and not just spurg debate, we come to the table with credible cited sources, right? And then we leave the emotion right at home, right?
Not
we come to the
necessarily.
table, we present our information, and then we go and break bread and drink wine together afterwards, and we decide amongst ourselves, what that information curtails, what it would take to implement said information and policy. But we really have to try in that information processing application of taking our feelings out of it, right? Because
No,
then we're
I
just
don't.
subject to apophenia. Then we're subject to apophenia, Jeff, and we're only going to find what we're looking for, and we're only
That's
going to
that's
allow.
confirmation bias, and
Yeah, right. That's why we leave emotion at the table. That's why we have to try our hardest to leave emotion at the table, right? That's
No.
because then we end up in just a back and forth ad hom situation like we've been in for the past 30 fucking years in America,
I don't think it
where we
involves
have a bad faith argument.
like
It's a bad faith argument.
reducing our
So
emotion or doing anything different with our emotions.
It's
Yeah.
okay to be emotional. I'm not saying it's not, but
I don't know. I'm
when we're-
confused. I'm getting a lot of double messages.
Yeah, sometimes it's just hard
When
not to be
we're- when we're
passionate
in-
about something that you're passionate
when
about.
we're in
So.
cognitive aware situations, right? We know that our emotions, that we're going to be triggered, right? We try to control that trigger. We try to do what we can in that situation.
I don't. Well, my emotions don't stop me from being I can be rational, emotional at the same time. Like one doesn't
I'm
interfere
not
with
saying,
the
I'm
other.
not saying you're not rational.
Yes, it
that's
does.
that's kind of by
I'm saying the
definition,
problem is,
right?
and I
Like,
face this myself, is that we get stuck in apophenia.
Emotions are
We
by
get stuck
definition
in looking
irrational.
what we're finding.
No, not they're one phenomena. They're one side of the same thing. Like when my emotions go up, my it activates my intellect. When I get it like when my curiosity is activated, I get emotionally excited. It's all one event in my mind.
Yeah.
It's all one cognitive process. I can't separate the two. They're not contraries. They all work together.
No, they're not contrary. No, they're not. But it's just
I wouldn't consider them like literal opposites, but emotion can definitely override logic.
It doesn't for me.
And it doesn't allow us to get past our emotion when we're looking maybe to find something that we're not comfortable with. Because when we're challenged, right, the first thing that happens to us, whether we know it or not, is denial. And then we flight right out of that into fight or flight.
Defensiveness.
Right? Well, it's addictive traits of what we do. Everything we do, in essence, is, to me, an addiction. We're kind of addicted to our routines. We're addicted to the way our brain fires off our different chemicals at different times, right? And we kind of underhandedly,
I don't think anyone's saying they aren't normal.
Steer ourselves into situations where we know we can get those hits of dopamine. Like,
how dare you have emotions?
Daniel, is it fatty? Right? Help me out here. Is it fatty? I don't think it's Jack because he hasn't said anything.
Nobody put any acid in my fucking White Russian tonight, so should be good.
I'm trying to understand. I think I understood the majority of what you had to say tonight, Fatty.
I mean, it's
I still don't understand the thing about emotions, but that might not even be.
We just got to separate ourselves, because apophenia is where we see a cloud and we say that looks like a duck.
Yeah, it's Jesus and the toast.
Sure. Does anybody smell burnt toast, by the way? I got this weird burnt toast thing going right now.
That's just your aneurysm.
My arm is numb.
Oh, fuck. All right. Anyways, Jack. Fisticuffs, pine oil mustache wax. Fisticuffs. It's good shit.
Very nice. Yeah, I use like the something brothers.
Yep.
Yeah.
Analogies are a different thing than apophenia. Well, when we look for information, we have to get past the emotions so that we can seek true information and not just find.
But emotion doesn't interfere. Doesn't have.
It does,
I can still perceive and rationalize, and have an emotion at the same time. One doesn't impair the other.
Our emotions.
I got you there. But we have to make the cognitive choice to be unemotional, right? So that we don't just find what we're looking for.
Well, hold on. Like, do you agree that being overly emotional and not seeing reason is being irrational?
That's basically what I'm saying.
Are you asking me?
No, I'm asking Jeff.
Say that again.
I said, do you agree that being overly emotional and not seeing reason because of that is being irrational? Like, that's the definition of being irrational.
First of all, I don't know I don't know who's drawing the line or setting the standard for over, because my emotions are at the level that they are for me. They're not over for me. Second of all, if you said if it keeps you from seeing reason or something, if it's impacting your reason, but what I'm saying is it doesn't, like, I can still be reasonable and have an emotion. So
sure, yeah.
I guess if it impacted my reason, maybe, but it doesn't. So it's still rational. It's not irrational for me. My reason is still rational.
What we find.
And separate from reason, emotions have their own rationality too. They're not just random. They have a sense to that. They're responding to specific things for specific reasons at specific intensities. They carry specific information. Their messages, like they have a rationality to them of their own.
We can rationalize and justify our ways into anything that we want too, right?
Yeah, they're not. To me, they're not even irrational.
But they are. They're there to override. that like emotions in intense ways are there to override your
Well, then mine
reasoning
must be
centers.
broken because they don't override. I still have my rationality
Well,
when I have an emotion.
really,
The
most
rationality
forms of
doesn't
mechanism-
stop.
You know, and like, I mean, feelings
Like
especially.
your
like,
fear response is meant to override your questioning logic of, hey, what is that? What does it look like? What is it supposed to do? Right? Like your emotions are there to override. Anger is there to override
That's
the
not how I
logic of a
understand
situation.
emotion. No, the minute I get angry or scared, my thinking goes into overdrive, and I'm like, okay, what am I scared of? What do I need to do here? What do I need to worry about? Why am I angry? What's going like when the emotion happens, the logic gets kicked up to match the level of the emotion. It doesn't go away. It accommodates itself to the
fight or
emotion.
flight. Yeah, that's the fight or flight that's doing that. That's the, you know, it's the being challenged and the instant denial and fight or flight. And whether we know we're doing the denial part is kind of beyond the point. It's the instant fight or flight response that we get. You know,
Now it's like flight, what is it? Fight, flight,
Fight or
freeze,
flight, right.
fawn, and there's a fifth one now. So there's more than just two
Yeah.
that you can have.
Well, no, it's split up between the sympathetic and
Sure.
sympathetic.
Yeah.
and, you know, in general, as far as humanity goes, it's denial, fight or flight, rationalize, justify, deflect, redirect, interrupt, and claim victory.
Damn.
That's what we do as humans. That's the cycle of what we do. Not just in addiction, but in general. It's a
Wait,
proven
go
human
same
trait.
again.
It's
Same again. Slow.
denial, fight or
Okay.
flight. Okay. Rationalize, justify, deflect, redirect, interrupt, claim victory.
Yeah, and there's probably more too. But yeah, I can cop to all of those.
I mean, that right there is the epitome of Andrew Wilson.
Well, you said it's humans. That's just to say Andrew is human, like the rest of us.
Yeah. No, he's using
Doing
that
all the
dichotomy,
human things
right?
that we do.
He's using that trait. He's using that known pattern of things that humans do. Right. He's using that pattern.
Or like he's exploiting that.
Yes,
our
to,
pattern.
You know, to exploit slutty girls.
Maybe that's what
to build
rhetoric
walls.
does.
Yeah.
That rhetoric was based on psychology. Or rhetoric was psychology. Actually, they didn't have psychology back then.
Yeah. I mean, that's literally what he does. Is, you know, he
Yeah.
pokes and pokes and pokes, then he interrupts, and claims victory. That's rationalize, justify, deflect, redirect. Right. So you're taking a question. Now you're turning that question into your question. Right. And then you're interrupting when they answer and then redeflecting again. Right. So you're interrupting. Every interruption contains a deflection and redirection. Right. So now you've moved the talking point 4 stages down the line of the original question that you were asked. Right.
Fatty, you should debate him.
I'm asked a question.
Have you debated him before?
He won't fucking
It
know.
sounds like you know all his
Yeah.
moves. You'd be
Yeah.
perfect.
He
to
doesn't
debate
debate
him.
people like that. He doesn't debate people smaller than him. He's a clout demon.
No, I'm a
Who are
dirty
we talking
fucking
about?
spaghetti worshiper.
Andrew
I'm
Wilson.
a
Andrew
degenerate
Wilson.
spaghetti
Oh.
worshiper, and that
God.
right there means
I'm
that
a
I win the
degenerate. He
debate
debated
already.
me. I'm a
Every
Satan
one of
worshiper.
those
He
girls
debated
on
me.
fucking WhatsApp or whatever the fuck he's doing wins the debate before he even walks in the room.
You think he's
And
going
I
to?
wanted to
Just
not to
debate
make
those
a
girls.
tangent, but I wanted to put my head through a wall because
Please make one.
during the Destiny debate, he sat there and said that he was going to take the middle position the whole time and never had to define his position to disagree. And then the next day on that One Ever podcast, he was like, "Ho, wait. We have to define our terms so that we can
Claiming
disagree with each other." And I was like, "Motherfucker!"
I have caught him in that before. Double standards. I have caught him in that before too.
Oh wait,
many times.
did you hear what he said after that? That he's saving that definition for like a worthy
Yeah.
debate.
Yeah,
Fucking cringe.
right.
You also
No,
see he's
it's
offering
an
a $500 logic course.
Yeah.
Oh
right.
yeah. It's not a logic. It
Unless
cannot
you
be a
figure out
logic
what you're
course. Andrew does not. That is not his strong suit.
What do you mean?
Rhetoric is. I wouldn't even say debate is. If he wants
No,
to
it's
teach a
rhetoric.
course in deliberative rhetoric, I would say that is his
extreme it
strength.
was to go into
In general,
an
guys,
adversarial debate
Rogan
where the
does the same
question was
thing.
obviously two-sided, yes or no, and to say you were going to take the middle position of I don't know. that is put your head through a wall stupid. I would have.
But then after the
I thought it was
show,
equally stupid
he's
that
on
Destiny
his
didn't just
show
stop the debate.
claiming victory. I just spurged on the spurgs, bro. I just fucking cucked on the cuck.
And stop
No,
spurging
dude,
is
you
not a
lost fucking
debate
and you
tactic,
went back to your
Andrew.
own show. Right. You know, and here's how it breaks down. You ask me a question, I return it with a question, but I do it very, very firmly because I know what I'm talking about and you don't. Right? So there's an already inherent.
That's why you keep him on logic. That's his Achilles heel. If you keep hammering the logical, just stay focused on the logical part of the argument and keep hammering on the logic. That's he gets to a point where he can't
You have
address
to
it.
make him take a position. Like, number one, straight off the bat, you have to make him take a fucking position. Otherwise, he's just going to sit there and tear apart your words the whole time and use semantic arguments.
Well, part of keeping it focused on the logic is forcing him to take a position, because you force him to take a logic. And you know who's really good at this? Believe it or not, he's worked wonders with Andrew. Is iFi is very good at not letting Andrew get away with sloppy logic.
But no,
all the people you could have named in that sentence.
I know. I was surprised myself, but I'm like, damn.
No. iFi has not made Andrew Wilson a better debater, bro. No.
No. I'm saying that he wins every time on logic. No. He maneuvers Andrew into positions where he cannot address iFi's points. So he has to do the stuff you're talking about.
It's not just iFi being so stupid that he drags them both down into
a stupid iFi, believe it or not, iFi has a background in philosophy, and he's really good at formal logic.
I fucking refuse to believe that.
He is. He knows his philosophy.
Are we talking about the same person?
Yeah, I know. We're kind of his panel daddy. He started. This was his hangout for a while.
I know. I think he's a good guy. I do. But he
like
does not
iFi.
know what the fuck he's talking about when it comes to politics.
No, I agree. And he's a horrible salesperson. His sales techniques.
Bias. When you come in with that extreme of a bias, you already lose the conversation.
But he is strong in what Andrew Wilson lacks, and that is dialectic and logic. And when you see the two of them debate, you could see it in iFi, and you could see what Andrew is weak at.
I can see it in a different way than when he's just presenting his, conservataria Telcadia movement.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not very good at that. The first day I met him, I told him that. His sales tactics suck.
But, the thing about arguing with Andrew is it doesn't matter if you win or lose. He's going to claim victory in the strongest way.
Yeah, I know.
Okay? He's going to come into the situation with an assumption of authority and speak with an assumption of authority, right?
Yeah.
Which is not allowed in debate. That's
ethos. That's establishing ethos.
Yeah, that's the difference between.
That's online spurg debating. Okay, that doesn't happen in real collegiate debate.
Well, that's why
we leave our fucking emotions at the fucking door, right?
Well, that's why Matt Dillahunty walked out on the debate.
Right? We just bring information. That's all we bring is information to the table, credible cited sources.
You talk about the boring kind of debate, the real debates that nobody would watch on YouTube.
Yeah,
this is blood sports.
Blood sport
this
debate.
Is blood
there's
sports.
no point to this stuff. This is all just arguing each other's
content.
Feelings.
It's YouTube content.
Yeah, I mean that's really.
And it's there's many people. For many people, it's a hobby too. It's a valid recreational activity.
But there's no result. At the end of the day, there's no result, and there's no coming together at the end of the day to say, hey, bro.
Did you expect that from Andrew Wilson?
Well, I would say.
Are you disappointed that you didn't find this coming together from Andrew Wilson?
I expect that out of all of humanity, Jeff. I expect it out of all of humanity when we're making a fucking valid argument, when we're having a good faith argument, right? That afterwards we can agree to be fucking friends. We can agree to disagree. At the very minimum, we can agree to disagree. When we have an assumption that I'm right and you're wrong, we lose automatically.
I think it's more likely we disagree to disagree.
Either way, we can have that. We can do that. But when I can't disagree or agree with anything because I'm always right, I lose. just like the guy who's never admitted fault, who's never shown weakness, who's not once ever taken
Are you, or
constructive
have you been
criticism.
having some bad panel conversations lately?
Dude, I did fucking 9 hours of flat Earth earlier tonight. Come on.
Oh, okay. That's what this.
Oy vey.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I
That's
also
With Rocky,
masochism.
of all people. With Rocky,
That's
of all people.
masochism.
Come on. But, you know, I am a glutton for
There's not
punishment.
enough material to make a flat Earth debate last more than an hour.
Oh, with Rocky? Oh, yeah, there is, for sure.
Wait, what side are you on?
The fucking rational side.
Yeah, you got suckers.
The oblate spheroid side. I'm an oblate spheroidian.
The I can pull up a live feed of the Earth spinning in space right now
Yeah, I've
side.
been on
Right.
an airplane side.
Well, you see, like when you're at a window and you like draw a circle on it, you know, it actually you'd be seeing it spin the other way, so that doesn't actually make sense.
I just like to take my Sharpie and put it on a flat Earth map and move the map to Mount Everest. Just that's the way I remember the flat Earth map in the mid-90s. Was Everest was the center, and everything else wrapped around it because that's what made the flight paths.
They had a
actually work.
flat Earth map. I don't think I've even seen one.
Yeah. But you know,
That is a
flat
good
Earth-
question, Internet, and a serious one.
Yeah, I guess it would have to just be a map. You couldn't make a flat Earth globe. It would just be a plane, a flat Earth plane.
Yeah. I would argue that Mount Everest would be the center of a flat Earth map.
I mean, this.
Yeah, it was a tough one. Duplo it wasn't just rock. It was oh shit. Well, let's see who was. It
When
wasn't Shiva,
people
it was the
wonder
other
why
Indian
things
guy.
like this still pop up, my explanation
Right.
is always the same. It's sheer population. We have so many people on the earth right now that even the smallest percentage of fringe stupidity can find a large group of
It's
people.
statistical anomalies or statistical normalities.
Here's another question I presented to a different group of folks here a couple of weeks ago. That was kind of presented to me in a weird way that as an ordained minister I've thought a lot about. Before Jesus, right? We had the Old Testament. Okay.
The Torah, it was called.
I mean, technically,
The
yeah,
Old-
the
the Old
Torah wasn't
Testament.
solidified until its final form until 100 AD.
So we
Yeah,
had the
just,
Old
you know, being
Testament
specific.
that in essence was, kind of
Well,
Judaism,
it wasn't
right?
called the
In
Old
terms of
Testament
word.
then.
It was called the Book
At
of the
the
Law.
time, it wasn't.
Right?
Obviously, right? Because it wasn't old at the time. And then Jesus
Well,
came.
they did a little bit of
And then
work
a
on
little
it
later,
where
we
they
had the New
turned it into
Testament,
the
we had
Christian Bible.
Jesus Christ. And however it got translated and all that shit, whatever. We have an Old Testament, we have a New Testament, right? The New Testament is basically, let's say, in essence, the works of Jesus Christ.
And he didn't write
it's
anything.
all-
No.
He didn't write any of it.
I was about to say I disagree
No,
with that.
no, he didn't. But the red letter verses are, in theory, this is what we're being told, right? The words that
No,
Jesus
what I'm
spoke.
being told is none of that was written decades after his death, is what I'm being told. So
Sure,
none of
sure.
it was
But yeah, I agree,
eyewitness
I agree.
transcriptions of his words.
Yeah. So what we
No,
have
they
is
passed it
a
down
Jesus
verbally, though,
book
right?
and an older book, right? We have the Old Testament and the New Testament. That's what we have today.
Books.
In the
Big
New
books.
Testament, right? We have 4 different apostles that have their own chapters that talk about the words that Jesus spoke himself. Those are the red letter verses, right? We have, kind of a faction of...
And there's Gospel of Thomas.
Oh, yeah, sure.
That's in the Apocrypha.
And, there's lots of different other books that we can find that would be red letter verses that, that point firsthand...
But even the red letter, they're not eyewitness transcriptions of his words. Those red letter verses were written 30, 40, 50 years after
Sure.
Jesus was no
But-
longer
but-
on this earth.
But we are told and we are to assume that those are firsthand experiences, Matthew,
I don't
Mark, John,
assume.
and Luke, that
I don't assume that.
are firsthand, that's what we're told to believe, Jeff. Okay. I don't believe that. Sure. I believe it. Whether I do or not, it's beyond this conversation's argument. What we have is an Old Testament and a New Testament. The Old Testament continued to be Judaism. The New Testament is now Christianity, right? Christ Okay, according to the theory, right? We're not talking about beliefs. We're just talking about the information, right?
I don't.
Christ
Yeah,
came,
Where are
and
we
his
going?
the
dad,
Jews
God.
don't call it the Old Testament. I don't think they
I
completely agree.
understand.
But
What I'm
Yeah.
going to is that Jesus' dad, okay, is God, right? That's the argument that's being made by
God
the
the
Christian
Father,
side.
which is not
Sure.
Yahweh, totally different character.
Correct, right? We have two different gods there, right? Because when Jesus came, the God that he presented, his Father, right, the one and only, the Holy of Holy, he didn't really exist on Earth before, right? Because Jesus wasn't here to tell us about him yet, right?
He seems to be a Christian creation because he's very different from the Yahweh that shows up in the
Yes, he's not
Torah.
Yahweh. He's not the original Jewish God. No, he is the
But Christianity did that with a
Messiah's
lot of the
father. He's the
pre-existing
father of the,
mythologies. They reappropriated it to their mythos.
yeah.
They took aspects of the
And what
Greek
we have
gods and
today,
assimilated it to
what we
aspects
have
of
today
Christ, Satan, the Holy Spirit,
is
etc.
Christian
And they
Republicans
modified the
arguing,
Yahweh into the concept of God the Father, and kind of
and now they're
reduced
using
his
Yahweh
intensity and
and Jesus
importance.
in the same
I
fucking
would say that was more
atmosphere.
the Romans.
They're combining both books. They're using the Old Testament, which isn't Christianity. Okay, it's the prophet. It's the prophecy of the coming Messiah, right? Once the Messiah came, now we
Well, it's more than
recognize the
that.
Messiah in the New Testament as
That's because Christianity
as the
stationed
Lord.
their New Testament to
You know,
take advantage of those parts in the Old Testament. But the bulk of the
yes,
Old Testament is not the prophecy. That's how Christianity stations itself in relation to the Old Testament to make those parts seem more
yeah,
significant for Christianity.
yep.
Yeah,
And what we
and
have
that's one
today
of my
is we have
arguments
Christians
when I argue
using the
that
Old Testament as ammunition for Christianity.
are you making a
And
point,
it's
Fatty, or
not
are you
really
just
that
like
way.
rambling? Like, are you doing like a free form like
No,
poetry
no,
thing?
like
Like,
listen to what I'm saying though.
you
When we
ever
have
hear
Christians in today's world,
Shakespeare's phrase "brevity is the soul of wit"? You're
Oh,
doing the opposite
we
of
would
that
never
right
have a
now.
panel verse.
yeah, yeah.
Like, get to
What
the
I'm saying,
point,
guys,
my
is
man.
the Bible is not a box of ammunition. Okay, the Bible, neither of the Bibles, the original Old Testament, the New Testament, they were never
So many
designed
books.
to be picked apart and used as ammunition against other people. They were designed to be bright, shining lights of beacons that draw the moth to the flame, so to say. Right? They're books that are supposed to be inspiring, right? Not used to judge each other. Right? They're
Well,
books
they
that are
do that
supposed to
in the
be.
books, though. They should pick different books then, because they do a lot of judging in the Bible.
I would argue, like many holy books, they're books that are all meant to have double meanings: a meaning that the masses have, and then a meaning that the indoctrinated, initiated higher priests gain from it, or is like encoded into it, just
Right?
like the old books that nearly all other religions had at the time. It's just that a lot of
So
us
I'm a avid
disagree over
table
what
tennis
that meaning
player.
was.
I fucking love ping pong. Okay, but ping pong kind of came from tennis, right? So as a ping pong player, my move, right?
Why can't you
My
just
best
ever
move
say what you
is
want to
from
fucking
the ping
say,
pong
Fatty?
book and not continually quote things from the tennis book, right? Because when I, as a ping pong player, quote things from the tennis book, I'm kind of out of like my base, right? I'm kind of out of my own game, right? I'm not really playing
Is
in the same
badminton
league,
the
right?
Apocrypha?
Oh fuck, yeah, badminton, dude, get me fucking going. And beach volleyball. Oh my
Oh, yeah,
god,
that's mine. Beach volleyball.
that never that. I mean, the
That's my
worst sin
favorite
ever.
sport.
But you know what I'm saying, though, guys? Okay, we
Mm. I, I,
we got
I
we got
know what you're
Christians
saying historically. It tracks with my understanding of
we got Christians
Christianity and the
using the Old
Bible.
Testament as ammunition. Okay, and that just doesn't jive because those are two different games and two different gods.
Well, they don't get that.
But people are going to use the desire to use ammunition preceded the Bible or any particular book. So people are going to use ammunition
It's not
anywhere they
it's
can
not about
find
the
it.
using of the ammunition. It's the ammunition they're using. They're using ammunition for a different weapon
Right,
from a
but that's
different
going to
game,
happen
from a
because the
different war.
Bible it contains infinite meaning. It's a very deep, profound,
Yeah,
rich,
and we
complex word. It
rationalize and
transcends
justify it.
any one individual human life
Yeah,
or
yeah,
perspective. So you're going to be able to draw an infinite number of things out of it.
yeah.
And they do.
I can
They have,
I can
and
open
they
up any
will.
book and get something out of it. That's the nature of the Bible. That's how it was written, innuendoishly, like
Look,
astrology or anything else.
my greatest example that I bring out all the time on how the simple changing or mistranslation of a word can affect millions of people throughout numbers of years has always been and will always be the idea that the name of Satan is Lucifer. The passage in the Bible that names Satan Lucifer, "O Lucifer, O morning star, how you fell from
That's
the
the
heavens."
king of Babylon.
Lucifer is a Latin word. It literally means light bringer, and it is the proper name of the Roman demigod of Venus. That passage is talking about the literal planet of Venus, which we do call the morning star.
It's an allusion to the king of Babylon because he used that reference. That's a consistent reference to the king of Babylon.
Yeah, but even the word Lucifer, which is not the original Greek, the word that it was translated from also meant Venus. So you have thousands of years, 1,000 years of people being taught that this is the name of the devil when it's literally just a reference to Venus in the sky in the morning.
They were taught that by Christians because the Jews are not teaching their people that.
So there was actually like globers, there was actual globers like 300 BC. But the church, right? The church used to kill people for being globers up until like the 14.
Did he freeze up, or did I?
Globers.
Hear you.
It's not that they were globers. It's that the church would kill anyone who
questioned the
said
geocentric model
against
Also,
what they
there's just,
said.
like, that's
It
not
didn't even
true.
matter that it was the geocentric model. It was the model that they held. It was a matter of questioning their authority at certain times in church history. That's just what they would do,
Yeah, that's what
Also-
any tyranny.
Also, 1492 was the year they invented the globe, so they weren't burning heretic globers at the stake.
Well, just because they invented the globe doesn't mean that there were people who postulated that the Earth was a sphere.
I think
Dude.
No, I
Aristotle
think
did it.
didn't one of the Greek philosophers
Yeah, this was
determine
Aristotle
that?
did
there are bits of knowledge that we don't even know how far back
Right.
the first discovery of it was. We're not even sure if Pythagoras was a real person.
Well, if he was a fucking nerd. Same thing with Descartes. Shakespeare real? What white figures can I look up to? Come on,
No,
I need
did you
one.
see earlier how triggered and you'll see it often, like you can easily argue from the atheistic perspective that this could have been based on a human being who was just a rowdy rabbi who got killed by the Romans. The second you try to argue that there was no historical human being that this was based on, people lose their fucking mind.
Yeah, I never understood that. That doesn't seem to be the central message of the Bible anyway. Like, focus on Christ, the figure of Christ, whether there's this historical person or not. That's the central message, isn't it?
Yeah, and Daniel in the chat had brought it up earlier. There's a few theories going around about how the very first book of Mark, which a lot of historians, even biblical historians, agree that the later books were basically copied from. Well,
the Synoptic Gospel, Matthew and Luke did, but John.
There's a theory that book was actually written by the Romans themselves, by the Flavians, as they were coming into power after they had sacked the temple in Jerusalem and gotten a hold of the main copy of the Book of the Law and took it back to their palace in Rome, which they did as a kind of trophy and pawed it through. I mean, the first writings that we have of the New Testament are all in Greek. They're not in Aramaic, which is the language of that area. So
yeah. Well, Paul was a Greek intellectual. I mean, he was a Pharisee, wasn't he? But intellectually he was Greek.
I mean, also he, by his own admission, never actually met Jesus unless you believe that people can appear to you after they die.
Well, they do believe that.
That's what I'm saying. Like the best I can give you is that he hallucinated him. I mean, Paul is the one we attribute most of Christianity to, right?
Yeah, he pretty much created modern Christianity.
You know, it's kind of a spicy take, but I prefer the
Oh, he's
Gospel
got the
of
most
Ringo,
red letters, red letter verses.
The
that's for
gospel
sure.
who?
of Ringo.
I like the Gospel of Frank Zappa, actually.
I mean, some of the Apocrypha, you can definitely tell why it was not included, especially like the Gospel of Thomas. The Gospel of Thomas is most infamous because it has a passage that says that churches are unnecessary.
I thought also it was discovered later. Like it was a more recent discovery.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, Jesus made it pretty clear that he
most of
didn't
the
want,
Apocrypha was from around the same time, though. It was in that kind of intermittent period, somewhere after
And
70
part
to
like I
100.
think some of the Apocrypha is there was a group of books that didn't have like a source text behind it or an authoritative translation behind it, and those got classified differently and didn't get included because they didn't have the textual authority required.
I'm pretty sure
to
that's the
include it.
Apocrypha. That's well, at least one of the arguments against the Apocrypha is that there were so many different versions of each of the stories. And in the Council of Nicaea, one of the main arguments was that the main four Gospels are at least all the same
Yeah.
across the entire, Christendom at the time.
well, and
That's
we gotta
also
remember
that's just
these
what they
guys
said.
were
We
actually
don't
gay.
know for sure.
These guys were definitely gay and had scribes around them at all times, right? They definitely had little boys around them taking notes at all times, right?
Yeah, that's another good point, Daniel.
I mean, hey,
I mean,
listen, the pedophile jokes
it
about
kind of
Christianity.
sucks that it is that way, but it is that way. Like that's how we got these notes, and
That's what you picture in your mind. It's, you
And it
don't
is
think
kinda
they
crazy
wrote their
that
own
the-
books?
No, why would you? You had to write like 100 million.
If you had
copies.
they had little boys write the books.
Yeah.
Well,
why
also
not?
like
I mean,
They're around
how
anyway.
many of those people could write in Greek? You know, how many of
so
those
did the
people
founding fathers.
knew the
So,
amount
I
of
mean, like,
references to I mean the books of the New Testament. It's not like writing like a small pamphlet. These are immense labors of writing, and even biblical scholars today say that they are immensely well written and well have a vast amount of knowledge behind them of the things that came before them, which is always pointed out when they're like it fulfilled all these prophecies. Well, that's because the writers knew those old books so well that everything that they created in those new ones lined up perfectly.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then,
That's what you do if you create a new
kind
religion.
of like they were
exactly.
trying to
But that's the thing and that's what goes into like the Roman conspiracy theory is
fulfilling their own
that
prophecy.
the Romans were very good at altering their religions and making new religions. The Julio-Claudians had basically just kind of as their line of emperors had just linked themselves to the line of Venus and basically convinced Rome that they were linked to the gods. And it kind of falls into that Caesar's Messiah theory is that the Flavians wanted to make their own godhood. So this was one of their ways of helping pacify the Jews that the Roman Empire had been at war with forever. And the darker side of it is that
him killed God, literally.
right. Well, it is a bit strange, right? Because the Romans were very, very good at wiping out everything that they didn't like, right? So there were tons of historians who wrote histories about the Jewish wars, but we know that Rome killed them all and wiped out all their writings, so that Josephus's history is the main one used. Who was basically Josephus was a slave, was taken basically as a pet by the emperor, given his freedom, and then made the official historian to the emperor. So it's like, yeah, I'm sure that guy's not biased at all.
Yeah, I mean, why? Yeah, why would you be? It's the gray area, Jeff, that I try to look at. You know, I think I try at least to come to things in a neutral way, and not allow my bias that I know I have taint my research. Because
Well, how do you know when you're succeeding?
when I get together with other folks and come to some sort of common agreement, that
Maybe y'all just all have the same bias.
well, sincerely, because
Well,
I
maybe
try to.
You're the one that
come together with
football
folks on
bias.
the other side of the aisle that I'm actually arguing against or with.
Oh.
Like I can find common ground with the fucking Nazis that have their parade in my town every summer too.
You do?
Yeah, we help the.
Oh, well, this is new. This is
them.
new stuff. I didn't know
Yeah, no, I'm
you were
very
finding
involved
common
with helping
ground
them
with.
get their permits. If they come and they present their permit package and they don't have their porta potties or something in line or whatever else, and we deny them, we get sued for discrimination.
Mhm.
Okay,
So you help them
It
because you
fails,
have
but we
to.
still get it fails, but we still get no. I help them because that's America. Okay,
Yeah.
we help.
Do they know about
we
they
help
know?
them.
Do they know that you don't believe the same? Like that you're helping them anyway, even though you don't agree?
Yeah,
Do
I
they
help
know
them
your
get their permits so
positions?
I can go down and protest them.
Okay.
Okay, but I would still jump in front of a bullet for them, and they wouldn't for me. That's the difference. Is that
You don't know
I
that.
would have jumped in front of that bullet for
You
Trump.
don't know what they would do if there was a bullet coming out. You don't know what's in
Jeff,
their
I've
head.
asked them, and they've told me, bro.
Well, okay. You still don't know if once the bullets actually fly out of the gun, you can't say what any one person's going to do in that situation.
I
But
understand.
if they've told you that, fine. If you asked them, will you take a bullet, and they said no, I'll take that.
So let's just go on a thought experiment then. How many maggots do you think would jump in front of a bullet for Biden? And I'm going to go as far as
How
to
do
say
I
maybe
calculate?
10%.
How are you calculating that?
With cognitive thinking and critical thinking skills. We
'Cause they hate
look at
Biden.
the past. We look at the rhetoric of the people that have been talking in public, saying that this needs to happen and that, whatever. Yeah,
That's
both
just
sides
rhetoric,
talk.
though. Like, because
I
I'm
know, but
I'm
listen,
playing it out. I'm playing it out in the moment. Like you hear a gun, a bullet comes out. There's Biden. They see the bullet. People think so differently in those situations, and their human character comes out, and that's where like heroes are made because they just have the right instinct to act at the right time. And to me, any person could potentially act heroically in that situation. So just because somebody's MAGA doesn't make me think that in that situation they won't protect the president.
I mean, we literally have MAGA members saying that Joe needs.
I know, but I'm not going by what they're saying. I'm going by the situation of having a bullet fired, like being in the pressure of that moment. That's my starting point for trying to figure out how someone's going to react.
I will concede that everybody is going to act different in that particular situation. Okay, now let's talk about what they're saying at the Trump rallies.
Okay.
Things like Biden should be hung for treason. Okay, do you think that person would jump in front of a bullet for that, man?
I don't know. Again, I go back to my scenario, but maybe not. Let's say no. I'll give you that one. But he still might.
That's America.
He might be waving the sign and see the bullet and drop the sign and say, "Oh my God, the president!" Jump in the way.
It's an extreme. It's an extremism. I know it is. Okay, but it's the extremism that makes the argument. In America, it's our responsibility.
To me, they're two different things. Somebody's online rhetoric and protest.
I'm not getting how the jump in front of the bullet thing makes any kind of point
separate
at all.
From how they're going to act in a crisis.
Sure.
I just can't use one to predict the other.
Yeah, whether I liked the politician or not, I would understand that's what the Secret Service is for, and I would jump out of the way.
I mean, as a Boy Scout, as an Eagle Scout, as a person that loves this fucking country, okay, that is not America. We don't fucking shoot
It's
each other.
polarization, but you have some of it too.
Okay? Shit starts popping off. I'm running towards the pops. Okay, I'm not. Okay, that's just me. Maybe that's just some Americans. Maybe it's not. Yes, there are folks on the extreme right. Okay, there are definitely folks in the center, in the middle right, regular, normal, conservative people. Okay, that understand that political violence has no place in America. That we don't do this shit.
I think that's
we don't amp
most.
up the rhetoric.
How many conservatives you? Fatty, that's like 99% of conservatives.
Yeah, most.
Yeah,
yes,
most.
Yes. Okay, MAGA is not conservative republicanism. Okay, MAGA is extreme right, and they say they're extreme right. And when MAGA members say
call
things
myself
like
MAGA.
The president should be hung, I have it in my head that means you wouldn't jump in front of a bullet for that man.
Who said the president should be hung?
let's
Given
look at like some
politicians.
good
Those,
life
those
videos
people
or
you're
some.
talking about, and I understand you live in Idaho. Those people
No,
are
these are MAGA
fringe
members on
kooks.
YouTube, Jeff.
They are.
Yes,
Those
yes,
are
they are.
right.
I
Those are
agree.
kooks.
I
Those
agree.
those don't
100%.
represent the majority of Republicans or
And
conservatives.
most Antifa members probably wouldn't jump in front
I
of
I
something
will
for Trump.
concede you that. I will concede you that. The left, most of the left, probably abhors violence as much as I think the people on the right do, and I think that it's not fair to judge them by their extremists because both sides have them and both sides
Sure.
commit violence.
Yeah.
But I think I am willing to entertain that the majority of people on both sides are decent people and have the best interest of the country at heart.
I think so too. They might not have the best interest of their fellow Americans,
I think they do.
which is kind of a further aspect of this whole thing, is that
I
it's
just
our
don't like the both
responsibility to
sidesing.
lift
I
each
just
other
don't like
up,
that.
to not
But they
degrade
do.
each
The
other.
both sidesing is there though, because
But
it's
the
so.
FBI has not listed left-wing political violence as its top domestic threat
Right.
for the last 10 plus years. It's listed.
Well,
right-wing.
whether it's listed it or not, living up here in Seattle, I've seen it. So it
No, for
needs to
sure.
be.
No,
If it
I'm not
hasn't been
saying it
listed,
doesn't
it needs to be.
exist. I'm not saying it doesn't exist,
And
but
this
there's a
personal
reason that the
experience
FBI
that we
has it
have
at number
we have to
one,
leave.
or has had it since the Bush administration.
I
it's been
think
there
it
for a
helps
long
to
time.
acknowledge that violence exists on both sides, and both sides can be capable of violence. Because then you get into that's that purity thing that I talked about earlier. That's so alienating. Is our side is doing it right, and your side is. That's not going to generate understanding and equanimity.
And the whataboutisms, the hey, well, this happened. Well, what about the Black Lives Matter? They burnt down their whole fucking neighborhood. Yeah, but we were talking about January 6th, not Black Lives Matter. So when we whataboutism all these different conflating things that both sides do, we know both sides do them. Right? We're not addressing
I
the
think
actual
people
issue
want to
that
see
we're
their side as more noble, more noble and heroic, and the other side as more villainous than they are. I think it distorts. You're going to get a distorted picture of your Americans.
And I would say maybe even
I
10
buy
That's the
into
thing,
that
though.
polarizing
I agree that
narrative.
I have a
ago
bias,
that there's nobody really
but
saying
I try to go with the data and what things like law enforcement says. That's why I point to the FBI and say that they're the ones that say, I don't see left.
No, but Jack, they believe that there's an existential threat to democracy. How is that any different? That's the right's version of an existential threat to democracy, and the left certainly has one too. They have memes of Biden and Kamala actually saying this.
So we also get that, like, before January 6th happened, we had Michigan happen, right, where those guys were caught before they can enact a plot to execute legislatures.
We had the Chaz here in Seattle. We had the George Floyd riots all over the country. I'm saying if you want to find the reason it derails conversation, because the minute somebody brings up one example, they could go find a similar example from the other side. Whether the rates are exactly identical or not, it doesn't advance conversation to do that. I try to understand the purpose in doing that.
Okay, so say like 80% of the violence was coming from one side. Would that have any impact at all on how you judge these sides?
It wouldn't have an impact on the type of conversations I'm trying to have, because I'm trying to have conversations that transcend that kind of stuff.
I'm not delusional free.
Okay, so we're just acknowledging facts about reality is the thing.
Like if we can just generally acknowledge that both sides are capable of, have in the past, and do participate in violence, to me, that could advance the discussion for everybody, unless one side has a vested interest in putting it in the scales and measuring it to make a point about their side versus the other, which gets us back into the division and not talking about the actual policy points.
Well, and really more so, we're focusing so much on the effects and not the cause.
Yeah, maybe that too. I don't understand. I don't think it's unreasonable to acknowledge that both sides lie, both sides finger point, both sides distort, both sides have false narratives or narratives that they believe about existential threats to democracy, etc. Both sides have participated in violence. I don't think it hurts to acknowledge that.
No, I
because that clears all of that out as a topic of conversation where one side could come in and use that as leverage against the other side to make some point.
Yeah, no, that's
And
great. That's great
it
point.
lets us like refine it down to the actual points that are important.
Yeah. No, that's Andrew's
And if
actual
somehow
argument.
violence,
Yeah.
political violence becomes important, and it becomes important to highlight how one side's
Wh-
doing it more than the others,
when
then
when
that
does
could
political violence
emerge
become important?
Scale, like you said, the
from the
scale
actual
is
policy
the
discussions. But it
scale.
becomes a knee-jerk reaction when they hear their side, because they have a side. They're emotionally attached to one side. And when they hear that that side is doing the same thing that the side they hate, it generates that defensive reaction of, but we're not doing it in the same way or at the same rate. Because they have to
And
still
that's
salvage that image of the side. And you, if you're if you're involved in that, then you're not as willing to listen in a more neutral way, I guess. If you're already
well,
entrenched in that kind of
we do have to come
defensiveness
to the
of your
table and
side.
use that scale, though. We have to each individually put our, you know, put our heart and our soul on that scale. That's Lady Justice, that's she will find balance one way or another. That
I'm just
49-51 one way or
I'm
another.
trying to have conversations, and I've seen them happen on here before. In fact, they happen quite often. But then sometimes when I try to have the same conversations, they get
Loopy.
hindered or bogged down or somehow, and they don't get off the ground. They get marred for hours in psychological defense. And so I'm interested in why sometimes they happen and sometimes they don't.
Because denial and fight and flight take over our reactions, and we don't think cognitively. We are in a loop of reacting to each other rather than acting through cognitive thinking and critical thinking.
Then maybe that should be taken into account in
Yeah,
the way we
it's
have
tough.
Conversations.
Yeah, and that's cognitive thinking. That's holy shit. I mean, just being aware of our feelings while we're in the moment is the hard part. It's a real
Is that
telecognitive
what you
thing.
were saying about the feelings? Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm the anomaly, and
Yeah, I mean,
feelings are important. Like they can
especially like
affect.
with addiction. Feelings. There's no wrong feelings. Okay, there's only wrong ways
Yeah.
of dealing with them. And feelings are going to happen. We can't stop the way we feel. And when we tell each other, especially when we tell each other, you shouldn't feel that way. I wasn't intending it to make you feel that way, so you shouldn't feel that way, right? We're basically debasing the other, our opponent, our whatever it is, right? We're saying that your feelings are invalid, even though I didn't try to make you feel that way. You did, but you shouldn't. So, God damn it, don't feel that way, right? It's not based.
I don't know. I live in a world where everybody takes care of their own feelings anyway, so nobody's like responsible or the locus for anybody else's
But you know
feeling.
what I mean online with these debates and this panel verse, right? That, and in general in life, when we tell people you shouldn't feel that way, what we're really doing is saying your feelings are wrong.
I don't know.
Inadvertently,
I've always
we don't mean
ignored people when they
don't
tell
mean
me
to.
that.
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
pay
I do too.
attention to people who tell me how to feel.
And that's why, because that's the presentation being put forth, that your feelings are invalid. I didn't want to make you feel that way, but you are, and you shouldn't. Okay, so
So are you
how do you
saying
move on?
that when we're having these conversations,
We should
they
leave feelings
can
at the door.
they're about topics that bring up feelings that make people feel invalidated if their point is not agreed with or understood? It can carry over into some kind of psychological invalidation.
Well, I mean, I think the whole thing is a psychological invalidation. It's at least with this panel verse, type of blood sportish,
Oh,
whatever we call this. This isn't debate. These are arguments.
I call it
This is a
conversation or
conversation. This is
dialogue,
a
but
conversation. This is a
sometimes they're
great
arguments.
conversation. Yes, and when we define it as a debate, it usually ends up more of people just presenting arguments than actually conceding anything. Or sometimes we see some concessions. Sometimes we see some getting together because people at least know each other enough to do that and have the respect for each other enough to say, "Hey, freak, I know you're a fucking freak, but you know what? God damn it, we can live to be freaks another day together." Okay, we don't have to hate each other, right? We can agree to be cool with each
I don't.
other.
I don't.
That fucking
How many
jack off,
people
fucking
do
MAGA
you
member,
think really
and I'm
hate
not.
each other, Fatty? I don't think. I don't think we hate
I
each
think a
other. I
lot
don't
do,
think
man. I think there's a lot, dude. I
hate
mean,
is strong.
even just the past few days of being back on some panels, like people fucking hate me. Do
They
I
hate me
care?
too.
Yeah, I kind of do care. I try not to, but it stings. Do I really
Well,
care? No, because I'll never really see any of you fuckers in real life. You
Oh
know,
no,
but if
man,
I
it is.
do, I would
I'm
hug
not lying.
anybody.
It
You
is
know,
rough
everybody I've
going on
I
around
interacted
would
these
with,
guys.
totally
give a
do a
hug to.
sweat lodge tripping on acid with these guys.
Oh, fucking A,
And a
yeah.
drum circle. We used
Yeah,
to do that.
fuck yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
you
there
say that like
I'm there
it's a
today,
bad
man.
thing, Daniel.
No, I fucking love it. I mean, matter of fact,
It's been too damn long, in fact.
just put a new head on that thing. But you know, it's just it goes down to one thing. In America, we're supposed to, you know, teach our kids that there's other people out there, and they're not coming for you. Okay, they're good people. They're just different than us. They have different beliefs. They have different ways of thinking. You know, as adults, we need to
And
recognize
watch
that.
out for strangers and don't get in vans with no
Yeah,
windows
yeah,
and
all
don't
that
take
stuff.
jelly beads from people you
Yeah.
don't know.
If somebody's not, you know, hurting me physically, they're cool. You know, that was a real prevailing kind of attitude in America here, you know, 12 years ago.
Well, you seem very scared of these Nazis.
It's
Like
not so much
that's
that, Joe.
not hate, but it's still like division.
Oh, I fucking hate them. Don't get me wrong. I fucking hate them. But it's my duty as an American to lift up every other American, to
including
every other
them.
American, and not just my side, not just the people that agree with my God, right? That when people want to put the 10 Commandments into the fucking school, it's my job as a supposed Christian, right, who's an ordained fucking minister, to say, no, we don't do that. We don't force our God onto other people. Okay, that's not America. And what we have right now is a faction, the Heritage Foundation, right, whose goal,
A think tank.
is to make America a Christian declared nation. Okay, they're saying it out loud. Next week, I've got a ton of time, Jeff.
How do you think they're going to pull that off? They still have to get through their think tank.
Yeah,
they have to have some ability to control the levers of power.
Let's get that out of your head. Okay, just please, they're not a think tank. They do think
I thought we had you weren't here. I thought earlier tonight we had all agreed they were just a think tank.
But they are more than a think tank.
Many think tanks.
They are presenting this information. They are writing the information. They are.
What are they in addition to a think tank?
They're the plotters and schemers. Okay, they're not just the thinkers. They're the implementers as well.
So a conspiracy.
No, they're telling us what they want to do. We just need to listen to them.
Yeah, no, that's what. That's what they had. They're a think tank. They produced this policy proposal. But you said they're more than just a think tank. But so far, all you've described is something that think tanks do. I'm waiting for the more. And I said, well, are they a conspiracy then? And you said no.
When they write the actual legislation and take it to the presenters that are supposed to be writing the legislation, and then those presenters present that legislation as their own work.
But they're not the ones voting on the legislation.
They're the ones writing the legislation.
I don't even know if they're writing. Are think tanks? Do think tanks write? I honestly don't know.
Yeah,
that's what they can write.
A lot of them do is they put forward policy and legislation.
That's why they're more than a think tank.
So they can actually write bills, and then the representatives just read the bills and vote on them.
I mean, they essentially hand the bills off, and the representatives hand them to their lawyers, and then they turn them in as the legislation that they quote unquote.
Who actually writes the legislation? Is there specific people that actually write the legislation?
It's the staffs of the individual representatives.
There are approvable links.
So they would take like whatever the Heritage Foundation sent over. The staff would take that and they would turn it into some kind of official legislation that then their rep would then hopefully read over and get familiar with and then vote on. So it doesn't sound like it's still the office, the representative's office that's creating the actual legislation from the policy. So the most that the Heritage Foundation can deliver, it sounds like, is policy or recommendation that the staff can then take and turn into the legislation.
Well, call it, sure. Call it a recommendation.
This is important.
It is the actual
recommendation,
rough
right?
draft. It's the rough draft that's being submitted as a final draft, unchanged. So
I wouldn't even call it a rough draft. Recommendation sounds good. Let's go with that one.
Yeah,
let's not make it more than it is.
I would concede to that. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Their recommendations are for Schedule F to be implemented immediately. And let's
okay.
go
Well, without getting into their specifics, you had said they were more than just a think tank. So I'm trying to figure out what the more is. And Daniel, if this is true, isn't this just our system? Isn't this what's unusual about what everybody's scared of? Why don't they just go get their own foundation and write their own recommendations and find their own? Why don't they just do the same thing? Like just do it better than the Heritage Foundation is doing. It's a think, so it's a cult. That's what you were trying to.
I mean, when it comes down to it, yeah, that's what it comes down to.
In addition to a think tank, it's also a cult.
Yeah.
You believe.
Yeah.
That
cult
the Heritage.
Personality.
Stretch it a little bit, but.
Well, so this week, I mean, let's schedule something. Let's get together, right?
They can title it whatever they want, Daniel. That doesn't make it legislation. It's still something they deliver to the desk that has to be turned into legislation.
Sure. But what we don't have on the left is like, extreme far leftist organizations.
You sure about that?
writing bills that are
you have something that's getting all this DEI stuff. It's these, and not even into these departments. It's creating entire new departments just for the DEI stuff to come into. So somehow that's happening.
And I want to explore that shit. I do. I want to explore this DEI stuff because, what I have for a right to work state in Idaho is not what you experience in Seattle. So our personal experiences are totally different when it comes to the DEI stuff, and I really do want
probably in Idaho, yeah. They might not.
For real.
They might not.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I don't demonize it for any of those reasons. Like I said, I point to it as a wish list of things they want to do, and go, look, I think almost all of these are bad. Right? I don't have to. Right. I don't have to demonize it and be like it's from a secret group. Yeah, we have the exact same kind of groups on the left. They do the exact same thing. They hand off legislation to senators. None of this is like out of the normal for representatives who don't know how to do any of this shit, which most of them don't. I just disagree with all the shit in it. That's my point. I'm completely honest about it. I just disagree with it all.
Yeah, that sounds honest.
That's based as fuck right there. That is straight based as fuck.
So you don't think it's more? You think it's just a think tank? It's not anything more than a think tank.
I think it's a think tank whose overall goals is to push the aims of furthering Christian nationalism in the country. I think they've been doing that since the Reagan administration.
Like,
and that's not just legislation. That's also policy implementations by specific administrations. That's guiding governors. That's putting legislation in at the state level. It's a multifaceted thing.
But do you think the intention is to replace democracy with some other form of government? Like, is it an existential threat to democracy, or do they just want to use our democracy for their
way? They'll try to get it another.
So you don't trust them to be loyal to America?
Not Christian nationalists. I think even most Christians agree that Christian nationalists are not what they want their religion.
Yeah, I think so too. That's why I'm not worried about them. I think most Christians are going to stand up against Christian nationalism.
I hope so. Hope you're right.
Yeah.
I love being proven wrong.
I think most are actually trying to figure it out right now as they learn more about Agenda 47 and Schedule F.
And Trump is not. If that's their representative, he's barely a Christian.
That's the biggest thing why I get so upset about it all in the first place.
Said, I'm not a Christian.
As an avatar for Christianity, he's the worst thing they could have ever chosen.
Right.
And they that's like it's a pious man, and I'm just like, I can't
reason to not worry
any
about
reason
it.
Now.
Yeah, I mean the irony is palpable, and it goes like this: democracy fades, democracy dies with applause.
It hasn't died. It's not dying. It still
Did you
happens.
just
That
quote Revenge of the Sith at us?
right? Is that not historically the way democracies have died? Or republic democratic nations, democratic republics, however we want to phrase this, whatever term.
I don't think we're
Fuck me.
When
dying.
we reference things like that, we're
It
always,
dies
of
under
course,
applause.
referencing the fall of the Roman Republic. Like all of those references are references to the specific turning over of the Roman Republic to a dictatorship from, with Augustus
Oh,
Caesar.
with Caesar Augustus.
Right, because the men who killed the tyrant were immediately, it turned around on them, and they were made to run from the city, and they were traitors and stuff like that. And they cheered on bringing in the heir to Caesar to become the dictator, to chase down, that's
Look
what
at
it's
my
a
black
reference to.
person over there. Oh, look at him. There's my black person over there. Stand up, black person. I know that black person right there.
Don't.
What a strange little world you live in. I'm from the South, and we don't even have people like that.
No, he's doing a Trump
the
impersonation.
ex-president, bro. That's the ex-president last week at his rally.
He said that about a black person?
Yeah,
I bet if I watch the speech, it's going to look completely different than you just acted it.
I know. So let's do that next week. Let's schedule some time.
What's
Like
it
I said, I've
called?
got basically every
What
weekday
can I
open. I've
what
got
can I
every
search
weekend,
for?
afternoons,
Trump,
whatever.
black
Well,
guy
I
speech.
mean, if you want to watch the more
schedule like
recent
an
thing,
hour
you
or
can
two a
watch
day or
him at the
something.
National Association for Black Journalists.
Oh, I saw that. They were so hateful to him. I was on his side. If they talked to me the way they talked to him, I'd be
That's the
saying the
problem.
same thing.
You got to
It'd
try to
be
be neutral
worse.
rather than going in on a side, though, when we're looking for information. That's what I'm saying, Jeff, is we can't.
I mean,
I hate both sides. I really
he
do. I
kind of
hate
asks
both
for
fucking
it when he
sides. I wanna
denies the
pick
race
both
of a
sides
black
apart.
woman to a room full of black people, right?
You talking about Kamala?
Yeah.
But she's not. She didn't start out black. He's true. They even fact checked it. They have
No.
so many videos of
No,
Kamala
this is-
saying she's Indian.
She's
And
identified as a black
No.
woman her whole life,
No, she
Jeff.
was-
She didn't
yeah.
just turn black.
Number one, I don't think Trump can understand what biracial means. I don't think he gets it. Number two, the reason everyone was talking about Kamala's Indian heritage is because at the time she became the first Indian woman
Right, which is
senator.
identity politics to begin
Sure,
with. But
sure.
she's Indian and
But you
Jamaican.
get the fact that because we've already had a black female senator for years, no one was going to say that it was the first black female senator, right?
Why is that important to have these be avatars of certain instead of their individual account? That's
I
so
don't care whether or not it should exist. People acknowledge these things. If the country
Well-
wouldn't have taken so long to elect people like them, we wouldn't acknowledge them as first, right? Like it's just is the way it is. The country took that long to have that kind of person, and so we just like say, hey, that's a first, and we move on. I don't really see it as a big deal. I think it happens for literally every time there's a first for anything, for any reason.
That's such a silly thing to be a first about.
To being the first kind of person to do something in a country where
the
only
first
one
kind of person, even that bothers me.
even though the country started
We're
out with
supposed to be a
only
nation
one
of
kind
individuals.
person. Yeah, but we weren't right at the beginning. Like that's how we measure how far we've come.
I still vote
Only
for
one
Ross
kind of
Perot.
person could be in a position of power at the beginning of the
I
country,
voted
right?
for
Yeah, but
Ross
we haven't
Perot
been
for
that
every
way
single
for-
fucking presidential
Sure,
election since
but we still-
When do we
Paper
cross the line of progress and now we're in the new reality where that's in the past?
The past is always in the past, but who's to say that there's a finish line for progress?
Well, the women got their vote. They got the vote. So now it was not just for white men anymore at that point. And then the black people got the vote. So that at that point it became
we
a
have
nation. So at what
Republican
point?
senators and congressmen on TV saying
Huh?
to take away the right for women to vote.
At what point does the
That's
fact that at
exactly
one
the
time only white property owning males could vote become relevant? Like at what point does that no longer become relevant?
I mean, when we stop being able to say that, hey, this is just as an anecdote, hey, this was the first of something, people just celebrate those things. It's not meant to like put shit in your eye. It's people celebrate the first set things.
Hey, look, we have a black woman as vice president of the United States.
Guess what? Every single time going forward in history that a new kind of person gets made president of the United States, they will say it's the first time that kind of person. Sure,
I would rather know her as Kamala Harris than the first black person.
On a level, I can totally agree with you, but
like
that is
when
something
Freak says
about
that
people,
will
right?
never happen, right? When women own property, then they'll get to vote. Okay, that's not American. That is un-American. That is not the way America is right
What are
now.
you
That's not
talking?
what we
Women already
celebrate in
have the.
America.
Oh, you're talking about a freak.
Right. So when we have people saying Donald Trump's 10 more fucking years, bro, I say fuck you. You're not American. That is an un-American move. Okay, we abide by certain fucking rules. One of those rules is we don't have a fucking dictator. Okay, we don't become a theocracy. We don't become a declared Christian nation.
Yeah, I don't think
Okay,
any of
'cause
that's
that's
gonna happen. happen.
un-American.
What
we don't
what
do
are you-
that.
what's un-American? You said I didn't hear what the redneck said.
How
You
about
said
putting fucking Trump's face on the American flag?
that. No, that's stupid.
Yeah,
Like
it's against the
officially,
Boy
like the
Scouts.
U.S. is gonna make the American
against the
flag
Boy Scouts. It's
officially
a
Trump's
disrespectful thing.
face. I'm
Okay, as a
sure.
Boy Scout, as an Eagle Scout, I see that as
I
very
mean,
fucking
he
disrespectful.
sold a
How many
Bible with
cult
his
members
name
do you
on it,
see
man.
running around with
You never
Biden
know.
American
Yeah, but that
flags?
was his own
Biden
personal.
holding a big fucking gun with a fucking Jurassic fucking goddamn dinosaur.
He could
behind
make
it.
a personal flag with his face on it and sell it on his like his merch. But I'm talking about
Sure.
the official U.S. flag. You think he's gonna get
No,
Congress to
no.
like pass a law saying that his face is now the U.S. official flag
They
of
flew the
America?
fucking MAGA flag over the Capitol on January 6th.
And so that makes you think that there's gonna be an official U.S. flag with Donald Trump's face on it? You still conclude that from the fact that they
Dude,
flew a
come
MAGA
on,
flag?
man. I know you're smarter than this, Jeff, dude. Come on.
I don't know.
I
I'm kind of
think
with
you
Jeff
are
on this
too.
one.
I think you're smart. You're smarter than to assume that Donald Trump is going to make his face the legal flag of the United States.
I
I
agree. He
don't
will
think
quickly
he's
be
going to do
selling
that, Jeff.
flags.
But what do we have right now? We have a bunch of MAGA members flying flags with his fucking face on it right now.
Right, but they're not the official flag of the U.S. It's not the legal flag. It's not the U.S. flag.
It is disrespectful to America.
I don't care about that part. It's free speech. They can do it. I don't care about that part. It sounded like you thought he was going to somehow make our official U.S. flag his
It's their right
face.
to do that.
That's
Yes,
the
but
part
it's
I was.
un-American. It's not American to do that.
It's American.
un-American.
They can burn
Well,
the
look,
flag.
hey,
They could put
Yeah, but they
faces
don't.
on
They
it.
wouldn't, right? Like, so look. I'll elucidate Fatty's point better than he ever could. So,
Please.
so what I find so annoying is that the group for my entire lifetime and beyond has been the group of we're the Patriot Party, we're the real people who love America, we're the flag bearing people. They're the ones who all of a sudden are making all these variants of the U.S. flag, even though it's against the U.S. flag code to do so. It's an active disrespect to the flag to make variations of the flag, and yet they do it like constantly, and still sit there and tell you that you're not the patriot ones, we are, as they wear their.
I mean,
like,
I
American
could
flag
find things on the
boxers and-
left where they used to do it one way and they're doing it the complete opposite now too, because the parties
That's a
shift.
whataboutism, Jeff.
No, this is
bro.
while
Come
doing it
on.
while
Stick with the
actively
information
saying
that's
one
being
thing and doing the
presented.
other. I'd say because they still say that they're the more patriotic party while they wear their American flags while desecrating the flag in a way. In that sense, I'm only bringing that example up because of that specific
I mean,
example.
we have to use the scales, Justice Jeff. We have to use them, okay? And in this situation, we have one side that's continually disrespecting the flag, putting the AR-15s,
In your
putting
opinion.
dinosaurs and buffed out AI Trump pictures on the flag. We don't have that on the other side. So when we put those things on the scale, what do we have? We have one side that's way out of fucking whack with what we consider to be American, right?
This is all your opinion, your values and your opinion.
This is not my opinion.
I wouldn't really care. I wouldn't really care too much about the flag because to me the flag is just a piece of
I
cloth.
don't.
It's
I
what
care
it
less
represents.
what
That's
people are
important.
doing with flags.
The problem is that when you
6th.
see when you see someone like burn the flag, say as a protest, you'll have people on the other side like go like straight like I want to be violent towards you, even though they're
I think those people
a similar
need-
desecration of it right in front of you by like wearing flag boxers or putting Trump's face on a flag or making the thin blue line flag out of the American flag. Like those are all similar desecrations to burning a flag, right?
They may not see it that way. They may see burning the flag as something completely different than.
I'm just going by what the flag code says, by what the actual like laws we have about flags.
I know, and that's your framing and you understand the law. But I'm saying in their head, they may not see the contradiction that you see when you apply this external framework to it.
That's
Sure.
your justification of the information you were just presented, though.
I'm just trying to present a viewpoint from inside their head as an alternative to the relevance of that information.
And in
To
doing
kind
so,
of
you're
give a
justifying their
context and
action.
perspective on that information. I'm not saying the information is wrong. I'm just saying they may not see it that way.
Yeah,
And
right.
I'm wondering if he thinks their psychology is, I have a thin blue line shirt on, and I know I'm desecrating the flag. But if I see some other person burn the flag, even though I'm doing the same thing, I'm going to hate them. I really doubt that's their psychology. That doesn't make a lot of sense for
But
a
it
person to
is, John.
think that way.
But it
That's
is.
just how you see it from where you're
Oh
standing
no,
with your
I
knowledge.
always grant that it's almost always stupidity and not maliciousness that people do things on. Or I'll be fairer and say ignorance instead of stupidity. It's
I don't
usually
even think it's
ignorance.
ignorance. I think it's perfectly valid to see burning the flag like as an
That's
offensive
our right
act.
to do that.
And
Yes, it's our
it
right to put
inflames
Donald
your
Trump's
sense of
face on the flag.
patriotism, and to wear a thin blue line shirt at the same time and not think that that's anywhere near close to to burning the flag.
Right, but then listen to the rhetoric of the person that's flying that flag or wearing that shirt, and then judge that person individually. And when they say things like stupid shit that they're saying, that I would like to go over with you this week sometime. Like I said, I've got this whole week open, early afternoons. Something. Let's spend an hour, two.
Yeah, let me know. We can even schedule it, and if you
because
want.
I would love that. I want to see stuff on DEI. I really do. Because
I have a whole playlist.
I mean,
Right.
basically, we have companies
I
here
gotta go.
in Idaho
Great
that are
conversation as always,
discriminating
Jeff.
against people
You
and not
too,
hiring
FG.
people.
Good night, guys.
CF.
Good night. Take care. Appreciate it.
Das Moose.
Hey, Moose. Oh, if he's there.
Why did I have some weird idea in my head until a couple of days ago that Moose was down in like the Caribbean or like in
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Sorry,
A little windy.
I'm riding a motorcycle right now.
Oh no! Don't focus on that. Don't try to talk to us. I don't want to be on the other end. If you.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to let you guys know that I'll be another 10 minutes. So if you wrap the show up, that's what I'm doing.
Okay. All right.
Right on.
All right, mute me if you can, please, because I can't touch
Yep.
the phone here. Thank you.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Da-da.
Yeah, I thought Moose was down in like the tropics or like the Caribbean or something. I didn't know he was in.
He lives part of the
East
year in
Coast, yeah.
Mexico. He-
Okay, okay. Now I'm all right. Thanks for that. You see, he said the other day he was over, where he's at, and I was like, "What the fuck?" I was thinking. Anyways, yeah, no, I would love to go over stuff. There's so many clips, and that's the thing. We're being flooded with information, bro, from both sides.
I know.
You know,
and I see what it's leading to.
There's just so much shit out there that just people haven't seen from either side, both sides, their own side even.
And there's plenty to criticize about Donald Trump. Plenty. There's plenty of reasons to hate him and not vote for him. It doesn't require the escalation to existential threat to our democracy. I think that puts the people that see it that way in a precarious state themselves.
That's only after looking at the information that people are saying themselves. I'm taking.
But even you could
saying.
I know, but you don't even have to look at that. If there's enough there without even needing to even include that information.
Well,
you can be anti-Trump, you could be pro-Kamala, you could not want to vote for Trump without taking it to the level of he's an existential threat to democracy and you're destroying America by supporting him in any kind of way.
Sure. But when I look at the words of the president of the Heritage Foundation, when he's speaking in front of crowds, right? Let's look at those words, right? Because he's the guy that's implementing these recommendations. Let's see what he's recommending himself and how he feels about this. And what he is actually saying is that Trump should be a king. He should be a dictator for life.
He's saying this. He's saying my policy recommendation is that you make Trump the king for life. I don't believe you, fatty. And even if that's what it says, even if that shows up, that's what shows up on the congressman's desk. You honestly think that's going to get turned into legislation and pass Congress? Make Donald Trump king. Here you go. Here's the bill. Let's get it to the floor. Let's
thing
get
I
it through
want to
the
explore with
Senate. You honestly think a bill like that's going to pass?
the first thing
I
I
don't
want to
think the
explore.
Heritage Foundation is stupid enough to put out a bill that's not going to pass, like make Donald Trump king. So I don't believe you.
It wouldn't take an act of Congress for that to happen, Jeff. The first thing
Yeah,
I want to go over
that's
with
how
you,
laws happen. That's
the
how
first
laws
thing I
get
want to
made.
go over with you is Schedule F. Okay, it's the most important part. It's the most important aspect of Project 2025 and Agenda 47. Okay, Schedule F is the most important. Okay, it's the first thing I want to go over with you. Okay, because it eliminates
First
all of
thing.
those checks and balances. Okay, it eliminates the checks and balances. That's what I'm scared
No,
about.
it does not eliminate the checks. It would take a constitutional amendment to eliminate the checks and balances that are granted by the Constitution, not some Schedule F in some policy
Do you know what
recommendation.
Schedule F does, though?
It does. I can guarantee. I can tell you what it doesn't do because it doesn't have the power to do. It doesn't have the power to change the system of checks and balances that our Constitution creates for us. It doesn't have the power to do that.
Okay, well, go over that together.
So if someone told you that
I
it
will
did, they lied.
I
You
will
were
respectfully
misinformed.
say,
You were
I would
misinformed.
respectfully say, Jeff, that you're wrong. I would respectfully say that Schedule F does provide that to the president and to his sycophants that will be implemented into positions of power. Right?
You've been misled, or you've misled yourself.
Well, let's go over the information together then.
Okay, all right. Tonight,
Because it's out there. There's a bunch of it, and we have Marjorie Taylor Greene literally saying things like,
okay,
he should be king forever. Like
she's
yeah,
someone
she's a
I'm
fucking
really
weirdo.
likely to take seriously as a threat to our country.
Sure, but we have to listen to their own words, though, right? We can't just
Yeah,
blow
okay.
it off.
Listen. First of all, no, I don't have to listen to every single word out there. I don't have the time in the day to listen to every single person's words. So I have to select the words I listen to, and I don't have to believe every word that I select. People are allowed to be rhetorical, and I'm allowed to make judgments when I'm evaluating what they say and not panic every time I hear something that I think is a dog whistle. Your mental health is not going to be good if you keep doing that. I'm telling you. I lived through 4 years of Trump doing this.
Yeah, no, I'm right there.
If you don't have a way to critically filter and put in a realistic perspective every little scrap of information you hear on the internet and see on TikTok and watch on a YouTube video, no wonder there's a mental health crisis if that's what people are doing.
I wouldn't say that that's necessarily what's happening, but
because this is the pattern I see. This person said this. I heard this person say this in a speech, or on C-SPAN. I heard a person say this. Therefore, this nightmare scenario, this existential nightmare scenario. That's the pattern I see. And I'm saying there's a cognitive process in there that is breaking down if you're getting from there off of that. They're taking a few breadcrumbs and they're getting to that because I think people's fear response has been activated and they're more prone to seeing doomsday nightmare scenarios than they normally would for some reason because of Donald Trump. Because whatever Donald Trump provoked in them, and I don't think it provoked, I think it provoked this imaginative response that created this highly subjective, distorted reality.
Yeah. Highly subjective. Yes.
And I think people are operating out of that. I think it's biasing the way they take in and process information. Because even without all of that, there's plenty of things you could talk about Trump and fault him for and criticize without having this derangement around him.
Yeah. Like
and there's a difference in those conversations and the conversations that people that have a panic of Trump and the future of democracy.
Yeah. I mean, without democracy, we could just look at the fact that.
And you yourself we're talking about the impact of emotions on cognition. And if the emotion is panic and fear, and you're saying that emotions have an impact, and that's the dominant emotion that a lot of people are feeling when they try to process information about Trump, that it doesn't seem unreasonable to me that that's going to distort how that information gets processed.
For sure. I know. I agree. 100%. Yeah, I do. I do, man. I do. 100%. But I take people's word for what they're saying. You know, I don't just take it as rhetoric. I don't take it as a joke.
I look
You
at what
know,
people do more than anything else. I look at what they do.
yeah. And when they say the same things consistently over and over again, I tend to believe what they're saying.
I just look at what they do.
And when they tell us what they want to do and the things they want to implement, right, I tend to believe them when they say it over and
People
over
say
again.
what they want. People on this stream talk all the time about things they want to do that never happen. In fact, 9 times out of 10, it doesn't happen.
Oh,
So
yeah.
usually I
They're
take
bullshit.
people
Yeah.
what they say, and I evaluate how seriously I have to take it. Usually it's not very seriously. I could throw it out, and then I keep it in the back of my brain, and I focus on the part that I have determined is serious enough to focus on, and then mostly what I do is I watch what they do, and I build up a pattern of what to think about them based on the actions they take, and
Track
over
record.
time those actions are going to fall into a pattern. And
Yep.
that's going to determine what I think and feel about them more than anything else.
Right.
So the
What is
rhetoric is surface stuff.
What is the rhetoric that you're hearing? What are the track record, you know, that the DEI folks are doing that you've seen? I want to see these things. I want to know.
They're successfully getting it into the federal, state, county, all the levels of government. They're getting it into training program, and this is just the government part. This is also happening in academia and private corporations, but they're getting it into the training programs, the accountability and accreditation programs that like regulate the different professions and the trainings. So it's in there's like several vectors that it's getting into the, I guess the professions, the work, the world of work, where it makes contact with the public.
Recommendations and implementing them as doctrine, as law, right?
Actual indoctrination. They're actually Washington State requires 4 units of training. I don't know how long a unit is. If it's either like 8 hours one day or if a unit is a week. So it requires 4 units of specific training on things like implicit bias, systemic racism, oppression, oppressor, oppressed, all that stuff. That's ideology.
There's an Idaho company here
and
that
classifying Americans into 2 categories of oppressor and oppressed is divisive right there. That alone is divisive. But then they add systemic racism, they add white supremacy, they add unconscious bias or implicit bias, etc. They add a whole bunch of other stuff to that division.
Hot talking points, yeah. Hot key issues, right? Yeah.
They have had actual trainings here in Washington State where they take the black employees and they separate them and they put them in one room, and they take the white employees. I don't know how they know who's white, who's black, and they put them in another room. And they train them separately. The black people get one training, the white people get another training. Yeah, because the white people are oppressors and they have to be taught a different content than the black people who are the oppressed.
Which is insane.
Yeah, right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, isn't it? This is state. Right? This is government. This is actual. It's not what might happen if Trump gets elected. This is what actually is happening right now under Biden.
There's a construction company here that's out in North Idaho that primarily works in Washington as a prevailing wage contractors. And I'm looking at getting into a couple of these prevailing wage jobs. I'm bidding on one right now. And the amount of shit that I have to go through in Idaho to run a big job, a commercial job, is pretty significant with OSHA, primarily with safety standards. Health and safety is the number one thing. In Washington, it seems more that it's about the person, the individual person, and not necessarily the group of people. But there's a totally different set of things in the past. I'd say really, I haven't worked over there. I haven't contracted over there for I don't know, probably 6 or 7 years, but not on commercial jobs that are total in residence. Having the contracts, having all the the on-site paperwork that I have to have actually on-site, my material safety data sheets, my safety and action plan, all of that shit, my training plan. The training plan is fucking nuts, dude. I don't know. And like you said, I'm running into this shit that you were just talking about with individual training, individual shit that
This is in Idaho?
If I want to work in Washington.
Oh.
Right. So working over in Spokane on these big commercial jobs.
This state is so
Totally
heavily regulated. It's one giant bureaucracy. It's just bureaucracy after bureaucracy after bureaucracy.
You know, and the hard part, just like Idaho, is you're over there by the Capitol, right? Over in Spokane, it's just like being in Coeur d'Alene. Boise is a long fucking ways away, man. Nobody pays attention. Nobody in Spokane knows what the fuck's going on in Olympia, right? We get shit down the pike in the pipeline of emails and go, what the fuck is this? Like our Building Contractors Association this past Wednesday spent 4 hours going over this thing, and nobody can fucking figure it out how we're supposed to train our employees in Washington now.
Yeah,
that's something that I would like to go over with you, because you know these terms, you know the doctrine that's being put forth, right? The dogma even that's being.
Oh, this forth. You're talking about? There's DEI stuff in this.
The DEI stuff, yeah, and the training, the personal training, typically we train according to the OSHA standard. Right?
Yeah,
we want to make.
But this is an additional set of standards from Washington State.
Yeah,
it's in addition to OSHA that includes all this other ideological stuff.
Yeah, right. And there's none. I mean, we're a fucking right to work state over here. Like, I can hire and fire anybody at any time for any reason, and not get.
Unless it violates civil rights law.
Job. Right. So I had a kid come out here last fall. Right. We were stripping the end of this foundation off, and this kid comes out. He's like a labor ready or something. One of these companies, day labor. You know. It's the third day on the job. He's got, 2 rings here, 2 rings here. You got a hoop, right? And he's got, I don't know, maybe 9 or 10 here, and a bunch of like pins here. No, totally cool. Totally cool. Good guy. Good kid. Good worker. Fucking thunderstorm starts rolling in. And I turn around to the kid and I say, hey, bro, you might want to take all that shit out of your face. We got some fucking lightning coming in. You know what I mean? Fucking, job site hazing. We'd been joking around with each other all fucking day. We'd had a great couple of 2 days before this, right? I was talking about hiring the kid straight out, so I don't have to pay labor ready $30 an hour so he can take home 18. Right? Kid went and filed he fucking left. Dude, he left at lunch and he drove straight down to the State Department Labor Board, the Department of Labor, and filed a fucking grievance against me.
Yeah, this is the kind of pussy shit that we need to stand up against.
Right, dude.
Otherwise,
I had another kid come out last fall.
To the worker.
Or the halfway through the day on a Wednesday, right? We had 3 days of work to do. Hey, boss, I got to take off early today. I got a date tonight. I got to go home and polish my rims.
What happened to the complaint? What did he charge? What was the charge?
That I discriminated against him, that I was abusive, hostile work environment, that I was making fun of him and his appearance.
What a little snowflake. This is your side. Y'all created this.
The kid was a MAGA, dude. The kid was a full-on MAGA kid.
No way, bro. I mean, even
you still created the culture where you could do that.
Man.
Yeah, no, he was a MAGA hat. He was a red hat for sure. 100% red hat. But we don't talk politics on the job site. Straight up.
Did the complaint go anywhere, or is it still pending?
No, it took a couple weeks to get it sorted out, but I deal with the labor board all the time. I mean, it's not. It's just the fact that
it's the fact that he would rather puss out. He would rather puss out than go to work. That's the fucking fact.
Yeah.
No, seriously, it's not that you made fun of his fucking earrings in his face or whatever. It's because people don't want to fucking work. They literally don't want to fucking do it.
He wanted to get 2 or 3 weeks off of me on the dime and not have to work for those 2 or 3 weeks so he could fucking sit around and fucking smoke Suboxone all day.
Dude, Fatty, check this out. When I had the hotel, I hired this one lady. She worked for 2 days. And my wife told her, she said, watch out for this thing right here. And what did she do? She trips over it And my wife says, go to the hospital and get it checked, and then we'll take care of it. And what does she do? She just doesn't call back, doesn't come back. She just goes down and files for unemployment. And
Yep.
I just laughed. I was like, dude, you didn't even work for us. You didn't even get a paycheck from us. You got one day's pay, and then you took off. You don't get workman's comp for that. You don't get fucking
She's
time
supposed to
off.
do L&I, and then they do an
Yeah.
investigation.
Yep.
Yeah, if she
Complaints
would
are
have
hard.
actually been hurt and like gone to the hospital, like everything would have been taken care of for her, and it would be
Yep.
no problem. But she was a lying bitch, and she decided she wanted to try to get free money and sit on her fat ass.
Yep.
And I have no like sympathy for people like that. If you can fucking get
No.
up and you can work and then you get the job, at least fucking go to work. Don't try to ruin a small business by making false claims.
People
I'm going to
are
spend the whole rest of my next 7 days trying as hard as I can to demoralize the freak.
yeah, freak. I'm interested in this little comment you made. There better not be.
Y'all tried to kill him.
Y'all
The guy who
y'all
tried
not
to
gonna
kill him
do
was a
shit.
fucking
There's
right
not gonna
winger,
be
bro.
shit.
I'm gonna tell you guys all. I've already told you, Jeff. Trump is going to be the last United States president. He's going to win. Just
He's going to
watch.
lose by 15 million votes.
I don't think he's gonna win, and even if he wins, I don't think he's gonna be the last.
I think he's gonna win. That's my weird end of the world false, prophecy or whatever you want to call it.
Well,
Everybody gets to throw out something weird. I'm just throwing that out there.
yep. We'll find out in what 4 months, 3 months.
4 months. I think he's gonna win though. I don't see how somebody who couldn't even get voted in for vice president is going to make it to presidency.
This is gonna be a tough call. It depends on who votes and what their values are, because a case can be made for. I can definitely understand why a majority of the country would not want Donald Trump, but then I could also understand why enough people wouldn't want Kamala either.
But what about the electoral college? Like, don't they decide who the president is?
Yeah, it's going to come down to those swing states, whatever the battleground states turn out to be. And they say
Yeah,
even in
great
those,
idea
Harris
for
is
America.
closing her lead. I mean, her the gap.
I thought it was funny. Harris was actually on a tour to try to get black people to be on her side. So that's one thing that she doesn't have. Apparently, she doesn't think that she has African American community. I think Trump has a big
I know my
good
people,
numbers.
and they're if she's trying to pretend black when she's really Indian and Jamaican and stuff, that's not gonna
It's
fool
not
or
gonna
appeal
fly.
to many of them. No, no, no.
Is there a possibility that
She
an
better be as
African
real as
American may
possible
also
with
be
them.
Jamaican?
Huh?
Is there any African American Jamaicans or African American Indian people?
I don't know. Let me see if they have her 23andMe.
What? They have 23andMe on Jamaican?
Sometimes Wikipedia tells you their parents' heritage and stuff. Her mother is from India.
She's a little
Father
dark skinned,
from
right? She's
Jamaica.
not a
So they just
Caucasian
say where
person.
they're from, but they don't say what the actual. Oh wait, actually they have their own entry. So let me look up their entry. Donald J.
Yeah.
Harris, born in Jamaica, and both of his parents were Afro-Jamaicans, which are Jamaicans of predominantly African descent.
But
Just like
she's
we
not
have
allowed to be black.
Afro-Americans, there are Africans that ended up in Jamaica. The mom is looks like she's Indian, just
And a little
straight
on
up
the show.
Indian.
She's not a Caucasian lady, right? She's a little on the maybe Latino kind of tone skin
Well, I
or
think
something, right?
they call them BIPOCs now, unless they have a new word.
Yeah, right,
This
right.
her mama. That's her mom. She's Indian.
Yeah. So there's, I mean, what the problem with
So if
that
she's gonna
situation
do the like, yeah, I'm black, I'm down, y'all my people, all that, I wouldn't try that tactic, Kamala.
does Does
She's
every
just not
politician
that
do
kind
that?
of
And I know that's
black.
a whataboutism, right? But there is already footage of her doing that before, right?
And it being successful.
It doesn't matter if it's successful or not.
Well,
She's
no,
proclaimed
she
to be
wants to be
black.
successful with the black crowd. That's what I thought we were talking about. How to
Sure,
like
she's
outreach
proclaimed
to
to
black
be a
people.
black person her whole life, right? There's footage of her as a younger person saying, talking like a black person, acting like a black person, pandering, right, to the black crowds. There's footage of this. We know what happens.
The pandering part. I think she's
yeah.
going to have to be very sincere and authentic, and because I think they're going to be very alert to pandering.
Yes, and it's not like she just her whole life has been saying that she's Indian and that she's not African descended, right? That she's not black, right? She's never once on camera or anywhere else said that she wasn't black, right? And now we have this narrative being drawn that all of a sudden now she says she's black.
No, I think she has said that she's black.
Yeah.
But
right.
recently, not. I think it was Effigy up here tonight saying that there is footage of her from the past saying she was black.
She went to a black girls' college, bro. Like, there's footage of her in college talking about these things and stuff. So, I mean, it's just kind of a false narrative that's being driven from the one side to say that her whole life she's identified as a Indian and not.
But she's not black. She's not like when you talk about black people here in America. She's not black. She's not culturally black. Her mom's Indian. Her father's African Jamaican. She's not black. She's not like inner city black.
Yeah, she's not rolling around calling everybody nigga and shit, right? Like, no, she's an African American lady. She's of
right, and she's gonna have a hard time if she's trying to pass herself off as black, as one of the black. Like, I'm one of you. You're my people. She's gonna have a hard time doing that.
For sure.
If she's trying to connect with them and build some similarities and some common ground, that's one thing. But if she tries to, like, I'm doing this for y'all are my people, we're gonna win this election, she's gonna have to be careful how she tries to pull that off.
For sure. I think she sounds like Ross Perot when she does that shit. When he used to come out, nah, come on, y'all, I'll tell you what, man, I'll shoot, man, shit like that.
I just think she comes across phony in general. I never know when she's being sincere, but I would say the same thing about Donald Trump. You're never getting the real Trump because there is no real Trump.
I mean, or the real politician, right? Except when you catch them like off candor in situations on tape where they're speaking like not pre-scripted, when they're speaking kind of antagonized, right? Where they've been challenged and they've got that fight or flight instinct and they've got the Talcadia attack mode going, right? Where they're speaking from the heart. They're saying what exactly they feel in their soul, right? And when what they're saying is very debasing towards others and planning.
Well, that's subjective. That's just opinion.
It is, Jeff, but why not at least take their word for what they're saying and not just blow it off?
I said why.
I mean, I know I don't want to know what everybody says either.
Because right? That's a very superficial level of analysis. That's the main reason.
Taking what people say as their word, right? We're kind of trusting. We have to trust to do that. But when people say stupid shit over and over again, like being gay and anything gay should be banned and illegal in America.
Nobody's saying that. There's not enough people saying that for me to take that seriously. I'm just like, so what if people say all kind of shit. So what if some people on the internet are saying gayness should be banned? So fucking what? Do I think it's even a remote possibility in 2024 right now that I need to take that person seriously and start worrying about it? No. I'm not spending one brain cell on worrying about somebody saying that because I don't take it seriously. That's not going to happen. So, okay, there's some people out there that don't like gay and they think it should be banned. What kind of stress am I supposed to take on in my life as a result of
No,
knowing that fact?
you don't have to. You don't have to get stressed.
I'm not.
I
I
mean,
don't care that there's a few people out there that don't like gay people. It doesn't bother me. Nobody's required to like gay people.
no, yeah, right. I know.
So
The
to me,
problem with
it's a
that, though, is that,
non-issue.
like, like 8, 12 years ago, like, good Christian people in America used to say things like, do whatever you're gonna do. Like, you be you, bro. You be the best you that you want to be, right? Just don't hurt and harm other people physically, right?
Yeah, physically.
Right. So now the dichotomy is that the far side. I'm not saying all by any means, but a good percentage of the faction of the red hats, the far right red hats, nationwide, are saying some pretty fucked up shit, and I take their word for what they're saying.
I think those are fringe kooks.
Me too. Yeah.
I don't think would you say a significant percentage of the red hats? I don't think. What percentage you think? I even know who the red hats are.
Maybe about 28% of America.
28% of America you
Of all
think is
American
saying
citizens.
hateful things?
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it's fucking scary, bro. And what they're
Yeah,
saying
I don't
is
think
things like,
Patty, I don't think it's 28%.
yeah,
If
I
that
do.
helps your fear at all, I don't think it's 28%.
I think it's under 33%. I do.
I think maybe like
But these are just numbers that I've looked at.
2-3%
It's not my
max,
fears, it's
maybe.
just my research. So yeah, I mean it just. And then the group think that goes on top of that. The 2 or 3%, sure, absolutely 100%. But then when we throw the group think on and we get folks rationalizing and justifying, making all these little snide comments, and making all these little pokes, and just this fucking smugness, right?
I thought it was about some hatred that was now it's about the little.
It's about everything.
These little
Jeff.
subtle.
Come on, it's not just about one thing or the other. Come on, it's the concept. It's the overall concept, right? That right now what we don't have is Christians saying, "Hey, bro, you live your best life and you do your best you."
No, I do. Right? I have Christians saying that.
Sure. And what we have kind of in public and in politics is Christians saying, "You don't get to be you."
We have all kind of groups saying what people should be. We have people on the left saying things about people and what they should be, and
but what they're not saying on the left to other humans is that my God trumps your God, and you need to live under my God rule.
They're saying that I know your mind better than you do. I know I know reality better than you do, and I'm here to tell you what it
my
is.
Jesus trumps your Jesus, Jeff.
What does that have to do with America?
My Jesus trumps everybody's Jesus. Is what's
so
being said.
What? How does that apply to secular America? Like, who cares about whose Jesus trumps whose Jesus? We're not a Christian country.
Exactly. And when they say that we need to be declared a Christian country, I push back against that.
Okay.
I don't just blow and think that the 2% don't need to fucking be listened to.
But you seem really scared or worked up or anxious or something that America may actually become a Christian country, and these people may actually get the power to enact this Christian dystopia that you have in your head.
No, I'm pissed off.
And I'm trying to offer you a different perspective that might help alleviate some of those.
I need it. I do. I need
fears.
it. I need the alternate
I don't think we're at the panic point that you're at right now.
It's not that I don't think I'm panicking though. If you look at it, I'm pissed off. My
it
past,
seems like fear more than anger.
My past as a former recruit for the fucking Nazis that lived in my town, the fucking skinheads, okay, is what drives my anger when I hear Christians Okay, and remember, the Church of Jesus Christ Christian was the skinhead church. Okay, they justified everything they did to hate other people through the Bible.
Do you think that's most Christians or most Republicans, this Church of Christian, Jesus Christian?
The Church of Jesus Christ Christian
Yeah, that one.
was
Do you think that that's most
was-
Christians or most Republicans?
I'm hearing the exact same wording and the exact same rhetoric from the Republican Party in certain aspects and certain percentages, okay, that I heard growing up hanging out with the fucking Nazis.
Which is that Church of Jesus Christ Christian denomination?
Is that my Jesus trumps your Jesus? My God doesn't create such things.
Every Christian thinks their Jesus trumps the fake Christian's Jesus. Every denomination
not every
Christian thinks
Christian
they're the
thinks
real
that.
denomination
Not every
whose
Christian
Jesus
thinks
trumps
that.
everybody else's.
Not every Christian thinks that, Jeff. No. That
Well,
is
good.
not how
That makes my
Christianity works.
that makes my point even
Conservative
more.
Christians would agree that everybody gets to have their own.
Fatty, so why do you care if there's these crazy Christians out there that think their Jesus trump other people's Jesus? Why is that even on your radar? Why do you care?
Because I think everybody has the right to exist, and I'll fight for that right.
But what does Jesus have to do with any of it? What does thinking their Jesus trumps other people's Jesus have to do with our right to exist? There's either something you're not saying or a connection I'm not making.
They don't believe that gay people are even something that God creates.
So what? We still exist. We still doing our thing.
Yeah,
Why does
right,
it
right.
matter what they believe about gay people? Why do you care?
Because they get real pissed off when I try to marry them in Idaho. When I try to marry couples in Idaho, I get a lot of pushback. I get a lot of fucking shit for it. I get a lot of grief for it.
That like what they call you names when you
I
at the
get
grocery
threats
store?
against my life for doing it. Okay?
Do you report them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many threats do you get, like, on average?
A lot.
How many marriages do you do, like, a year? And then how many threats do you get a year?
I've been 19 in the past 7 years. Next Saturday, I'll be the 19th. I'll do.
And then how many threats have you had total?
Thousands.
Well, you've only
But
done
I'm
19
also-
weddings. How could you have thousands of
But
threats?
I'm also involved in other things too, Jeff, that play into that. So, you know.
So I was right to ask questions. Okay.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm definitely willing to answer them. It's public knowledge. It's not anything that I have to fucking hide.
So you're getting thousands of threats over what time period? That's a lot of threats.
Well, again, over the past, let's say 7-8 years since I started doing gay weddings. Specifically because Idaho wanted to ban gay weddings and said gay people should not exist.
Yeah, but
That's what they're saying.
Okay. That's fine, but they do, and we have weddings, and so
Yeah.
Sorry about their luck.
I was very, very involved, with making sure that when Idaho banned gay marriage, that we took it to our Supreme Court, our state Supreme Court, and said that Christians, right, don't agree with these other asshole Christians that are trying to ban people from existing.
You can't ban. That's called murder. You can't ban someone from existing.
Well, when you label them as, first of all, when we create this false dichotomy of they're evil, right? We automatically lose the argument, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
like you do with
what's going on.
MAGA, with the Nazis
and
the
maggots.
maggots.
That in their face. I like to say that you as a Christian of all people, right, should not be telling any person that they don't have the right to exist. You should be giving away all of your material possessions, and you should be giving your entire life to the less fortunate, because that's what Jesus said to do, right?
You tell the Nazis this?
Yeah.
It's like, stop calling gay people names, and oh, by the way, give away all your material possessions, and you expect to be taken seriously?
That's what Jesus said to do. I mean, WWJD,
Oh,
right?
fatty.
I mean, what would Jesus do? Jesus would say, don't sell all your shit. Okay? He would
What
say,
did
give
they
away
say in
your possessions.
response? Did they start? Did the
Oh
pawn
yeah, they really
shops
like that.
suddenly
They
get
like that. Yeah,
full?
that's a great one. They really like that one. Yeah, give away all of your possessions and give yourself, give your entire existence to the less fortunate, and there will not be any more less fortunate.
There's always going to be less fortunate.
Yeah, but not if we all give ourselves to each other, right? True Christianity, that's true Christianity. Jesus was the first anarchist, bro. He was the first socialist and the first fucking communist. He was maybe even the first Marxist. Who knows? Those ideas didn't, exist back then. But
Well, I like him a lot better than any of those people.
Straight up, fuck the government. He was the first one to declare, fuck the government. Straight up. Facts, right? He was the first one to say, sell, right? No, don't sell shit. Give away everything. Don't worry about material possessions. Don't worry about these worldly things.
Yeah, I don't think that's realistic for our modern capitalist consumer society.
No,
the world's not going to suddenly stop consuming and give away their possessions. You are living as insane a universe as these Nazi Christian nationalist people you're worried about. Your universe is just as crazy. You talking about Talcott's?
That's not my universe.
No jobs and no work and everybody.
That's my recommendation to them. Those are that's the words of Jesus Christ that I'm throwing back in their face. I understand it's not implementable. Okay, I think everybody understands that we are in a system, right? It's never going to necessarily change on a fucking dime. Okay, I say embrace the fear. Don't run away from shit that you know is there. I mean, I'm not necessarily scared that these things are going to be implemented. I just
you sound scared. When I talk to you, you seem really, really scared. And I put it down to part of it where you live, like the region you live. There probably are reasons there to be scared.
For sure. I mean, yeah, we had another incident last week, where we had this college basketball team in town to play our local North Idaho college team, being chased around town after having dinner downtown, by guys flying fucking... I don't even need to say it, dude. You know who they were. Bunch of white dudes chasing black guys around town, telling them to get the fuck out of town. Tell them they shouldn't be here, boy.
This was recent?
Yeah, dude. Like, this shit happens all the time here. It's fucking
was it in the news?
Yeah. We had a big press run last week.
What do I Google?
Do NCAA discrimination North Idaho basketball. It's just the fact that fucking... It's not a war zone. It's just, it's a very fucking diverse community. But like I said, dude, I've got a guy on my city council that has a 13-inch swastika on his chest. He calls himself a neo-Nazi. I tend to call him a neo-Nazi because that's how he wants to identify. He won by 27 votes, and we only have 35 to 37% voter turnout.
Okay, this is what I'm reading.
Votes,
Fatty.
right? So, like, when people say voting doesn't matter, I say, yeah, it does, especially on a local level.
This is what I found. This is from March of this year. There was a women's basketball team from Utah.
Yep.
And they were walking to dinner, and a truck with a Confederate flag stopped and began yelling racial slurs, including the N-word. After dinner, when the teams were walking back, the same driver, singular, came back with reinforcements and continued harassing the players. They don't say how many.
It was 8 guys.
Oh,
It was 3 guys in the front of the truck and like 5 guys in the back. And I know this truck. I know who these folks are.
Well, what happened to them? It doesn't say.
Nothing. We had a presser and we blew it off. They couldn't prove anything happened other than that these guys yelled at some ladies. So no charges were ever filed. Because really, what can you file for charges? It's just the
So
simple
there
fact
no
that
crimes were actually committed, but is harassment a crime or
threatening people's life is a crime.
intimidation or bullying
Telling
or
people you're
something?
going to kill them is a crime. Yes.
Well, the article didn't say they threatened to
It
kill.
didn't
They
say
just
that. No, it didn't. Because we don't want to put that out there in the public, right? That we're still that type of community.
so they're lying.
We
They're
have,
leaving that out, and they actually said. To me, that would they'd be even more motivated to put that in.
yeah, not when our newspapers are controlled by MAGA.
So
red.
so you were you there? You say that they said we want to kill you, like. They said the
information-
N-word and some racial slurs,
label's
and in addition to
testimony.
that, they said, we want to kill you. You're saying they said that, but the news just left that out of the report.
It wasn't left out of the live briefing that was done on
I wonder if there's a...
like the 7th or 9th or something. There was some live... there's a live deal in downtown CDA. There was one in Spokane where they addressed it. This was on national news, too. You know, but no, that wasn't addressed, and it was not brought into the story. But
well, how do you know about it? That it was not brought
because
into
it's
the
public
story?
testimony. Because the girls themselves testified to that, and that paperwork is available. That shit is available. We do know what the girls said.
That's what I'm looking for.
Rednecks said to them, and yes, that's assault, bro. They did not touch them though. Okay, they did not touch them or push them. You know, they yelled at them basically from a truck. 2 guys walked out and walked behind them down the fucking sidewalk as they walked back to our big resort hotel that we have, right? The guy that owns the resort also owns the newspaper. And the newspaper in Spokane. And the newspaper in Sandpoint and Montana and Boise and fucking Oregon and nationwide. And he's a Red Hat mega member. So, you know, why would we expect that we would actually print that and let the world know that we're a bunch of fucking racists? When we have...
Well, did you hear her say it?
We have realtors, Jeff, that are advertising to folks to move here to become separatists.
Did you hear her say, hear the people in the truck say they want to kill that girl?
Jeff, whether or not I heard it or not.
Well, that's important.
I trust their testimony. I trust their testimony.
Do you have a link to the testimony? That's what I'm looking for. I've been trying to Google for it. I'm not turning up anything. I'm not sure exactly what to Google for.
Let's go over that this week. Okay, let's do this.
All right.
Let's, you know, honest, good faith. Let's do it. You know, no antagonism, no nothing. It's just information.
Well, I can't. I don't know what antagonism is. That's everybody thinks I'm antagonizing some kind of way.
I know, because
I don't know what antagonism is.
We get toned and we get fucking heated in our feelers and
that happens.
Whatever.
I can in no way guarantee that's not going to happen. That will probably happen. In fact, I would plan for it.
But we do agree that in the heat of the moment, we can agree to disagree. That we are coming together in good faith, right? We're not coming to an argument saying, Jeff, I think you're evil, but I still want to debate with you.
No, I don't think you're evil. Fatty, I talk to everybody on here in good faith.
Exactly. Yeah, so that's why I want to do this. I want to have, let's do an hour and a half or a couple hours or something here through this week. I've got time in the afternoons, noonish. You seem to be kind of going on maybe in the mornings and shit, but whatever.
You have any hybrid strains on you, or some indica or CBD?
Man, this OG chemist, like fucking.
I could tell. I'll consider it depending on what strain you bring.
Holy shit! And I got like 4 fucking Red Bulls in me in the past few days too. So.
Oh god. Okay. Well, you gonna get some sleep tonight?
Who screamed when Trump won? What? What? Oh, I get it. Okay. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. No, I here's the deal, guys. I a lefty.
Did we lose you, or am I going out?
Understand that.
Oh.
Okay, but I do put it on a scale. And the scale to me is just optically, it's very weighed towards one side to be discriminating against the other. And I'm just not down with that.
You think go ask some white straight Christian men if they feel like they're not discriminated against.
Oh, they feel like that for sure because they're fucking pussies. But here's the thing. White straight Christian men
That's
are not
exactly what a
discriminating
bigot would say. That's exactly what somebody that had a strong
I know it.
bias
I know it.
against.
Yeah. Yeah. I know. Okay, I know the rhetoric. That's why I'm using it for the example. But, calling out people for being systemically racist is not inherently being bigoted towards them. It's just calling them out for being fucking assholes.
Yeah, I think when you make general statements about an entire group because of their race, that's racist. You're being racist.
For sure. Yeah. And when I make general statements about Nazis,
and when you make accusations of racism against someone, those are some serious charges too.
Yeah, for sure.
So I would be very certain that you know what's in their head and their hearts before you make those kind of claims.
That's right. Yeah.
I know we have racism detectors now where you can uncover all the hidden racism in their unconscious. Maybe you have a little machine with you that could do that. But if not, I would be very cautious about making the claim. Again, depending on what your goals are. If your goals are to divide and inflame, then yeah, make the claim. If your goals are to create a society together with your fellow Americans, there might be other strategies.
Hey, I look at it like this, bro. There was, 53, 54 signers of the Declaration. There was 6 different kinds. In reality, there was 8 different kinds of Christianity represented at that table. And it took them a long time to come together to write the first 16 words of the First Amendment. That is, we have the right to religion, right? And now we have a sect of Christianity saying, fuck that whole part of the First Amendment. Let's just worry about the Second Amendment.
We've always had denominations of Christianity that thought that America should be a Christian nation and that the separation of church and state should be dissolved. We've always had Christian groups that thought that.
Yeah, we haven't had them with 100 and as of right now, like $4.5 billion behind them, fighting the leftists.
You think Christian nationalism has $400 billion? I would like a source for that too when we do our little conversation thing.
$4.5 billion.
There's $4.5 billion of Christian nationalism
in the Heritage Foundation alone. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go over that. Let's go over the money because I'm all about the money. Okay, follow the money.
Well, if it's for the Heritage Foundation, I don't even care if that's where it's going because we've already determined that's a think tank and they put these policy recommendations out.
Yeah, let's go over that though because let's
so ultimately, whether it's $1 or $4 billion, the ultimate end result is this policy recommendation that you claim ends up on the desk and is being turned into a law and injected into our system.
Yeah, the Brookings Institute. Let's look at that too. Freak, okay. Fucking come up and join us, bro. Right? Optics, come join us. Tupelo, come join us. Like, I want to engage in this conversation, right, in a good faith effort. I don't want to just, be in some fucking spurg fucking, whatever. I really want this to be like something that is talked about in a good faith way. I think Jeff and I... It
is. You're saying it's a threat that Americans should be worried about and take seriously, and I'm saying, okay, let's look at it. Where's the threat? Give me a reason to be as alarmed about it as you are, and that's what I keep asking for, and I'm not seeing the catastrophe that other people are seeing. First of all, even if everything you say is true, I also am very aware of our system of checks and balances and what they have to get through to implement it. So you read a paper and your mind automatically thinks that that's reality. There's a whole process between what you read in the paper and how it's going to turn out if it even gets implemented, if even a fraction of it gets implemented. So you're so certain from just reading the policy that your narrative account of its implementation is accurate. I wouldn't even. That's the first stumbling block for me. Is even if I read the policy, how do I know how much of it is going to actually make it into reality, and what form is that going to take ultimately?
That's why we got to start with Schedule F. It's the most important part of it, right?
We've talked a lot about Schedule F. It's come up on the stream many times. That's the part people bring up the most, probably. So I've probably done 3 or 4 conversations on Schedule F by now. And that's the one that reclassifies the federal employees. So people are worried that there's this deep state buffer that's going to get reduced or compromised, and that's going to open it to political corruption.
It would be the balance or the check, the buffer that gets eliminated.
How is that a erosion of checks and balances? It's all under the executive branch. So this change that the Schedule F is all happening within the executive branch. It's a change within the executive branch itself.
Mm-hmm. And we have a sycophantic right-wing SCOTUS right now, right? That has no ethics law.
Hang on, Fatty. Hang on, Fatty. Hang on. Fatty, hang on. My signal went out. I lost part of the conversation.
Gotcha.
I lost about my signal is weak. I keep fading out. I lost about 30 seconds of what you were saying.
Yeah, I wasn't saying much. Just the ramblings of an old man. Stay off the lawn.
My old scared man.
Source code. What's up?
Yeah, you were talking about Schedule F, and I said that the change that affects the executive branch, Schedule F. It doesn't affect the other branches of government. I don't believe. I think it's the employees of the executive branch. So we're talking about one branch of government.
Mm-hmm. You know,
I don't see the.
What I've been doing for the past 13, 14 months is pretending to be a MAGA member on project2025.com, signed up for their deal so that I could be implemented as one of their sycophants, right? That's some information, right, that I would really like you to see. Okay, it's the emails that I'm getting, that I've got. It's the questionnaires that I filled out, right? That I had to really, really think about how to answer these questions as a MAGA member, so I could be, involved in this conversation with them, so that I could be a potential recruit of theirs. Kind of like.
Do they watch this stream? They don't watch the stream.
Fucking Nazis, right? So. They're already implementing people into power. They're already putting people into office.
So then, in other words, a conspiracy. You believe there's a conspiracy?
Not a conspiracy when it's an action plan. And the action plan is already being carried out and has been basically since, the late 70s with the Federalist Society.
Are they doing anything criminal or illegal?
Yeah.
Then you should report them.
It doesn't seem like the federal government really cares that Clarence Thomas has been bought off.
Okay. Well, I don't know. That hasn't been proven anywhere to me. I don't think he's been indicted or convicted of anything like that.
No, they have not filed charges for him breaking all kinds of fucking ethics laws, because there's no ethics laws against the Supreme Court justices.
So is that the ultimate core of this?
No.
Because it seems like the target keeps shifting. Like whatever this existential threat is keeps shifting. Sometimes it's Clarence Thomas taking gifts. Sometimes it's Schedule F, this attempt to reclassify employees. Sometimes it's Donald Trump. Like it keeps moving.
Brother. That's your interpretation.
That makes me think it's like fear and emotion based. It's not. They're not actually consistently perceiving a reality that's coming at them that they have that they can
I'm not
point
going
to
to
and say
hyper
this.
focus
I'm
on
scared. It just
one
keeps
thing.
moving around. It seems like ambient fear directed at the team that they don't like or are worried about.
Yeah, no, I get that. I understand that. I can understand how you can see that as well. That's why I'm here, dude. Okay.
Okay.
Because I'm talking about the bigger concept, and one thing out of that concept is not what I'm going to hyper focus on. I'm going to put them all together into that concept, right? Try to present them all and have that concept be more.
Is there one concept that's more worrisome than any others, or are they all just kind of a agglomeration of different breadcrumbs that show up on people's radar?
I think the main thing, and I've brought this up, the main thing is they think their God should rule over other people in this country.
How do you know who?
That their Jesus trumps everybody else's Jesus, and they're going to use their Jesus to make laws.
The Heritage Foundation? Who?
How about elected officials that are already in office? Let's look at some of their words that they've been saying over the past year.
But many people have look. I'm trying to find Jesus myself right now. There's at least 7 or 8 Jesuses just in the Bible. Like no one person. You make out like Jesus is this cult, like mind control figure that they all think the same thing about. Every Christian you talk to is going to have a different idea and relationship to Jesus. So already you're overgeneralizing in a way that I think is taking us away from reality.
No, bro, because every Christian has the right to find Jesus on their own path, right? Jesus invites us to find him on our own path, right?
Okay, but you were just saying that they believe their God is this or that. Like all these people all believe this one thing all together.
Okay, let's take the overgeneralization out of that and say that a certain sect, right, a certain percentage of asshole Christians are saying this.
Like that seems like a tiny amount. That seems like remember the Gods Hates Fags thing? They were like 5 or 6 people that traveled around in a van. Like that's when you describe these, that's what I imagine. The people that think this, it's like that small of a fringe group. It's not the majority of Christians.
Church. Yeah.
So if that's what's scaring you,
with the spaghetti monster church,
it's what?
I'm not scared, Jeff. It's not. Fear.
You seem really scared. Like maybe I'm not the best at reading emotion. I admit.
You interpret this as fear, right? This is more like disgust and pissed off. I'm not really scared.
It does read like fear.
There is fear.
I have a lot of experience with people being pissed off.
That if these things get implemented, that people like you and people like me will be discriminated against for supporting gay people.
I don't think they're going to get implemented, and I don't think gay is a priority for many people right now. I think there's so many other things they're worried about. I think you don't believe that the world has made progress. You think they think the same exact thing about gay people they thought 30 years ago?
No, not at all. We were just going over that. They don't think the same about anybody as they did. Okay.
I just mean the world in general, like not those people in particular, but society in general.
Right? They, them, the others. Yeah, that's in general. Yeah, I think that there's a sect of hardcore wannabe dictator Christians that need to be shut the fuck up.
Well, but we have free speech here in America, and just like you can come on here and say your stuff, they get to say their thing. That's free speech.
Yeah. Right.
So the fact that you want to shut down their speech already makes me worried more about you than about them, because that's authoritarianism and it's illiberalism. That is more un-American than anything you've tried to convince me of tonight. That's what I'm talking about, breaking our norms, our democratic norms, to address something that you see as so much of a threat that you're willing to bend our norms to address it, and that makes you the threat. That makes me worried about you.
Hey, hang on though. Just because I feel that way, right? You asked me how I feel about it. I told you how I feel about it. I feel like they should shut the fuck up. Does that mean that I'm going to act on that, right? Does that mean that I'm going to force that shut the fuck up onto them? Or that I'm going to come to the table with credible information and say, hey, look, that's un-American. Okay, we don't do that in America. right? America was founded by Christians that were being persecuted by Christians.
We already have people to tell them that. They're called laws. If they try to do something un-American, they have laws that they're going to run up against. That's going to stop and say, no, you can't do that.
There's no law telling the orthobros to shut the fuck up.
Right, because nor should there be, because we have free speech in America. That's the second time in like minutes you've wanted to shut somebody up.
No, I want to tell them that they're un-American.
And to shut the fuck up.
No.
You just said, I'll have to rewind the stream. You said twice that there's certain people that should shut up. They should shut the fuck up.
Because
you want them to shut up.
We feel and what we have in
that's censorship. Wanting people to not talk and express themselves is censorship and authoritarianism.
It's the problem with the panel verse, Jeff, is we ask each other how we feel and what we want to do and what ought to happen and what should be implemented. And those are all different things.
But some of that ought from you sounded like them shutting up. Like that's one of the things they ought to do. And that makes me nervous when I hear people desiring that other people be prevented from speaking. Whether they intend to do it or not, just expressing that as a realistic desire makes me a little nervous.
For example, I'm throwing myself on the dick sword right now, okay? I understand I have these reactionary tendencies too. I'm trying to display that right now, okay? I recognize what you're saying. I 100% recognize that right now I'm in a triggered state. Okay, I'm saying things that come off as spurgalicious. I'm in a zone of shut the fuck up, right? Okay, because that's where we get here on these panel verses.
So that was more of an emotional expression than actually wanting to see people's speech shut down.
Right there was basically like some role playing. Right? So that we can get to this point right here where I can recognize that, yes, I have these tendencies too. Everybody has them. Right? And so working the past of the shut the fuck up and my way or the highway bullshit, right? That then we actually get to the conversation of why should we not be saying these things? Well, first of all, because it's not really the American way. Right? It's the American way to lift each other up and say, you're allowed to live however you want as long as you're not hurting somebody physically. And just because you believe
free speech is also the American way. Telling people what they can and can't say or should and shouldn't say is not the American way. It's not.
When it comes to being American or anti-American or whatever, not a better American or a better patriot or however we want to anti-phrase my argument, that I don't even know what the fuck argument I'm making, okay? Other than the fact that when we have American people, American citizens telling other American citizens that you shouldn't fucking exist, that my God doesn't think you should exist, and I'm going to do everything I damn well can to make sure that laws are implemented so you can't exist, that I push back and say, fuck you. You're being un-American right now. So let's explore that dichotomy too of my psyche.
Actually, they're trying to do it through the legal process, so that's pretty American.
It is.
If they're saying we're going to pass laws, that's American.
It is, yeah. And it's also American to push back and say, fuck you. That's not the American way, right? That everybody has the right to exist. All gods have the right to exist. Right? Everybody has the right to live however the fuck they want to. It's our responsibility to
as long as you don't try to prevent them from saying whatever it is they're trying to say. Just because you don't like it.
Say, but realize that it's not really American. It's not the American way.
They probably don't care. They probably just want to say their thing because in their mind it is American. So they don't care that you don't think it's American.
Well, the founding fathers in the Old Testament, well, you know, God, I could quote some scripture and tells you about how fucking dibba-dibba-doo. You know what? How about fuck that? How about everybody just gets to exist? I mean, I really...
Yeah, I think, honestly, Fatty, I think most people are at that point. I think most Americans, you can
I think everybody's at that point.
Reliably count on them to take that stance.
I think everybody's both sides, including me, are highly triggered and highly emotional and highly vested into something that ultimately...
Well, what helps you with that? Do you have... Is there anything spiritual that helps you, like Jesus energy? Do you have anything
Oh
you can
yeah,
do right
yeah.
now to take that down?
No, if I wanted to, yeah, but I don't.
What? But when you are triggered and stressed out like this, what helps you? Like, how do you cope so that you can
So
function?
it's a 3 second deal. Um, Trying to get past, recognize what the feeling is, right? Name the feeling, right? Right now I'm angry. That's a real easy one, anger. Everything kind of comes back to anger, which usually goes back to fear, you know. But just basically right now, see, I'm a little tingly, so I got some serotonin and some histamine. Definitely got some histamine running through me, so I'm probably like,
And some weed, some
definitely high.
THC,
So I'd
tetro.
say, the main thing is I'm disgusted. I'm really disgusted in the actions of some Americans,
I
including
know, but it
myself.
sounds like you stay disgusted because every time those actions replay in your mind or you see them on the internet, it just keeps that disgust response activated.
I don't think it ever goes away.
Yeah.
Now, I've been hyper focused on fighting Nazis since the 90s, bro. Hyper focused. Every day is a good day to punch a Nazi in the face. But here's the deal.
See, that's not American.
We don't fight with fists, bro. We fight with facts.
Right. Are there other people in your area doing the same thing, or are you like a lone warrior? Or is there a group?
Yeah, there's a whole group of all kinds of shit. Yeah. I
All
mean,
right, good.
Last fall we fucking went around and these guys were putting, like, I think I told you part of this story. These guys were out putting flyers and leaflets in people's mailboxes. Hey, put flyers and leaflets wherever the fuck you want. But when you put them in mailboxes, you're breaking federal law.
Well, not if they have a stamp. I mean, I don't know what the postal laws is, but I'm sure that they.
Yeah, you can't do that. You can't put stuff in people's mailboxes. Yeah. But then they were also spray painting like hard R N-words on people's garage doors of their homes, and stuff like that.
Well,
like,
that's vandalism, and I'm sure law
and
enforcement would.
Sure, that's breaking the law. Sure, and that's why we go out and film them doing those things. When we get reports of these things happening, we
How many times a year, I guess? Like in the last year, did that happen? The painting on the garage?
I don't know. There's been half a dozen, at least in the Spokane, Washington area, and then in Washington State, there's been. I mean, this shit happens every day in North Idaho. It doesn't matter where you go. You be it fucking Shopko or Target or fucking who knows. You come out and there's something on your windshield. That's fine. Do windshields. Do whatever you want.
The N-word?
Like flyers. People putting a little flyer.
Okay. I thought you.
You know what I mean?
So they're not painting the N-word all over the place.
Not every day, not all the time, no. But it is happening here and there, and when it does, and we get reports of boot stepping, red suspender.
How many black people are even up there? How many black people live in northern Idaho?
Quite a bit anymore. I don't know because we don't track the statistic, right? Because that would be racist.
The census tracks statistics.
The national census does, but we don't. Yeah, our county, we don't track that. We don't But yeah, Flostomania. Yeah, straight up, most of my sheriff deputies. Okay, a bunch of my local police, some state police, my city.
Are you stuck there?
No, but this is my hometown, and I ain't fucking leaving.
That's
the fucking most beautiful place on earth. Why would I want to leave here?
You sound miserable. You sound miserable there.
No, it's just
that beauty is not. It's not having a healing effect on you.
Oh yeah, no, there's one reason that, I talk about this shit, here online. Because I give out 100 high fives a day and I have a fucking amazing life. And if I don't come out and spurg out some of this fucking negative shit, I don't ever fucking sleep because I'm so fucking high on fucking high vibes, bro.
Does that help you then?
Straight up, dude.
Come on.
Wintertime, when I'm fucking snowboarding and giving out fucking 1,500, 3,000, bro, high fives a day. fucking kidding me, bro? There's no fucking higher energy, bro. There's no fucking higher realm you will reach than 3,000 fucking high fives a day, other than 4,000 high fives a day.
Wow, I don't even know if I've had 5 high fives a day.
I'm telling you, dude, it's what you put into it, you know, and it's what you get out of it. And it's the management of expectations.
I agree.
Right?
We do, Shady. We have a census. It tracks all of that.
Yeah.
In fact, if you go on Wikipedia, you could look up every city in the U.S. and it gives the demographic breakdown of the populations.
Yeah. Well, let's fucking do that.
It does it by race, religion. Dear, give me a city. Was Coeur d'Alene, you said?
Idaho. Yeah, the feds here are pretty fucked up too.
Demographics.
Most of them got Odin tattoos, not swastikas. But yeah, I do get wound up on this shit because, you know, my fucking city councilman has a 13-inch Swazi and he fucking hangs out at the fucking city beach and fucking, you know, struts around with his fucking Swazi on his chest like he's some fucking asshole out of American History X. And I don't fucking agree with that. And he won by 27 votes. And I just, you know, I maintain high vibes. I fucking goddamn ambassador for the high vibe love track. But, you know, I can't fucking talk about politics without bringing up my personal experiences and growing up around this shit and having 3,000 Nazis walking down the fucking road every, you know, twice a summer growing up, spending all of August basically with Nazis in town. And I say this with all due, you know, like boot stepping, suspender wearing, self-identifying, right? I'm not just going around calling people the N-word, right? These are people that self-identify, right? And so I tend to respect their honor and their wish to be identified as a fucking Nazi. But yeah, I do get wound up. It's a very passionate fucking thing for me. You know, a few of my bros got involved with those assholes and are fucking dead now.
Maybe that's the thing, that politics, you know, so is personal and you can't separate the two. And if you're going to talk about politics, you have to be willing to talk about the personal.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe this idea of having these really detached, abstract, big picture conversations is not how people actually work. And bringing the personal stuff in is the way to have the conversations.
It is, and personal experience is valid. You know, it is.
Like, yeah. Oh,
like I said before, we gotta try to put that aside. We gotta kind of, you know, see rationally without our feelers getting in our own ways. You know, and not being pearl clutchers, as fucking Flo would say. You know. But no.
Well, if you did that, you would see the Nazis. You would see the Nazis as fellow human beings and fellow American citizens.
Mm-hmm.
And they would see you the same way.
I do, first and foremost. And that's the thing is, you know, I will fight for their right to have their parade so that I can go protest them. They will not fight for my right to have a parade. They will fight against our right to have a gay weekend at that park, right? So that's the difference is, you know, in America, we lift each other up. We lift all each other up. We don't.
But does the fact that Coeur d'Alene successfully pulled off a gay pride, despite the fact that those people came out and protested and all, does that give you the confidence that they're not a threat? You don't have to worry about them. As y'all can do your pride every year. They're going to go stand on the side and protest, and they're not. Like, does that give you confidence?
No. No. Because they are a threat. They continue to voice their
voicing opinions are not a threat. That's allowed. That's fair. That's within the rules.
Program. Okay, the Idaho Readout is what it's all about. REDOUBT, like debt. Readout. They want to make Idaho a sovereign nation. Okay. Will it happen? No.
The American Readout?
Yeah, the Great American Readout.
Oh, yeah, that's where they want to take part of Washington. And right, Fatty, is this what's keeping you up at night? This crazy thing that's never going to happen? Is this
what? Never happen. I know it'll never happen. I know. Will I fucking tell them? every time I get the chance that is not American, okay, and that you are a fucking cocksucking piece of shit fucking Nazi for thinking so. Yes, I will. Will it ever happen? No. Am I scared that it will happen? No. Just the fact that people are saying it fucking pisses me off because it's not American. Okay, it's not holding up to the values of their Christian fucking God that they think they want to claim to use as justification.
Well, wait, it's not American, it's not Christian. Which is it? It's perfectly American for them to believe this and voice it.
They're using Jesus to discriminate against each other, right? They're using Jesus as a justification and a rationalization, right? They're using the word of their own Lord, okay, to discriminate against people, and that's not the Jesus that I've ever known.
But that's not to do with America. I think you're confusing the Christian way with the American way. That might not be the Christian way. But I wouldn't call it un-American.
I'll push back against both. I'll push back against both and say, fuck you and fuck your God. Okay? My spaghetti monster is going to fuck your Jesus in the ass. Okay?
Fatty, I thought Jesus was a God of peace. That's the kind of Jesus I've been learning about lately.
Jesus is the God of peace.
This doesn't sound like peace. He's not doing peace for you right now.
So when
here, do you want to? Do you know how to? Do you have a Jesus
I've denounced my Christianity
prayer? Do you have a way to bring Jesus peace into a conversation?
Yeah.
Being a minister, do you have the power to call?
To come to a conversation where,
like right now, in Jesus' name, can Jesus help you find peace and help us find peace in this conversation?
I can pray for serenity.
Okay. Will that help you?
For that the things that I cannot change, and the courage to change the things that I can, and the willingness and the wisdom to know the difference. Yeah.
Is Jesus supposed to bring peace? Is that one of his purposes?
He tells. Well, I don't think so. No, it does.
Oh, okay.
It depends on what context we're in too. Okay?
Like personal peace, like you right now. Is Jesus somebody that can help you find a peace amongst all of this agitation and chaos and?
Well, sure, and he can do that for anybody that wants it. In this particular moment in time, I'm getting ready to play some fucking hard rock on my fucking guitar, so
okay,
I don't really want to calm down.
That's my deity. That's my God.
Fucking licks I've been working on. I got this new Aussie riff I've been working on, some old Zakk Wylde shit, and yeah.
You had me up here all worried about you. I'm not anymore.
Well, I fucking
you're
love
gonna
you
be
guys.
okay.
You got a great fucking program. Everybody around here is fucking good people. I fucking like to push people on their. I like to be the contradictory. I like to be the contrarian. I like to be the fucking the guy that pokes you in the side and makes you realize that, hey, you're spouting Christianity, but you're discriminating people in doing so, right? That's really based Christianity, bro. And yes, I am a fucking double ordained minister in Christianity that's denounced my fucking Christianity, that's been part of all kinds of different weird ritualistic shit with Christianity, and thinks for the most part, most of it's a bunch of rhetorical rhetoric that's just a divide and conquer tactic.
Mm-hmm.
But there's good things that can be gained out of any religion. And for me to say that one sect of Jesus is the only God that should be ruling anything when there's 4,200 gods worshipped.
But they all say that, and none of that has to do with America or politics. That's religion. That's religion stuff. It's not.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I don't prescribe to just one sect of Jesus being the ruler of everything. I think there's 4,200 gods.
Right, but the fact that other Christians do is not out of the ordinary for Christianity.
No, it's
you
not.
You make out like you're outraged that there's Christians out there that believe in the supremacy or the priority of their own sect. When that to me that's the norm. Every Christian I know thinks their sect is the right one.
Sure, I'm outraged at the ones that think Donald Trump should be king. that think he should be a dictator for the next 10 years or whatever else. Okay, I'm pissed off at the Christians that are using Christianity to discriminate against other people and to try to implement some Christian fucking bullshit in this country that's not a declared Christian country. Yes, we have Christian laws. Yes, we have Christian ideology, blah, blah, blah. We are pretty much a Christian nation, but we are not declared that way. Because if we were, no other would be allowed. Okay, I've made this point before. Mormonism and Scientology would not exist if the fathers made us a declared Christian nation. It never would have fucking happened. It never would have been allowed.
Mormons are Christian, or at least I think they would say so.
Well, yeah, other than, the angel Moroni that happens to be a fucking alien. By the way, I'm adopted. Okay, I was adopted as an infant. I was adopted when I was 1 month old. I've met my birth mom, and we have a great fucking relationship. She was a Mormon. She was 16 when she got pregnant. She was shunned by her family. Right. My great-great-grandpa was a Mason and helped. He was actually the second lead Mason of the building of the Mormon Church.
Like a Freemason, or just somebody who laid the brick for the church?
The Freemasons.
Okay. Tupelo's wanting to know where your debate with Rock is.
That was actually Chuck was part of that. It was on Flow State's original 24-hour first 12 of the 24. It was like right at the end of the first 12, and then right at the beginning of the second 12 that I think he's finishing right now. And actually, Chuck, that's what I was going to say earlier, man. Chuck and I, we don't agree politically, right? We can agree to disagree. We can be friendly. We can be friends with each other. We can high five and bro up, and we can argue round earth together, right? Against the fucking stupid flatties. And then we can disagree on red and blue.
I think so.
We can because that's what we do in America. And those are the conversations I like to have. I like perspective. I like seeing where.
But it seems like that when certain Americans say things that you don't like, you want them to not say it anymore. You want them to stop talking.
No, I just want to tell them that they're off base. That's
they probably don't care, but that is your right as an American to tell them.
But they want to tell me the same thing. That's kind of what
and
debate.
You probably don't care. That's why I understand the point.
I do care.
The Christians don't care what you think, and you don't care what they think. What is the point of going at each other? What is either side accomplishing by telling the other?
Because we do care, though. You're.
Well, then this is a dysfunctional, codependent, fucked up form of caring.
Well, yeah, it's sadomasochistic politics in America.
All right.
That's how we do things.
That's now. Why did we just lead with that?
With myself,
you could have saved us about 3 or 4 hours. We just started with that.
Oh yeah, you. Actually, I was just trying to piss freak off. I just want to
Thank you, Tupelo. I do the best I can with what I have to work with. No, Fatty's a great guest. I always enjoy our conversations. In fact, there's going to be more. We're doing an official, formal deep dive into some kind of rabbit holes. I think this might be where the stream ends.
All right, I gotta smoke some more weed.
All right, I gotta go get some more sleep. Yes, Shady, the plan is yes, but first I have to get some sleep. I have to come down off of this one, get enough sleep to wake up and do one tomorrow. So it'll be sometime tomorrow, but I can't promise what time.
Why didn't you tell me it was almost 4 a.m? Jesus Christ, you should have been out here hours ago.
Because I don't really pay attention to the time.
God damn it.
This is what we call in the South, we got to talking. So when people get to talking, we don't really pay attention to the clock.
Bless his heart.
Yeah. All right. Take care, everybody. Thanks for.
See you fuckers soon.
Fatty, thank you so much. Everyone else. Animate, Effigy, Moose, Jack, Easy was here. We had some new people. Thank you all. Thanks for watching, participating. I'll try it again tomorrow. Yeah, I think that's it. I'm gonna go call it a night now, and I'll see you at the next one. Thanks again. That's my version of hard rock. It's the StreamYard music. We'll upgrade at some point. All right, good night. Take care.